Chapter 259. That was just a pretense I set up. What he obtained was the complete 9 revolutions fire shield and the incomplete divine flame clone. The number of heavenly river pills he obtained was not even a tenth of yours. Therefore, the one who truly obtained my inheritance is you. I don't have much time left. This is only a remnant of my soul that has existed for countless years. I'm already very satisfied to be able to fulfill my only wish before I dissipate. The blazing heaven demon emperor sank into his memories. From his eyes, one could tell that he must have had a glorious past. Shortly after, his gaze landed on the sun-devouring demonic wolf and he said doubtfully, "Strange, this sun-devouring demonic wolf has been entrenched here for countless years, and its goal is to obtain the legendary ancestral flame. Why did it become so obedient after coming here?" Ancestral flame. Long Chen was a little stunned. Previously, the sun-devouring demonic wolf rushed into the mausoleum. Clearly, it wanted to obtain something. Could it be the ancestral flame? "May I ask, Senior, what is the ancestral flame?" Long Chen asked respectfully. "I'm not very clear about the ancestral flame. I've protected it for countless years, but I've never dared to approach it. I only know that according to the legends, the ancestral flame is a supreme divine object formed at the beginning of the world. It possesses mysterious and unfathomable abilities. There aren't many ancestral flames in this world, and it's already an honor for me to be able to see one. For countless years, I've seen countless experts trying to retrieve the ancestral flame, but in the end, none of them succeeded. A divine object formed at the beginning of the world. Could it be similar to the ancestral dragon's blood essence? It also has the word ancestral in it. No matter what, it shouldn't be too different." Long Chen muttered in his heart. He could sense that when Xiao Lang heard the 2 words ancestral flame, he felt somewhat unnatural. Xiao Lang shouldn't know about the ancestral flame, so this unnatural reaction should be due to the imprint left in the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. After the blazing heaven demon emperor finished speaking, he paused for a moment before continuing, "Little child, you simply don't know how terrifying the sun-devouring demonic wolf in your arms was in my era. Perhaps the young sun-devouring demonic wolf was very weak, but when it matures and is placed in the vast world outside, it will rapidly grow. Any flames, fire crystals, magma currents, or any fire-attributed treasures can be devoured by it and turned into its own energy. In terms of growth, the sun-devouring demonic wolf is number 1 among all demonic beasts. Just like its name, the sun is the largest source of fire in this world. In theory, it can even devour the sun. Therefore, when a sun-devouring demonic wolf appeared, the experts of my era would definitely kill it immediately. Now, there are no longer any sun-devouring demonic wolves in the dragon sacrificial continent. The one in your arms is probably the only one left. The people now have long forgotten how terrifying it is. Therefore, I implore you to kill this sun-devouring demonic wolf. Otherwise, if you allow it to grow, it will definitely bring a monstrous disaster to this world." Back then, when I discovered that a sun-devouring demonic wolf that hadn't appeared for a long time was born in the pack of moon-devouring demonic wolves, I was a little worried. Fortunately, this sun-devouring demonic wolf will never be able to go to the dragon sacrificial continent. But now, it's different. It's close to you, so you will definitely bring it back to the dragon sacrificial continent. At that time, it will definitely bring a disaster to this world." Towards the end, the blazing heaven demon emperor was incomparably excited. Long Chen was a little dazed. He already felt that the ancestral fire was an extremely awesome thing, but after hearing the blazing heaven demon emperor's words, Long Chen finally understood that the sun-devouring demonic wolf was actually so powerful. Even the sun could be devoured by it. What kind of concept was this? This meant that the sun-devouring demonic wolf had the ability to destroy the entire world. Just how terrifying was that? However, the blazing heaven demon emperor's current request was for Long Chen to kill this sun-devouring demonic wolf, which was the current Mo Xiaolang. The blazing heaven demon emperor didn't directly order Long Chen. Instead, he told him many facts, wanting to convince Long Chen to kill the sun-devouring demonic wolf. That was why he slowly told so much to Long Chen. He felt that with the sun-devouring demonic wolf as a pet, Long Chen definitely wouldn't bear to kill such a heaven-defying thing. Instead, he told Long Chen about its terror. Moreover, Long Chen had also accepted his benefits, so he should agree now. After all, Long Chen didn't look like a fool. However, Long Chen really didn't agree. He shook his head and said, "Senior, I'll have to disappoint you. I can't kill him because he's my brother." What? The blazing heaven demon emperor was a little angry. He didn't understand Long Chen at all. He questioned, "Don't bring disaster to this world because of your own selfish desires." Since the blazing heaven demon emperor was about to die, Long Chen directly told him, "To tell you the truth, there's another reason why the sun-devouring demonic wolf approached me. Senior, I entered the blazing heaven's secret realm with my brother, Mo Xiaolang. In the battle outside the tomb, the sun-devouring demonic wolf was heavily injured. My brother, Mo Xiaolang, wanted to take the opportunity to refine its beast soul, but an accident happened. Now, my brother's soul has already occupied the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. No matter how heaven-defying the sun-devouring demonic wolf is, he's still a human. You can completely treat him as someone with supreme talent, right?" Long Chen's words brought absolute shock to the blazing heaven demon emperor. He couldn't recover for a moment. After a long while, he looked at the sun-devouring demonic wolf in disbelief and said, "You mean to say that the sun-devouring demonic wolf that possesses the ferocious nature of a demonic beast is already dead, and the person in front of me is the person who has occupied the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf?" "Yes," Long Chen said firmly. "Heavens, I'm actually witnessing such a mystical thing before I die. When the thoughts of a human occupy the body of a heaven-defying demonic beast, what kind of interesting thing will happen? Will the entire dragon sacrificial continent be shaken because of this?" Towards the end, the blazing heaven demon emperor's words were already unclear. "When I was young, it should be the end of the Middle Ages to you guys. At that time, the dragon sacrificial continent wouldn't be like it is now, separated into several parts, and the information would be shared. I once heard that the most talented martial artists in this world are the dragon martial artists who possess the essence blood of the 10 great ancestral dragons in the immemorial era. However, such martial artists have never appeared before, never before. But now, I dare to confirm that this little brat who has occupied the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf definitely possesses the talent close to that of an ancestral dragon martial artist. So much so that when he is able to control the ancestral fire that is as ancient as the ancestral dragons, will something even more mystical happen?" The blazing heaven demon emperor was so agitated that he was incoherent. He looked at Xiao Lang with a scorching gaze, and from his words, it seemed like he had no intention of killing Xiao Lang. Only then did Long Chen feel a little more relieved. Xiao Lang has unintentionally occupied the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf and obtained such a heaven-defying talent. It should be considered as a blessing in disguise. As for me, the blazing heaven demon emperor said that a martial artist who possesses the essence blood of the ancestral dragons has never appeared before, so it shouldn't be me. Thinking that he wasn't the most heaven-defying type of dragon martial artist, Long Chen was a little disappointed. However, Mo Xiaolang had a glimmer of hope at his darkest hour. Long Chen felt happy for him in his heart when he saw the completely dull expression on this fellow's face. "Two little brats, I don't have much time left. I'm incomparably excited to be able to witness the future peak experts of the dragon sacrificial continent before I die. Lastly, let me tell you about the 9th nether demonic ancestral flame beneath this tomb, 9th nether demonic ancestral flame." "Senior, please speak freely." Long Chen nodded. He knew that this 9th nether demonic ancestral flame should be the ancient flame that was formed along with the birth of the heavens and earth. Its miraculousness was close to the level of the ancestral dragons. Of course, this 9th nether demonic ancestral flame isn't all of it. It's just a small clone of it. Of course, this 9 nether demonic ancestral flame isn't all of it, it's just a small clone. If the complete 9 nether demonic ancestral flame were to appear here, this burning heaven's secret realm would have collapsed long ago. However, even this small clone was able to cause the deaths of countless practitioners who wanted to reclaim it. Among those practitioners who died, there were even existences that were thousands of times stronger than me. You guys might not understand what I mean by saying this, but I've existed for a long time and I know more than you guys. In the eastern part of the dragon sacrificial continent, there are tens of thousands of countries, and the Sangyang Kingdom is merely a drop in the ocean. In the Myriad Kingdom domain, there are 10 super colossus. These 10 super countries each rule over thousands of small countries, and they are called the 10 Great Saint Dynasties. What I want to say is that the top experts of the 10 Great Saint Dynasties have all died under the clone of this 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. So terrifying. Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a terrifying 9th nether demonic ancestral flame. When Long Chen thought of it being below, he felt a little afraid. Even such an expert had died. If he were to get a little closer, he might lose his life. It's indeed very terrifying. In this world, only I know that the 9th nether demonic ancestral flame has escaped to this place. It has spirituality and is currently in a deep sleep. If no one wakes it up, it won't wake up. So you don't have to worry. However, little kids, do you want to give it a try that will shake the world? Blazing Heaven Demon Emperor said excitedly. Senior, what are you referring to? Long Chen could roughly guess his thoughts. The sun-devouring demonic wolf is said to be able to devour all flames. Before this little kid took over the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, it had repeatedly come to my place. It must be the smell of the 9th nether demonic flame that attracted it. Do you think that if we let the sun-devouring demonic wolf devour the 9th nether demonic flame, will it succeed? Long Chen knew that this crazy old man would have this thought. The 9th nether demonic ancestral flame is so powerful. Xiao Lang shouldn't be able to do it, right? Long Chen said with some worry. What are you afraid of? He is currently a demonic beast with the highest evolution potential. Blazing Heaven Demon Emperor said. If Long Chen was in his shoes, he would definitely do such a risky and exciting thing. So at this moment, he still needed to ask for Mo Xiaolang's opinion. When he saw the blazing eyes of Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen knew that Mo Xiaolang had already made a decision in his heart. Mo Xiaolang was indeed a crazy person like him. Chapter 260. Did you agree? The Blazing Heaven Monarch asked excitedly. Mo Xiaolang couldn't speak and could only nod his head. Long Chen could only shake his head with a bitter smile. This was Mo Xiaolang's decision for his life and he couldn't stop it. It's a pity that I don't have the time to witness your success. After chatting with you for so long, the spiritual energy that I've gathered over the years has been completely exhausted and I'm about to enter reincarnation. The Blazing Heaven Monarch's heart was filled with bitterness. Senior, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, us brothers are willing to fulfill them for you. At this point, this was the only thing Long Chen could say. Wishes? So many years have passed, what other wishes can I have? The Blazing Heaven Monarch's eyes swept across Long Chen and Xiao Lang. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, it is fate that brought us together. To be able to meet each other at this point in time is also fate. Both of you possess extraordinary talent and I can tell that you have a good relationship with each other. I don't have any wishes, but I do have a wish. I've never had a brother in my life and I'm very envious of your brotherhood. I wish that you can treat each other with sincerity for the rest of your lives. Thank you, Senior. Long Chen and Xiao Lang exchanged a glance and smiled. It seemed like this Blazing Heaven Monarch was also a sentimental person. I should be thanking you for being able to accompany me through the final journey of my life so calmly. The Blazing Heaven Monarch revealed a faint smile. During the process of waiting, he personally witnessed the death of a life. To Long Chen, this made him feel a little lost. However, the Blazing Heaven Monarch maintained a faint smile until his soul completely dissipated. Such a joyful death should be considered as the most beautiful release. Xiao Lang, let's go. Long Chen kept the 2 manuals on the rotten table into his cosmos sack before calling out to the little black wolf that was running on the ground. Mo Xiaolang still couldn't control the body of the sun-devouring demon wolf. Therefore, when he walked, he seemed a little awkward and even funny. Of course, in the eyes of girls, he was cute and adorable. Who would have thought that such a cute Xiaolang would actually be the heaven-defying demonic beast described by the blazing heaven monarch? After gently closing the door, Long Chen didn't rush inside. Instead, he opened the door to another room. Xiaolang had already become a demonic beast, so he could no longer use the Milky River pill. All the Milky River pills in this room belonged to Long Chen. When he opened the door, a vast astral energy almost knocked Long Chen over. Luckily, the astral energy of the Astral River pill was gentle. Long Chen steadied himself and looked around. He saw that the room was filled with neatly arranged Astral River pills. The countless Astral River pills formed a starry sky, and the Astral River pills were like stars twinkling in the starry sky. I'm going to be rich this time. Long Chen's face immediately blossomed into a smile. Without a doubt, this was the most wealth he had obtained so far. To him, the divine jades he had obtained before were nothing compared to these heavenly river pills. Even if all the divine jades were added together, they might not even be worth 2 heavenly river pills. Long Chen knew that even the old ancestor of the blue dragon wouldn't have more than 10 Milky River pills. And the Milky River pills in this room were piled up. If Lingxi was here, she would definitely give me a few kisses. What a pity, I wonder when this chick will wake up. When she wakes up, I'll show her my wealth as soon as possible, Thinking up to this point, Long Chen felt very proud of himself. He counted the Milky River pills and put them away. After half an hour, the room became empty. All the Milky River pills were in Long Chen's bag. There are more than 2,000 Milky River pills in total. Xiaolang once said that an ordinary warrior at the 4th level of the Heavenly River realm would have around 1,000 Milky River pills. Doesn't that mean I'm richer than an ordinary warrior at the 4th level of the Heavenly River realm? With these Milky River pills, as long as I reach the advanced level of the Heavenly Core realm, I'll definitely be able to break through to the Heavenly River realm in a very short period of time. The opportunity to become stronger was right in front of him. Long Chen was really excited. In this trip to the Burning Sky Secret Realm, he and Mo Xiaolang had become the biggest winners. Although Mo Xiaolang had lost his body and turned into a demon beast, he had obtained a heaven-defying talent. It was hard to say whether this was a blessing or a curse. As for Long Chen, he had obtained a greater inheritance from the Burning Sky Demon Emperor, and breaking through to the initial level of the Heavenly Core realm. This was just a small matter. His rewards could be divided into 3 categories. First was the Earth-ranked defensive combat skill, the 9 spinning fire shield. Defensive combat skills were rare, even rarer than movement combat skills. Normally, defensive combat skills were of a higher level, just like this 9 spinning fire shield. It was a mid-level Earth-ranked combat skill, and it was at the same level as the last 2 skills of the Blue Dragon combat skill. Second, of course, was the 2,000 Heavenly River pills. Ordinary warriors at the 4th level of the Heavenly River realm didn't have such wealth. With these 2,000 Heavenly River pills, not only would Long Chen be able to break through to the Heavenly River realm, he wouldn't have to worry about wealth for a long time. Third, was the Godly Flame clone. To Long Chen's surprise, this was an even rarer combat skill, even rarer than the life combat skill. Many people had never even heard of this combat skill before. This combat skill should be called a divine ability. As for the Godly Flame clone, it was a high-level Earth divine ability. This was the highest level combat skill Long Chen currently possessed, and it was even higher than the Blue Dragon combat skill. Long Chen looked over the method of using the Godly Flame clone. During his usual cultivation, he could condense his true qi into a true fire seed and store it in the acupoints of his body. When he encountered an enemy, he could release the true fire seed and form a flame clone. This flame clone was completely controlled by Long Chen's will, and it could assist him in his attacks. The godly flame clone's strength was 1/5 of Long Chen's. Of course, in terms of endurance, it was much weaker than a true warrior's. In terms of quantity, the number of flame clones formed was related to the level of true qi and cultivation. Long Chen's godly flame clone had a total of 4 levels. With the first level, he could have 1 clone. With the second level, he could have 5. With the third level, he could have 25 clones. With the last level, he could create 125 godly flame clones. Long Chen estimated that the godly flame clone would only be able to reach the third level. The third level was still manageable. 25 godly flame clones with 1/5 of their battle prowess might be heaven-defying, but it was still bearable. But 120 godly flame clones was a completely different concept. After putting away the Milky River pills, Long Chen flipped through the godly flame clone. At the same time, Xiao Lang was lying on his chest, looking over the secret manual. "Xiao Lang, can you cultivate it?" Long Chen asked casually. To his surprise, Mo Xiao Lang nodded, then shook his head, a vexed expression on his face. "You mean, you can't be sure, but there's a chance that you can cultivate it?" Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. Mo Xiao Lang nodded. "This is interesting. When the time comes, let's see which of us brothers can cultivate faster." Long Chen laughed. The divine flame clone was indeed a good technique. Long Chen believed that if he could use the full power of the divine flame clone, he would definitely be extremely terrifying, and people would tremble in fear. Who could stop 125 godly flame clones at the same time? In short, Long Chen had gained a lot this time. Now, there was only one thing left. After collecting the Milky River pills, Long Chen casually browsed through the godly flame clone before putting the secret manual into his cosmos sack. He then looked at Mo Xiao Lang seriously and asked, "Xiao Lang, are you sure you want to try the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame? You should know that it might take your life." Xiao Lang hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. He understood that this was a great opportunity for him. Whether he could grasp it or not depended on himself. Xiao Lang was currently controlling the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body, so he should understand the sun-devouring demonic wolf's abilities better. Seeing his persistence, Long Chen didn't say anything more. He directly pushed open the light golden door and walked towards the depths of the tunnel. The Burning Heaven Demon Emperor had said that the deepest part of this tunnel was the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. The 9 nether demonic ancestral flame was a very special existence among all the ancestral flames. It was also known as the Hellfire. The 9 nether was hell, and it was extremely cold. Therefore, the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame looked and even felt extremely cold. However, it would be a big mistake to judge it by its appearance. The 9 nether demonic ancestral flame was extremely cold, and it had already turned into extreme heat. In terms of burning ability, the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame was definitely one of the best among all the ancestral flames. Of course, what Xiao Lang wanted to devour now was only a clone of the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame, a fraction of it. The tunnel was getting lower and lower, and it should be leading underground. The deeper they went, the colder Long Chen felt. He knew that this was the appearance of the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. In fact, this coldness was because the heat in the air had been completely absorbed by the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. The 9 nether demonic ancestral flame should still be in a deep slumber, and Long Chen had the thunder flame battle physique. Therefore, he could go so deep. After following Xiao Lang for a while, the tunnel disappeared, and a cave appeared in front of them. Long Chen looked carefully, and discovered that this cave was covered with thick black ice. Everywhere he looked, it was dark, and everything was covered with black ice. A gust of cold air rushed towards Long Chen, and immediately, Long Chen was so cold that he shivered. He had no choice but to circulate his true qi, and only then did he feel a little better. Fuck, what kind of ancestral flame is this? It's so cold. Although he knew that the cold was just an illusion, Long Chen still complained. Black ice cubes. Stepping on the black ice, a gust of cold air rushed up his body. Long Chen lightly stamped his feet, and discovered that the ice was very hard, and probably very thick. Moreover, it had existed for a long time. The 9 nether demonic ancestral flame is in front. Chapter 261. Long Chen couldn't help with the matter of devouring the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. It all depended on Xiao Lang himself. Even if it was just Xiao Lang's matter, Long Chen was still a little nervous. After all, it concerned Xiao Lang's life. The Burning Sky Demon Emperor had said that even the top experts of the 10 sacred dynasties had died under the backlash of the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. Xiao Lang was only at the earth rank. If it wasn't for the sun-devouring demonic wolf's strange talent, it would be impossible for him to deal with the 9 nether demonic flame. At this time, Xiao Lang jumped out of Long Chen's arms and onto the ground. He looked back at Long Chen with a resolute gaze. Then, he silently stepped on the solid ice and headed in the direction of the 9 nether demonic flame. Long Chen also followed. Even if he couldn't help, he wanted to see Xiao Lang devour it. Only then would he feel more at ease. The deeper they went into the cave, the colder it got. After walking for about 100 meters, Long Chen felt that his body was already covered in a layer of frost. If it wasn't for the true qi that was surging frantically on the surface of his body, he would have been frozen solid by now. Long Chen's constitution was much stronger than ordinary people, but if it was like this, there was no need to mention the others. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the 9 nether demonic flame was. The ancestral flame and the ancestral dragon are the most ancient and terrifying things. If that drop of inheritance essence blood was the blood essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon. Long Chen recalled the heaven-defying skills he had obtained because of this drop of inheritance essence blood, blood refining qi, and dragon soul transformation. Coupled with the strong feeling in his mind, he was somewhat convinced that the ancient blood spirit dragon in his sea of consciousness was the ancient blood spirit dragon, the ancestral dragon of slaughter and bloodshed. That's right. If Xiao Lang can obtain the ancestral flame, I should have the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Only then can I compete with him. Moreover, among the 10 great ancestral dragons, I wonder if I can get more ancestral dragon's blood essence? Long Chen thought excitedly. In fact, he knew that if the ancestral dragon's blood essence was powerful, he had something even more powerful. It was the mysterious dragon jade, because it could suppress the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Just as Long Chen was deep in thought, the space in front of him suddenly opened up. This was an underground space with a diameter of about 100 meters. It was surrounded by thick black ice. Long Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to the object in the middle. In the center of this underground space was a platform that looked like an altar. This platform was pitch black and had many strange symbols engraved on it. A faint black light was emitted from these symbols and reflected towards the sky. About 2 meters above this altar, there was a flame about the size of a palm floating. This was a pitch-black flame that was burning calmly. It was as calm as the flame in a kerosene lamp. The flame flickered very slowly. Long Chen had seen a lot of pitch-black flames outside, but this one in front of him didn't give him the same feeling. It was like when he faced the ancient blood spiritual dragon's blood essence. A desolate and heavy ancient aura spread. Long Chen's gaze was deeply immersed in this black flame. At this moment, he seemed to see a world in the flame. This world was filled with gray fog. It was chaotic. The airflow was constantly rising and falling. Everything was still in a state of confusion. Following that were countless screams and howls of misery. Long Chen seemed to have seen a scene from hell. There were mutilated corpses and blood everywhere. This was a scene from hell. And in the sky of this hell, there was a demonic black flame burning fiercely. This flame was incomparably huge. In an instant, it filled the entire sky, causing the sky to turn into an inverted black flame. Countless tiny flames fell down like rain, covering the entire world. After that, this world was destroyed. This, is the Nine Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame. Longchen suddenly came back to his senses. He looked at the black flame above the altar in shock. This black flame looked ordinary, but it was not ordinary. When he saw the Nine Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame, Longchen only sighed with emotion. However, it was not the same for Xiao Lang. His breathing gradually became heavier and his body was expanding slowly. Very soon, he recovered the combat state of the moon-devouring demonic wolf. He stood beside the Nine Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame on all fours. His tall back was almost touching the top of the cave. When he first came in, Longchen roughly knew that the Nine Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame was sleeping from the jumping speed of the flame. However, Xiao Lang's approach must have awakened it. At this moment, the flame of the Nine Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame was jumping faster and faster. Longchen also felt that the surroundings were getting colder. Xiao Lang, hurry up. Longchen knew that the longer it slept, the higher the chance of success. Xiao Lang roared at the Nine Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame. He did not hesitate and opened his mouth. Immediately, a strange feeling appeared around Longchen. Longchen was very familiar with this feeling. When he used the devouring blood world and the soul-devouring demonic eye, his enemies also felt the same. A black vortex the size of a faceplate appeared in the sun-devouring demonic wolf's mouth. Immediately, a strange suction force acted in this underground space. This should be the sun-devouring demonic wolf's powerful devouring innate talent. It was also devouring, but it was different from Longchen's path. However, they achieved the same result through different means. Longchen devoured blood to refine it into qi, while Mo Xiaolang could devour flames and even anything related to fire for his own use. When the black vortex appeared, the Nine Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame trembled and moved towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf. As it moved, the black flame jumped faster and faster. When it approached Xiao Lang's mouth, the Nine Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame seemed to have completely awakened. Immediately, a soul-piercing shriek resounded in Longchen's sea of consciousness. It directly affected his soul and made Longchen feel a stabbing pain in his head. He had not expected the Nine Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame to be like a real person and have the power to intimidate the soul. At the same time, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Helpless, Longchen could only retreat. He was worried about Xiao Lang's safety, but there was nothing he could do. He could only shout at Xiao Lang, "Don't try to show off." He knew that Xiao Lang couldn't retreat. This was something that would decide his own fate, so Longchen couldn't interfere. He retreated for a while, and the bone-chilling cold eased a bit. He knew that if he hadn't escaped in time, he would have been frozen to death. Even though the Nine Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame was just a clone, it was still very terrifying. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. It was extremely cold, and if you didn't touch it, you would think that it was cold. If you touched it, you would definitely be burned to death in an instant. Xiao Lang, I can only ask the damned heavens to protect you. Longchen sighed. He forcefully circulated his true qi and waited in the distance. If Mo Xiaolang could really succeed, he would give Longchen a pleasant surprise. In fact, since the Burning Heaven Devil Emperor supported it, Longchen felt that Xiao Lang's chances were still very high. After all, the sun-devouring demonic wolf was a demonic beast that even the Burning Heaven Devil Emperor feared. Time gradually passed. From the depths of the cave, soft sounds of friction and breathing could be heard. There was also the sound of air flowing. At the beginning, Longchen was still very nervous. However, after 2 hours, he actually discovered that the temperature of the air had started to rise. This was a great omen. He hurriedly rushed into the depths of the cave. When he took a closer look, the Nine Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame had already disappeared, and Xiao Lang was already lying cross-legged in the black ice. His eyes were closed, and he could see that his body was currently covered in raging black flames. These flames looked ice-cold, and a chill could be felt from them. Without a doubt, this was the Nine Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame. Xiao Lang succeeded. Long Chen instantly revealed an excited expression. He still couldn't make a conclusion, so he continued to wait. After another 2 hours, the surrounding temperature had already dropped to about room temperature. At this time, the black flames on Xiao Lang's body had already completely disappeared. One could see that the injuries that the sun-devouring demonic wolf had previously suffered had all disappeared. He seemed to have recovered to his complete state, and was even stronger than before. Finally, Xiao Lang opened his eyes. The instant he opened his eyes, Long Chen saw that his eyes were actually burning with cold black flames. He suddenly felt his heart palpitating. After seeing Long Chen, Xiao Lang clearly revealed a joyful expression. He must have felt that his current battle form was too big, so he immediately transformed into a pocket-sized and cute appearance. He ran in front of Long Chen and raised his head to look at Long Chen. Whether it was his expression or his actions, they were extremely cute, which made Long Chen extremely cute. However, this wasn't intentional on Xiao Lang's part. The reason why he ran was purely because he wasn't very proficient in controlling his body. Let's talk as we walk. Seeing that Xiao Lang had already recovered from his injuries, Long Chen didn't stand on ceremony. He directly grabbed Xiao Lang's neck, lifted him up, and rushed outside. It could be seen that because of the disappearance of the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame, the surrounding temperature had risen. The ice that had existed for countless years had already started to melt. Xiao Lang, have you already devoured the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame? Long Chen asked with some excitement. The wolf cub had a blank look on its face. It first nodded, then shook its head. Not being able to talk was definitely a troublesome problem. Long Chen didn't know what Xiao Lang meant at all, so he was quite speechless. At this time, he could only rack his brain to guess. If he accidentally guessed the answer, Xiao Lang would be able to confirm it with a nod. At this moment, Xiao Lang opened his mouth. A gloomy flame could be seen jumping on his tongue. This was the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame, which was even smaller. This flame felt completely different from the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame that had just awakened. The previous flame was violent, brutal, and extremely destructive. But now, the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame was jumping on the tip of Xiao Lang's tongue. It was a little mischievous, like a newborn child. Under Xiao Lang's control, it moved its body left and right. Xiao Lang closed his mouth, and the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame disappeared. I understand now. You didn't devour it and turn it into your own energy. Instead, you controlled the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame and achieved the purpose of making it recognize you as its master. Although your strength didn't soar in a short period of time, in this way, there will be endless benefits in the future. Long Chen guessed. Xiao Lang nodded, and his eyes narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. Damn it, don't act cute in front of me. Long Chen scolded with a smile. Mo Xiao Lang immediately showed an innocent face. Chapter 262. Long Chen's current mood couldn't be described with words. After a period of familiarization with Mo Xiao Lang, Long Chen could roughly guess what he wanted to express from his expressions and movements. Although it was very hard, Long Chen, who was used to finding joy in hardship, enjoyed it. Turning into a sun-devouring demonic wolf was a gain and a loss for Mo Xiao Lang. As for how to weigh it, it depended on himself. From then on, he lost his human identity, lost his human language, and in the world of others, he was as good as dead. However, he obtained the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, a heaven-defying beast, and also devoured the ancestral fire of ancient times, the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. In the process of walking in this long tunnel, Long Chen had already figured out Xiao Lang's current situation through guesses. The sun-devouring demonic wolf should have been around the 3rd level of the earth tier, but when Mo Xiao Lang refined its beast soul, there should have been an accident. On top of that, he was injured, which caused the sun-devouring demonic wolf to lose some of its true qi. Now, it should be around the 2nd level of the earth tier, equivalent to the 2nd level of the heavenly river tier. In other words, if the current Long Chen fought with Xiao Lang, he would definitely be killed in a second, and that didn't include the terrifying 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. The current Xiao Lang was very proficient in controlling the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. It was hard to imagine how painful it would be for those who fought with him. Of course, the current Xiao Lang wasn't completely heaven-defying. He could control the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire, but he didn't control all of it. Most of the ancestral fire was in his body, in his limbs and bones. When his strength increased, it would gradually appear. The 9 nether demonic ancestral fire that Xiao Lang controlled now was equivalent to a diluted version of the ancestral fire, and a clone of the true 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. However, this was still quite terrifying. All in all, Mo Xiaolang wouldn't be too pessimistic. At least, he controlled the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf and was having fun. However, Long Chen could still see a flash of confusion and pain in his eyes. From man to beast, without experiencing it personally, it was hard to know what kind of torture he had to endure. Xiao Lang, let's go out and see how many things Yan Danqing has obtained. Ha! Long Chen smiled faintly. If Xiao Lang's matter was ignored, Long Chen was the biggest winner in this trip to the Burning Sky Mystery Land. Of course, no one could see what he had won. In other people's eyes, the death of Long Chen's brother was purely a tragedy, while Yan Danqing seized the opportunity to snatch the mysterious iron plate. He was the real mighty existence. After his injuries recovered, Xiao Lang was no longer willing to be carried by Long Chen. His pocket-sized body was on all fours, and he quickly ran to keep up with Long Chen's footsteps. Because he was still not familiar with it, it was still a little strenuous. Seeing him trying hard to learn how to run, Long Chen almost burst out laughing. Xiao Lang rolled his eyes at him and continued to run. He even rolled his eyes at him. Long Chen was a little speechless. At this moment, they had already exited the tunnel. In front of them was a raging sea of fire. Seeing this sea of fire, Xiao Lang frowned. He opened his mouth, and the flames in front of him trembled. Then, like a torrent, they surged towards him and were swallowed into his mouth. The flames within a radius of a few hundred meters were almost completely swallowed by him in just a few breaths of time. Xiao Lang, leave some flames to block the entrance. Long Chen instructed in a low voice. Xiao Lang immediately stopped swallowing. He knew Long Chen's goal. This time, Long Chen had gained so much, and he did not want others to know. After swallowing so many flames, Xiao Lang only burped. His strength did not seem to increase much. Long Chen had thought it was strange that the sun-devouring dire wolf did not swallow this sea of fire. It turned out that the sun-devouring dire wolf did not care about this sea of fire at all. Even though the temperature of the flames was very high, Long Chen also had a general understanding that the sun-devouring direwolf's strength was not easy to increase. His requirements for fire attribute items were definitely very high. Half of the sea of fire suddenly disappeared, and this shocked everyone in the square. Right now, there were 3 groups of people in the square. 2 of them looked dejected and sad. They were the 6 men from the Lingwu family and the 5 men from the Morning Light Business League. Among them, the men from the Lingwu family were in a more miserable state. On the side of the Beast Soul Palace, wild laughter could be heard from time to time. There was a total of 7 men surrounding Yan Danqing, praising and flattering her. From today onwards, the number 1 family in Yuanling City is no longer the Lingwu family, but the Beast Soul Palace of Yuan Emperor City. Lord Progenitor, this is all because of you. It is because of your wisdom that you have obtained the inheritance of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor. They were speaking in an unbridled manner, and they didn't care about the dark expressions of the men from the Lingwu family. Right at this moment, Dongfang Tianxian and Shimen Xiaodai had gathered together. They were both early peak Heavenly Core warriors in the group, and they were considered strong. Especially Shimen Xiaodai, who had the White Tiger Saint Blade. She was no weaker than an ordinary late peak Heavenly Core warrior. Tianxian, they have crossed the line, I can't take it anymore. Shimen Xiaodai was almost forced to tears. Just bear with it, there are still a few days before the entrance to the Burning Sky secret realm opens again. Yan Danqing has obtained the inheritance, so he should be arrogant. We are just stray dogs, we can only be humiliated. Dongfang Tianxian said helplessly. Why? Isn't the Lingwu family always the strongest? Why did we lose so badly this time? Shimen Xiaodai was unwilling to accept this. Every dog has its day. Take Long Chen as an example, we used to be much stronger than him, but now, he is stronger than us. If one doesn't improve, he will be surpassed by others. The Lingwu family has been living too comfortably during this period of time, Dongfang Tianxian said helplessly. Don't mention Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang in front of me. They used to confidently say that they would obtain the inheritance, but in the end, they were still defeated by Yan Danqing. They are nowhere to be found now, and the old ancestors actually trusted these two trash. It's unbelievable. Now, everything is gone, and the Lingwu family is finished. Shimen Xiaodai felt too ashamed to go back and see her family. At the mention of Long Chen, Dongfang Tianxian was stunned. She said, I heard that Mo Xiaolang was killed by an earth-ranked demonic wolf, and Yan Danqing was just lucky. Long Chen even defeated Li Xiling. They are indeed very strong, but they don't have Yan Danqing's temperament. That's why they were defeated. It's unknown whether Long Chen is dead or alive. In Dongfang Tianxuan's heart, it seemed that Long Chen, this abnormal guy, had never been defeated in his rise, but this time, he had been defeated by Yan Danqing. I thought he would continue to create miracles. Dongfang Tianxian said regretfully. At this moment, the sea of fire at the sides suddenly shrank rapidly. Everyone was alarmed, and they looked over vigilantly, preparing for battle. Who is it? Yan Danqing's eyes narrowed. He pushed away the flattering disciple in front of him and looked in the direction of the shrinking sea of fire. Before everyone's eyes, the figures of a man and a wolf gradually emerged from the sea of fire. When they saw that it was Long Chen and the sun-devouring demonic wolf, everyone was shocked. They hurriedly took a few steps back, their faces a little pale. They were only a little surprised that Long Chen could still appear. The question was, why would the sun-devouring demonic wolf appear with Long Chen? Most people knew how strong the sun-devouring demonic wolf was. At this moment, when they suddenly saw that the sun-devouring demonic wolf was still here, everyone trembled. Even the strongest Yan Danqing hurriedly took a few steps back, his body bursting with a powerful aura. Seeing how silent they were, Long Chen smiled in his heart. He said softly, Xiaolang, go play somewhere else. Don't let them see that you're related to me. Xiaolang understood what Long Chen meant. Yan Danqing had picked up such a great bargain right in front of Long Chen, so Long Chen would definitely not let him have it for free. Thus, he stopped in his tracks and laid down at the edge of the mausoleum. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. In reality, he also needed time to digest the 9 Serenities demonic ancestral flame that he had just obtained. The sun-devouring demonic wolf had been injured before. Other than the Lingwu family, everyone had seen it with their own eyes. Furthermore, the sun-devouring demonic wolf seemed to be unable to maintain its battle form at all. It had become so pocket-sized. Everyone guessed that the sun-devouring demonic wolf had most of its strength left. Thus, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although demonic beasts that could change their size were rare, they were not non-existent. No one was surprised that the sun-devouring demonic wolf could change its size. The sun-devouring demonic wolf did not seem to move, so everyone looked at Long Chen. They had stayed with the sun-devouring demonic wolf for so long, but Long Chen seemed to be completely fine. Everyone was filled with doubts about Long Chen. For Yan Danqing, Mo Xiaolang was already dead, and Long Chen had defeated Li Xiling. Long Chen could be regarded as an expert who was closest to him. Yan Danqing was naturally hostile to such a warrior who could pose a threat to him. At this moment, Long Chen arrived at the place where the Lingwu family had gathered. Dongfang Tianxian and the others looked him up and down. Because Long Chen had not received the inheritance, their expressions were rather rude. He bragged so much back then, but now he's just a stray dog, Shimen Xiaodai mumbled. As for the others, they did not dare to say anything to Long Chen. After all, to them, the scene of Long Chen killing Dongfang Tianchen and Dongfang Tianxian was still fresh in their minds. Who said I'm a stray dog? Long Chen smiled and said, the real battle has yet to begin. After saying this, he took out the azure dragon halberd, pointed it at Yan Danqing and said, handsome man, I wonder if you have the guts to fight with me. Let's put a perfect end to this trip to the Burning Sky Mystery Land. Hearing Long Chen's words, the top expert of the younger generation of Yuanling City, Yan Danqing, smiled faintly. Reckless. Chapter 263. Everyone was truly speechless towards Long Chen. Long Chen had been in the Sea of Fire for half a day, and everyone had assumed that he had died. They had never imagined that he would actually survive such a calamity. Unfortunately, he had sought death after surviving such a calamity. You defeated Li Xiling, but you still don't respect me? Yan Danqing smiled faintly. As the person who was the biggest winner in the Burning Heaven's secret realm, he was publicly recognized as the strongest of the younger generation. Long Chen actually pointed the azure dragon halberd at him. He laughed coldly in his heart. Long Chen turned a blind eye to his ridicule. He walked to the center of the square and looked at Yan Danqing with a provocative gaze. He coldly said, Yan Danqing, get over here. Things that belong to me, Long Chen, are not so easily taken. Your things. Yan Danqing knew that if he didn't display his means to establish his prestige, he would lose a lot of face this time. He walked step by step until he was more than 10 meters away from Long Chen. He looked at Long Chen with a faint smile and said, boy, do you mean that the mysterious iron plate and the inheritance of the blazing sky demon emperor belong to you? His mysterious iron plate was snatched from the mouth of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Of course. The mysterious iron plate was originally prepared by Xiao Lang for Long Chen, but it was snatched away by this guy. Long Chen's nonsensical words immediately caused a burst of laughter. Only the disciples of the Lingwu family had ashen faces. Long Chen's words were simply throwing the face of the Lingwu family. Dongfang Tianxian and Shimen Xiaodai looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Shimen Xiaodai even spat. I really don't know if Long Chen's brain is damaged. Now that Yan Danqing has become the inheritor of the blazing sky demon emperor, everything is waiting for the 9th prince to open the passage. At this juncture, he actually still has the mood to make trouble. Most of the Lingwu family disciples had the same thought. As for the Beast Soul Hall, most of them were men. At this moment, they were clamoring for Yan Danqing to beat Long Chen into a pile of dog shit. You see, they want me to beat you into dog shit, so I won't hold back. As he spoke, Yan Danqing's true qi surged. With a loud shout, his entire body transformed into a whirlwind, rushing towards Long Chen. In a split second, his figure had already become a blur. First origin heavy punch. A massive fist energy shot towards Long Chen. Although this fist looked simple and ordinary, it contained an unparalleled power. Blue Dragon Battle Technique, break the yellow springs, shatter the green netherworld. Long Chen waved his Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. Not only did he block his opponent's fist, but he even sent his opponent flying with the last move. Of course, Yan Danqing wasn't injured, but it was a little embarrassing to be sent flying in a single exchange. This also made Yan Danqing, who had always been high and mighty, angry. You're not bad, but your brain isn't working well. Since you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Long Chen, it's such an honor to be able to see the power of a primary extreme beast before you die. Being repelled by Long Chen in the first exchange made Yan Danqing realize that Long Chen wasn't easy to deal with. Therefore, he planned to use his strongest state to deal with Long Chen. Primary Extreme Beast, Beast Soul Transformation. As Yan Danqing's voice fell, his body expanded rapidly. His muscles bulged, pale white short hair began to appear all over his body, sharp claws and thick limbs appeared one after another. Looking at this almost 3-meter-tall humanoid beast, Long Chen was a little stunned. From Yan Danqing's current appearance, he could guess that the so-called primary extreme beast should be a white ape-type beast. Just by looking at Yan Danqing's current body, one could roughly imagine that the primary extreme beast was a first-class existence in terms of attack, speed and defense. After the beast's soul transformation, Yan Danqing's emerald eyes were now staring at Long Chen. His heavy breathing formed a white mist, exhaling from his nostrils. Yan Danqing had transformed from an elegant gentleman to a muscular white ape, which really made Long Chen unable to react. Immediately, he burst into laughter. This is your primary extreme beast transformation from a human into a gorilla. Why do I feel that it's a bit ugly? Long Chen's ear-piercing laughter caused Yan Danqing's eyes to gradually turn bloodshot. This was the first time in his life that someone had called him ugly. In the eyes of the others, Long Chen still dared to mock Yan Danqing's appearance at this critical juncture. He was really courting death. You're courting death. Yan Danqing let out an angry roar. He stomped on the ground with one foot. Suddenly, the entire ground of the square shook. It could be seen how powerful the primary extreme beast was. Although it was indeed a little ugly, it was very terrifying. At this moment, Yan Danqing was madly rushing towards Long Chen. The ground was trembling, and he was breathing heavily and passionately. Soon, he was in front of Long Chen. His opponent was more than 3 meters tall, and his arms were thicker than his waist, which gave him enough deterrence. Beast soul transformation, are you the only one allowed to transform? Long Chen smiled faintly in his heart. While he was thinking about this, he had already completed the dragon's soul transformation. Blood-red scales gradually covered his body. The sharp bone spikes definitely looked much better than Yan Danqing's beast soul transformation. This also made Long Chen somewhat laugh at Yan Danqing's ability. A beast soul transformation performed by a low-level demonic beast dares to show off in front of a Yuji beast? What a joke. Yan Danqing burst into laughter. At this moment, he once again punched towards Long Chen. It was still the first Yuan heavy punch, but compared to the previous one, this punch was much stronger. For a moment, the ground was shaking and the wind was howling. Low quality, you will find that the primary extreme beast is like a small ant in front of it. Long Chen laughed in his heart. He used the True Dragon 9 flash to quickly change his figure. After changing 9 times, he used Break Underworld and Shatter Qingming again. The blue dragon halberd was like a sharp drill, stabbing towards Yan Danqing's head crazily. 2 Yuan heavy kick. Yan Danqing's first Yuan heavy punch missed, but he did not panic. He directly jumped up and swept his leg towards Long Chen's blue dragon halberd. Suddenly, a strong wind swept towards Long Chen and directly shook off his blue dragon halberd. At this time, Yan Danqing, who absolutely overwhelmed Long Chen in terms of strength, once again punched towards Long Chen's chest. Demonic Spirit Sword Finger. Long Chen was not in a hurry. His finger moved, and suddenly, the dazzling sword light pierced towards Yan Danqing's eye. At this rate, Yan Danqing's punch could probably hit Long Chen, but his eye would also be destroyed. Yan Danqing was speechless at Long Chen's desperate method. He did not want to pay the price of an eye to defeat Long Chen, so he quickly withdrew his first Yuan heavy punch. Do you only know how to use this desperate method? Long Chen, are you at your wit's end? Yan Danqing let out a burst of laughter. In fact, Long Chen should be fighting with Yan Danqing at this time, and so far, Yan Danqing had not been able to take advantage of him. This had already changed everyone's impression of him. Dongfang Tianxian thought of the miracles that Long Chen had created. Suddenly, a thought came to her mind. Could it be that Long Chen could grow to become the #1 genius of Yuanling City? From an insignificant ant, how did he climb to this position? Dongfang Tianxian even felt that even though Long Chen had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Yan Danqing, he was still worthy of respect. That was because his story, which had started from zero, was simply a legend of the rise of a nobody. When she thought of this, her disgust for Long Chen dissipated slightly. As for Long Chen, he was once again fighting Yan Danqing. This big guy's strength is really great, and his speed and defense are not bad. He's basically like a real demonic beast, Long Chen thought to himself. However, no matter how hard his skin is, he can still block my blue dragon halberd. Long Chen laughed coldly. He had a plan in his mind, and he did not want to play with Yan Danqing anymore. At this time, he turned into a phantom and rushed towards Yan Danqing. The blue dragon halberd in his hand was instantly swung into a phantom, turning into countless roaring divine dragons that rushed towards Yan Danqing in a frenzy, like the waves of the sea. Blue Dragon Battle Technique, Dragon Battles in the Galaxy. Seeing that Long Chen had once again used his strongest move, even Yan Danqing had to focus on dealing with it. With a roar, his entire body's spiritual qi surged, and he punched out with a loud bang. 9 elements void shattering. This move was obviously also an earth-level battle skill. If the previous first element heavy punch was not weak, then the current 9 elements void shattering was simply a combination of 9 first element heavy punches. The 9 attacks merged into one, instantly increasing the power of the attack by more than 10 times. It still looked like 9 simple punches, but they intertwined and collided with Long Chen's dragon battles in the galaxy. Hiss, boom. The air exploded, and waves of power dissipated in all directions. Everyone could only hear the sound of the halberd and the fist colliding. After a total of 9 sounds, the two were finally shaken apart. This time, it was a real battle. In terms of real power, Long Chen is definitely not as good as Yan Danqing, who has transformed into a primary pole beast. Dongfang Tianxian frowned, thinking to herself as she stared at the battlefield. How is this possible? When she saw the situation clearly, her pink lips slightly opened. From her bright eyes, one could see the shock in them. She was not the only one. Basically, everyone was unable to react, because this time, Long Chen once again landed gracefully on the ground, while Yan Danqing directly rolled on the ground a few times. His face was covered in dirt, and his qi and blood were surging. How was this possible? Could it be that the primary pole beast, which was known for its strength, was actually not as good as Long Chen's third-rate demonic beast? Even Yan Danqing himself had a look of disbelief in his eyes. At the same time, he felt endless humiliation. He suddenly exploded, and once again attacked Long Chen. Long Chen, what kind of evil trick did you use? Trick. Long Chen smiled, and said, that move just now did not kill you, so I can only try this one. Chapter 264. I still have one more move. Yan Danqing was shocked. In fact, he also had one more move. He was about to use it to kill Long Chen and regain his dignity. He did not expect that Long Chen still had one more move. Insignificant skill. How could it compare to the supreme secret of my beast soul palace? Thinking of this, Yan Danqing felt a little relieved. He sneered and rushed towards Long Chen. His true qi kept surging and formed a huge true qi ball around him, wrapping him up. Long Chen, let's fight. Who is the strongest? We will soon know. Yan Danqing roared crazily. Originally, he was only afraid of Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen was not a top figure at all. Before the fight, he did not expect that he would have to use all his strength to deal with Long Chen. Yan Danqing was crazy, but Long Chen was very calm. He slowly put the tip of the blue dragon halberd on the ground and looked at Yan Danqing with a calm expression. Primary strangulation fist. When approaching Long Chen, Yan Danqing roared and waved his huge fist. Suddenly, a vast momentum rushed towards Long Chen. At this time, Yan Danqing had completely turned into the shadow of a primary G beast, rushing towards Long Chen on all fours. The whole ground was shaking. There was no doubt that even a mountain would be crushed by this primary strangulation fist, let alone Long Chen. When they saw Yan Danqing's fist, the onlookers felt cold. Just now, Long Chen had forced Yan Danqing back. They thought that he could fight against Yan Danqing. However, when Yan Danqing really used his ultimate move, Long Chen was obviously not a match for him. Now, Long Chen was completely stunned. But was that really the case? Raising his head, Long Chen looked at the overwhelming shadows of the primary G beasts that were approaching him. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Then, he moved. Medium Earth-class combat skill. I wonder what it will be like. When Long Chen waved the blue dragon halberd, the blue dragon halberd suddenly burst out a strong light. In the air, there seemed to be small light particles that were absorbed by the blue dragon halberd. Long Chen's movement should be considered as a flick, but it was not an ordinary flick. When Long Chen lifted the blue dragon halberd, a huge blue dragon's soul gushed out from the combat skill and rose to the sky. In fact, it was the blue dragon halberd that had turned into this huge, shining blue dragon soul. Blue dragon combat skill, dragon soars to the 9 heavens. Accompanied by a soft roar, a huge dragon shadow soared into the sky and pounced towards Yan Danqing with its claws and fangs bared. The two attacks collided in mid-air with a loud rumble. Suddenly, a tremor that was 10 times more shocking than before was produced. Rumble. The sound of the explosion shook the eardrums of the onlookers. Some of them even covered their ears in pain and retreated subconsciously. The ground of the square was already hard enough. However, at this moment, pieces of bluestone soared into the sky and were shattered by the battle between the two. The dust filled everyone's vision. The onlookers could only see waves of dragon roars and demonic beasts roaring from within the dust. The two parties were facing each other. Boom! The energy exploded and the roars of the demonic beasts came to an abrupt stop. A figure was violently spurting blood and was sent flying out of the dust. He fell to the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale and his breathing was extremely weak. From his frightened and painful eyes, it could be seen that he had suffered serious internal injuries. Of course, there were also many external injuries. It could be seen that his right arm had been severed. That right arm flew even further than him and bounced on the tomb before finally rolling in front of Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang sneezed and this arm was sent flying far away. This person was actually Yan Danqing. Seeing his deathly pale face, everyone's mind went blank. When the dust completely dissipated, Long Chen had already dispelled the dragon's soul transformation, put away the blue dragon halberd, and returned to his original appearance. He smiled faintly and glanced around. Everyone was swept by his gaze and subconsciously retreated. And at this time, seeing that Yan Danqing's arm was actually severed by Long Chen, the people of the Beast Soul Palace were going crazy. Fear and worry surged into their hearts. They knew that Yan Danqing was Emperor Yuan's treasure. But now, his arm was actually severed by Long Chen. If Emperor Yuan were to get angry, how terrifying would that be? They looked at each other a few times and hurriedly rushed towards Yan Danqing. Some healed their wounds, while others preserved their arms. Everyone's faces were deathly pale. If Yan Danqing died, they wouldn't be able to survive either. Yan Danqing didn't die. He still retained his consciousness at this time, but the feeling of losing his right arm made his whole body twitch non-stop. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of Long Chen, only to see that the young man was looking at him with a smile. Yan Danqing's heart suddenly twitched violently. As the #1 genius of Yuanling City, today was the first time he was defeated, and he was defeated by a nobody like Long Chen. This made his heart completely unable to accept it. Towards Long Chen, he had a monstrous hatred. While enduring the pain, he swore that he would definitely take revenge for this severed arm and cut Long Chen into 1,000 pieces. However, after seeing Long Chen's devil-like smile, his whole heart trembled. Fear and hatred intertwined in his heart, making him spit out another mouthful of blood. Who told you to use that hand to snatch the iron plate? That's why I could only chop it off. Next time, remember, you can't just touch anything. Long Chen's tone was very calm, but it made the other party's hair stand on end. Long Chen. You don't know my identity? My grandfather is the #1 expert of Yuanling City, and I'm about to become an immortal realm divine guard. This time, you will definitely die. Yan Danqing gritted his teeth and said. Is that so? How troublesome. So, if I kill you and take what you have, I'll be the immortal stage divine guard. Your grandfather won't dare to touch me, right? Long Chen said with a smile that was not a smile. You can't kill me, I've already obtained the inheritance. The 9th prince will want your life. Yan Danqing said in horror. At this moment, Li Xiling, who was terrified, quickly said, Long Chen, you can't do this. Yan Danqing has already obtained the inheritance. If you snatch it, it will break the 9th prince's rules, and then, Long Chen knew that the 9th prince only said that before the fight for the inheritance, they could rely on their own means. Now that the inheritance had been obtained by Yan Danqing, everyone was waiting for the 9th prince to open the gate. In other words, the fight for the inheritance had already ended, and it was already against the rules for Long Chen to snatch it. Inheritance, there was the inheritance of true qi, secret manuals, and even the inheritance of blood. Only Long Chen knew what inheritance Yan Danqing had obtained, and the others did not know. Long Chen had already obtained what Yan Danqing had obtained, and Long Chen had already obtained it. Just now, he was just trying to scare him, and did not want to take his things at all. Moreover, Long Chen always felt that something was wrong about the training in the Burning Sky Mystery Land organized by the 9th prince. Therefore, he did not want to disclose the fact that he had obtained the complete version of the Divine Fire Doppelganger and the 2000 Sky River Pills. Long Chen smiled a few times, turned around, and left the place, coming to Xiaolang. Let's go, find a quiet place to stay. There was still a long time before the 9th prince opened the gate, and Long Chen wanted to find a place to digest the harvest this time. Xiaolang stood up and followed Long Chen, leaving the square. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze, especially the disciples of the Lingwu family. At this moment, they could no longer use words to describe the shock in their hearts. Long Chen had defeated Yan Danqing and become the #1 genius of Yuanling City. To them, seeing this shocking news with their own eyes, the shock in their hearts could not be any greater. What was even more shocking was that the sun-devouring demonic wolf seemed to listen to Long Chen. They did not know how powerful the sun-devouring demonic wolf was, but they guessed that it should be an earth-ranked demonic beast. With an earth-ranked demonic beast as a pet, this meant that although Long Chen could not obtain the inheritance and could not become an immortal realm divine guard, he could still become an overlord of Yuanling City. How many more secrets does this young man have? Dongfang Tianxian murmured. After saying goodbye to them, Long Chen found a random place in the Burning Sky secret realm to digest the harvest he had gained this time. Even Yan Danqing is no match for me, so no one under the Heavenly River realm can be my match. But, this is still not enough. Without the strength of the Heavenly River realm, I will still be bullied by others, especially the 9th prince and those people from Biyao Imperial City, all of them are above the Heavenly River realm. Right now, he was only at the initial Mortal Core realm. His first goal was to reach the advanced Mortal Core realm as soon as possible. Transforming his blood into qi was indeed a good method, but Long Chen did not dare to use it too much. Besides, for now, besides Earth-rank demonic beasts, Mystic-rank demonic beasts were useless against him. There are still a few days left. Let me take a look at this 9-spinning fire shield and the God Fire clone. Xiaolang, didn't you say you wanted to try the God Fire clone? Let's discuss it together. Talking to Xiaolang was more like talking to Long Chen. Right now, he still couldn't find a way to help Mo Xiaolang recover, so Long Chen could only get used to this method. He knew that after Xiaolang became a sun-devouring demon wolf, Long Chen would be spending a long time with him. The 9-spinning fire shield was a mid-earth ranked defensive combat skill, and it was extremely powerful. Through his understanding of it, Long Chen was sure that if this skill was used, his half-baked dragon soars to the ninth heaven would be able to block it a few times. Therefore, in Yuanling City, the 9-spinning fire shield was the highest level combat skill. As for the God Fire clone, there was no need to talk about it. This God Fire clone is so powerful, I don't believe that the 9th prince would not drool over it. After I leave this place, I should try to keep a low profile. Once something was in his hands, there was no reason for it to fly away. Days passed. Finally, on this day, Long Chen felt that the Burning Sky secret realm was about to open again. Today, there will be 5 chapters. If there are VIPs waiting for a surprise, then there will be an update. In 5 consecutive days, 87 chapters had been updated, with a total of 270,000 words. This was more than what most people could update in a month. Everyone who read books knew this. From today onwards, there will be 5 chapters, and there will be updates from time to time. Also, this book will be updated at midnight every day, which is the earliest time of the day. Please don't think that I will be the last to update every day. Chapter 265. After getting out of the Burning Sky secret realm, it was time to decide who would be the Immortal Realm Divine Guard. This Immortal Realm Divine Guard was very important to Long Chen. But now, it was a difficult problem in front of him. Indeed, from the perspective of the inheritance of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor, Long Chen had obtained his true inheritance. However, in the eyes of others, it was Yan Danqing who had obtained the inheritance. If Long Chen were to reveal the things that he had obtained from the Burning Sky Demon Emperor, he would probably be able to suppress Yan Danqing and become the Immortal Realm Divine Guard. But this was a bad plan. If the 9th prince was interested in the Divine Fire clone, then Long Chen would probably have to reluctantly give it up. He was not willing to do so. I must become an Immortal Realm Divine Guard. Long Chen was pondering whether there was any other way. His biggest reliance was that he was now stronger than Yan Danqing. The Immortal Realm Divine Guard recruited by the 9th prince should be the strongest. Long Chen did not believe that there would be no turning point. After making up his mind, Long Chen decided not to reveal the news that he had obtained the complete inheritance of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor for the time being. Instead, he would look for other ways. In the future, when he had no choice but to use the battle technique of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor, he would explain it to others. Because at that time, Long Chen would definitely be stronger and have a greater right to speak. The opening of the gate of the Burning Sky Mystery Land also alerted the others. Everyone was afraid to stay there, so they rushed towards the passageway one after another. These people were also divided into 3 groups, while Long Chen brought the wolf cub alone and walked slowly at the back. At this time, Yan Danqing took the lead. He did not look back, but he knew that Long Chen was behind him. His eyes were flowing with the light of hatred. At this time, his broken arm was still lying in the Cosmos sack. Only when he returned to Yuan Emperor City would he be able to reattach it. Before that, he, Yan Danqing, was a cripple. Thinking that Long Chen had actually cut off one of his arms, Yan Danqing was furious. The group did not say anything. They directly rushed out of the Burning Sky secret realm and came to the dark Burning Sky mountain range. Accompanying them were 2 rays of light. The higher-ups of the Lingwu family could see that these 2 rays of light were Xuanwu Divine Axe and Sirius Demonic Blade. In other words, their masters were dead. People would definitely die in the trial of the Burning Sky secret realm. Although everyone felt sorry for Bei Tang Mo's death, they were not that shocked. The most shocking thing was that Mo Xiaolang had died. However, Mo Xiaolang did not have anyone close to him, and Bei Tang Mo's grandfather was standing here. 3 groups of people appeared in the Burning Sky mountain range, looking for their elders. Long Chen carried Xiaolang in his arms. With a glance, he could roughly tell how many people were waiting outside. The 9th prince, Lin Sangtian, and the butler in black were naturally here. The chief of the Morning Light Business League, Emperor Yuan, and some experts under them were also waiting here excitedly. As for the Lingwu family, the 4 patriarchs of the Lingwu family were all here, and some of the family's elder Xian were also here. Leaders like Dongfang Xianfeng and Bei Tangming stayed in the family to manage the overall situation. There were not many people in Dongfang Xuanfeng's generation. Only Dongfang Xuanyu was standing beside the patriarch of the Blue Dragon. Ever since Long Chen and the others came out, everyone couldn't wait to size them up. It was easy to tell who was injured and who was dead. Suddenly, the expressions of the people from the 3 major forces changed. First, the Lingwu family. Because of the appearance of Xuanwu's godly axe, they could tell at a glance that Bei Tangmo was dead, Dongfang Tianchen was missing, and Li Xiling of the Morning Light Business League looked a little dispirited. Yan Danqing of the Beast Soul Palace even lost an arm. Among the crowd, the only one who was not injured was Long Chen. Looking at Long Chen's expression at this time, everyone's hearts tightened. They thought to themselves, could it be that he has obtained the inheritance? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly called the juniors of their clans to return, leaving Long Chen alone in the distance. Thinking about it, he did not seem to belong to any force. What's going on? The patriarch of the Blue Dragon asked Dongfang Tianxian and the others with a pale face. Big brother Tianxian and Bei Tangmo were killed by Long Chen, Dongfang Tianxian said, gritting her teeth. What? The elders of the Lingwu family were instantly enraged. Even the 4 clan leaders looked at Long Chen with murderous looks on their faces. Long Chen, didn't you promise me that you would fight alongside them? The patriarch of the Blue Dragon stared at Long Chen's face with his sharp eyes. I did promise you, but it's a pity that some people don't have ears. They tried to snatch my Blue Dragon halberd the moment they entered the Blazing Sky Mystery Land. In the end, they lost their lives in vain. If you want to blame someone, blame me for being too heavy-handed, Long Chen said indifferently. Courting death. From Long Chen's words, the patriarch of the Blue Dragon roughly knew what had happened. However, knowing the truth did not mean that he would not be angry at losing his most outstanding descendant. Of course, Lin Xingtian was still here. He did not attack immediately because he knew when to stop. However, the people beside him were overwhelmed by hatred. When Dongfang Xuanyu saw Long Chen's despicable smile and recalled everything about Dongfang Tianchen, hatred grew in her heart and instantly filled her whole body. Without saying a word, she charged towards Long Chen. Courting death. Long Chen had long wanted to kill Dongfang Xuanyu to avenge himself. Dongfang Xuanyu had almost taken his life, and now she was attacking him crazily, completely disregarding him. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. Without saying a word, sharp sword qi surged in his hands. In an instant, a few demonic spiritual sword qi flew out from his left and right hands, stabbing towards Dongfang Xuanyu. 5 consecutive streaks of demonic spirit sword fingers shot towards Dongfang Xuanyu in a frenzy. The last streak of sword qi exploded in front of her, shredding Dongfang Xuanyu's clothes into shreds. A snow-white body appeared before the eyes of the crowd. Her exquisite curves instantly attracted the gazes of all the men present. However, in the next instant, tiny wounds appeared on her snow-white skin. They were densely packed, and her slender body was smeared with a layer of blood. Dongfang Xuanyu let out a blood-curdling scream. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. She wanted to faint immediately, but the endless pain kept her awake. She felt that she was naked and her secrets were exposed in front of everyone. In an instant, Dongfang Xuanyu felt that the whole world had collapsed. Only now did she remember that she was not high and mighty. There were some people that she could not afford to offend or trample on. Xian Yu. The old ancestor of the Blue Dragon was shocked. He quickly took out a long robe to cover Dongfang Xuanyu, then pushed it to the old ancestor of the Vermilion Bird so that the old ancestor of the Vermilion Bird could heal her. At the same time, he cast a cold glance at Long Chen. Without saying a word, the aura of the heavenly river tear burst out towards Long Chen. The overwhelming pressure pressed down on Long Chen's body. Without a doubt, an expert of the heavenly river tier, was about to attack Long Chen. Stop! A faint shout came directly between the two of them. This was obviously Lin Sungtian's voice. No matter how much hatred the old ancestor of the blue dragon had in his heart, he could only endure it. Long Chen had already expected this, so he was not worried that the old ancestor of the blue dragon would attack. To be honest, he was already being merciful by not killing Dongfang Xuanyu directly. However, Long Chen knew that his killing move against Dongfang Xuanyu was yet to come. Someone had died because of this, and that person was Yang Zhan. Of course, even if the old ancestor of the blue dragon directly used his killing move, he still had the sun-devouring demonic wolf of the earth rank 2 in his arms. Long Chen had nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Lin Sungtian looked at them coldly and said indifferently, "You dare to attack in front of me? Do you still care about me?" "Your Highness, Ninth Prince, this old man knows his mistake." The old ancestor of the blue dragon hurriedly said respectfully. He knew that it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, so he was naturally not in a hurry. "It's good that you know your mistake. From now on, all of you better stay here obediently." Lin Sungtian looked around, then looked at the participants of the Blazing Sky Secret Realm and asked, "I only have one question. Who obtained the inheritance of the Blazing Sky Demon Emperor?" Oh no. The old ancestor of the blue dragon's heart tightened. Seeing that Long Chen did not have any injuries, it was very likely that he had obtained the inheritance. In this case, when he became an immortal realm divine guard, it would not be easy for the Lingwu family to kill him. However, the advantage was that the Lingwu family could continue to be the city lord's mansion. In these two aspects, the old ancestor of the blue dragon was also very conflicted. However, he realized that he was really thinking too much. As soon as Lin Sungtian finished his question, among the young people, almost all of them looked at Yan Danqing. At this moment, Yan Danqing finally plucked up his courage and said, in reply to the ninth prince, "I obtained the inheritance of the Blazing Sky Demon Emperor." His voice was a little hoarse. When he spoke, he glanced in the direction of Long Chen. It could be said that Long Chen had left a shadow in his heart. As soon as the words came out, there was a burst of noise among the crowd. They thought that it was Long Chen, but they did not expect it to be Yan Danqing. In this way, the jurisdiction of Yuanling City would be handed over to the Beast Soul Palace. This result made everyone feel a little complicated. I said, "How can this kid be so powerful? Big brother, not only did he not fight for the management rights for us, but he also killed Mo, and Shen, and even injured Xianyu." The old ancestor of the Xuanwu looked at the old ancestor of the blue dragon. His meaning was already very clear, that was, kill. The old ancestor of the blue dragon nodded with a gloomy look. In fact, this result was strange to everyone. Yan Danqing was clearly seriously injured and lost an arm, but the person who obtained the inheritance was actually him. Lin Sungtian was also startled, then he chuckled and looked at Yan Danqing's broken arm. "Then who did this to you?" To be honest, this matter was indeed very embarrassing, but Yan Danqing did not dare to not answer Lin Sungtian's question, so he lowered his head and said two words, "Long Chen." Long Chen. This name was deeply engraved in everyone's heart. A head-on battle. Lin Sungtian seemed to be very interested. If he did not admit this kind of thing, it would only make others look down on him, so Yan Danqing could only grit his teeth and nodded. Chapter 266. Long Chen defeated a Yuanji beast with a profound 9th grade origin beast soul and even broke one of its arms. Although they had guessed it at the beginning, they still felt like they were dreaming when they really confirmed it. Long Chen's progress was too fast. Defeating Yan Danqing meant that he had become the most monstrous genius in the entire Yuanling County. His reputation had already surpassed Mo Xiaowang's. No one could have imagined that the rebellious boy would grow to such an extent. Long Chen smiled faintly at those amazed gazes. He was still thinking about what to do next. How to break through the obstruction of the Lingwu family and obtain the ninth prince's recognition to become an immortal state divine guard. Long Chen was a smart person. From the ninth prince's attitude and gaze, he could actually guess some things. The shout to stop just now was just right. Did it mean that Lin Sangtian was protecting him? Long Chen knew himself well. Of course, he would not think that the other party had already appreciated him. At most, he was just curious. Just curious. After knowing that Yan Danqing had obtained the inheritance, Lin Sangtian nodded and said, "Since you have already obtained the inheritance, there is no need to say anything else. Go back to Yuanling City now. As for the matter regarding the immortal state divine guard in the city lord's mansion, I will hold a citywide meeting tomorrow. I will announce it in front of everyone." After saying that, he called his wind-splitting dragon falcon and rode on its back with the steward in black. Then, he called out to Yan Danqing and said, "Come over, let's go back together." In the eyes of others, being able to share the wind-splitting dragon falcon with the ninth prince was an honor. But Long Chen felt that there might be something fishy about it. He knew that the ninth prince would probably take advantage of this time to search for the things that Yan Danqing had obtained. However, ordinary people did not know that Yan Danqing's grandfather, Emperor Yuan, was already smiling. He hurriedly sent Yan Danqing to the ninth prince's wind-splitting dragon falcon and then called the people of Beast Soul Palace to get on the Gale Rock. The Morning Light Business League did not gain anything, nor did they suffer any losses. They were also preparing to return to Yuanling City. The Lingwu clan didn't leave. Everyone knew why they stayed. However, it was none of their business. In fact, they were hoping that Long Chen would die soon. As the wind-splitting dragon falcon took off, Lin Sangtian suddenly turned his head and smiled evilly at Long Chen. An earth-rank beast recognized you as its master. Long Chen, I will wait for your return in Yuanling City. Only Long Chen heard his words. Sure enough, he saw it. Of course, he doesn't know that this is a sun-devouring demonic wolf. But no matter how hidden the aura of an earth-rank beast is, he can still see it. At this time, Lin Sangtian led everyone back to Yuanling City. Leaving Long Chen here, Long Chen would definitely die. But Long Chen knew that Lin Sangtian would not let him die. It was precisely because he saw that Xiao Lang was an earth-rank beast that he left with peace of mind and told Long Chen to wait for him in Yuanling City. Wait for me in Yuanling City? What is his purpose? Tomorrow, the results will be announced. I have to hurry. Long Chen thought. When the wind-splitting dragon falcon and the Gale Rock disappeared in the sky, the old ancestor of the blue dragon looked at Long Chen gloomily and said, "Strange, you actually don't know that you have been left behind. You still think that because of your master, we dare not do anything to you. I am also very strange, where did you get your courage from?" They were previously afraid of Li Xuanji, but today, they seemed to have no scruples. You are so pitiful. You are really pitiful. Before you die, you actually think that we will believe your lies again? Long Chen, let me tell you, during the few days that you entered the Burning Sky Mystery Realm, I have already investigated clearly. That mysterious woman is not your master. Moreover, she has already left Biyao town with your sister, Yang Lingqing, for a very long time. There are many people in Biyao town who saw your clan send them off. I see. I thought that you have eaten leopard's guts. Even though they had seen through him, Long Chen wasn't worried in the slightest. He was no longer the same as he had been in the past. You are not afraid of death. The old ancestor of the blue dragon was a little surprised. You four old farts want me to die? You are too naive. Long Chen retorted. What? Long Chen's unbridled manner made the four old ancestors confused. At first, they thought that Long Chen had someone to rely on. But after thinking about it carefully, they realized that Long Chen had no one to rely on anymore. Bluffing, trying to scare us. Long Chen, not only did you not do anything to the Lingwu family, you even killed Tian Shen and Bei Tang Imo. Even if we let you die, we will not be able to erase the hatred in our hearts. From now on, you will be tortured by the Lingwu family slowly. Fourth brother, who will do it? The old ancestor of the Xuanwu and the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon had both lost their grandsons. Therefore, they hated Long Chen the most. Big brother, let me do it. I promise I won't kill him first. The old ancestor of the Xuanwu took a few steps forward. His body was much bigger than the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon, so his pressure was much greater. At that moment, the Xuanwu divine axe that flew out from the blazing sky secret realm was already in his hand. Looking at the ferocious Lingwu family, Long Chen smiled. It seems that this hatred cannot be resolved. I have a suggestion. 10 days later, at the gate of Yuanling City, my brother and I will fight against the Blue Dragon and the Xuanwu. What do you think? Long Chen thought for a while and said. What? Are you kidding me? Not to mention 10 days later, you have to surrender now. After saying that, the old ancestor of the Xuanwu moved. Although he was big, his speed was not bad. He was at least 10 times faster than Long Chen. Xiao Lang. Seeing that the old ancestor of the Xuanwu was about to kill him, the strong wind made Long Chen's skin prickle. Hearing Long Chen's order, a cold light flashed in Xiao Lang's eyes. He jumped out of Long Chen's arms and spat out a flame that swept towards the old ancestor of the Xuanwu. The appearance of the flame made the surrounding temperature drop to the extreme. Sensing the lethal threat from the flames, the black tortoise old ancestor turned pale with fright. He quickly stopped in his tracks and retreated in a fluster. He stumbled and looked extremely pathetic, but he still managed to dodge the little wolf's flames. When he raised his head, he was shocked to see that the wolf cub in Long Chen's arms had become incomparably huge. The appearance of the sun-devouring demonic wolf was filled with awe-inspiring power. This made the black tortoise old ancestor and the others dumbfounded. Earth-rank demonic beast. The members of the Lingwu family were shocked. Dongfang Tianxian and the rest had forgotten about the sun-devouring demonic wolf when they saw the conflict between the elder and Long Chen. Now that the sun-devouring demonic wolf was showing its might, they were frightened and turned pale. It's good that you know. At this moment, Long Chen was sitting on the back of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. He looked down at the members of the Lingwu family and said indifferently, since our grievances have reached a point where we can no longer mediate, then do as I say. 10 days later, we will meet at the gate of Yuanling City. At that time, we will see if the old ancestor of the Lingwu family has the guts. After saying that, the sun-devouring demonic wolf turned into a black shadow and disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing the black shadow disappear into the horizon, the members of the Lingwu family looked at each other. Big brother, has this Long Chen grown to the point where he can fight against our entire family? The old ancestor of the Xuanwu asked with a trembling voice. The flame just now was too terrifying. If he had been hit, he didn't know how tragic it would have been for him. Wrong. 10 days later, he will definitely die, the Blue Dragon old ancestor said ferociously. Long Chen rode on the back of the sun-devouring demonic wolf and headed in the direction of the wind-splitting dragon falcon. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's grade was much higher than the wind-splitting dragon falcon's, so even though the wind-splitting dragon falcon was flying in the sky, the sun-devouring demonic wolf was still much faster than the wind-splitting dragon falcon on the ground. The delay caused by the Lingwu family was quickly made up for by the speed. When Long Chen could see the wind-splitting dragon falcon in the sky, he asked Xiao Lang to slow down and follow behind the wind-splitting dragon falcon. Xiao Lang, I reckon that Yan Danqing should have handed over the divine fire clone. As for the 200 Sky River pills, the 9th prince probably won't be interested in it, Long Chen said with a smile. Mo Xiaolang couldn't speak, so he could only nod bitterly. 10 days later, it's time to settle the grudge with the Lingwu family. Long Chen thought about this matter. This wasn't an impulsive decision, but a decision made after careful consideration. But before that, he still needed to do one more thing, and that was to snatch the position of Immortal Realm Divine Guard from Yan Danqing. From the ninth prince's attitude towards him, Long Chen keenly sensed the possibility. The dignified ninth prince and Yuan Ling City's Emperor Yuan were ants in his eyes. Whoever he wanted to be an immortal realm divine guard would be an immortal realm divine guard. With the speed of the wind-splitting dragon falcon, they arrived at Yuan Ling City in half a day's time. In fact, the people in the sky had already noticed Long Chen's existence. So, before they reached Yuan Ling City, the ninth prince controlled the wind-splitting dragon falcon to land on the flat ground in front of Yuan Ling City. Long Chen also leaped down from the sun-devouring demonic wolf and looked firmly at the ninth prince, who was talking cheerfully and wittily, as well as the slightly embarrassed Yan Danqing. "Long Chen, why did you chase after me?" the ninth prince said faintly. At this time, the forces of the Morning Light Business League and Yuan Emperor City were also looking at Long Chen. Most of them were looking at the black demonic wolf next to Long Chen. They now knew that it was an Earth-ranked demonic beast. The ninth prince came to Yuan Ling City to select immortal realm divine guards to choose the strongest young man. "I have proven my strength by defeating Yan Danqing fair and square. The reason why I chased after you was because I wanted to ask the ninth prince to let me, Long Chen, be an immortal realm divine guard and work for the ninth prince. Only by becoming an immortal realm divine guard could one enter the Ni Yang immortal realm and obtain the nine heavens immortal fruit for Lingxi. So, Long Chen had to achieve his goal. If it was not possible, he could only use the divine fire doppelganger and other combat techniques. Chapter 267. As soon as Long Chen said this, the martial artists of the forces of Origin Spirit City were instantly in an uproar, especially the people of Origin Emperor City. Long Chen cut off Yan Danqing's arm, and they hadn't found trouble with Long Chen yet. They didn't expect that Long Chen would come to find trouble himself. Even if Long Chen had an Earth-grade divine guard that would recognize him as his master, he shouldn't be so arrogant, right? The people of Origin Emperor City had always been extremely arrogant. There was only one reason, and that was that this generation's Emperor Yuan was a martial artist at the second level of the Heavenly River tier. In terms of individual combat power, no one in Origin Spirit City could match him. Pure daydreaming. The ninth prince has already stated that the celestial-level divine guards belong to the person who has inherited the Burning Sky Demon Emperor. Although you, Long Chen, defeated Danqing, let me ask you, did you get the inheritance? Moreover, who doesn't know if you used any unspeakable means when you defeated Danqing? Yes, how audacious. Ninth prince, this kid is cruel and merciless, has no respect for the law, and is arrogant and unruly. If you bring him to the Imperial City, he will only bring shame to you. I think it's better to just kill him here and now. The people of Origin Emperor City began to clamor. Stop it. Emperor Yuan saw the ninth prince frown and hurriedly stopped him. The others hurriedly didn't dare to speak. At this time, the ninth prince looked at Long Chen with great interest. Seeing that Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing, he said, "Do you think you are very strong?" "But I don't think so. You don't have the strength to amaze me, so I can only do things according to the rules." "I don't know if defeating the Blue Dragon Patriarch is considered amazing," Long Chen said directly. When he said this, the others wanted to sneer again, but because of the existence of the ninth prince, they didn't dare to show their mockery too obviously. Long Chen really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Defeating Yan Danqing only meant that he could dominate the younger generation. If he defeated the Blue Dragon Patriarch, then it meant that he could dominate the entire Origin Spirit City. If you don't count this Earth-grade demonic beast, I'm quite surprised that you can have such strength in a small place like Origin Spirit City. But from the current you, I obviously can't see such a realm. The ninth prince seemed to be very interested in Long Chen. 10 days later, right here. I have already made an appointment with the Lingwu family. At that time, the Brotherhood will fight with the Blue Dragon Patriarch and the Xuanwu Patriarch. Then we will know the winner. Long Chen released the news. Everyone was speechless at Long Chen's audacity. At this time, they looked at each other. From Long Chen's words, they couldn't tell that he was joking. 10 days later, the news that Long Chen and the Lingwu family patriarch would fight at the gate of Origin Spirit City would spread through their mouths. Looking at the young man in front of them, they really didn't know how to mock him. In that case, the announcement of the mansion and the Immortal Realm Divine Guards will be postponed for another 10 days. Long Chen, it depends on your performance then. Haha. To everyone's surprise, the ninth prince actually agreed. After saying that, he directly led the butler in black and rode the wind-splitting dragon falcon towards the direction of the Jade Emperor Palace. Now standing in front of Long Chen was the legendary number 1 expert of Origin Spirit City, Emperor Yuan, and his proudest grandson, Yan Danqing. At this time, Yan Danqing looked at Long Chen with vicious eyes, while Emperor Yuan's eyes were very cold. Sorry, it seems that the position of the Immortal Realm Divine Guard is not yours anymore. Long Chen was in a very good mood after getting another chance to fight for the position of the Immortal Realm Divine Guard so easily. Long Chen, don't think too much. 10 days later, I will see how you die in the hands of the Blue Dragon Patriarch, Yan Danqing said, gritting his teeth. Is that so? Huh, I won't talk nonsense with you. It seems like it's getting late. Let's go back quickly, lest we delay the reattaching of your right arm, Long Chen said. You. The matter of his right arm was Yan Danqing's greatest shame. Long Chen. At this time, Emperor Yuan, who was next to him, looked at Long Chen and said, I still have a grandson, Yan Qixue. You killed him, right? Yan Qixue was the Scarlet Blood sect leader. Long Chen didn't expect this old guy to still remember him. You killed one of my grandchildren and broke the arm of my other grandson. All these years, no one in Origin Spirit City has ever dared to provoke me like this. Emperor Yuan's eyes were calm as he said faintly, remember, restrain yourself a little, don't make me angry. Compared to the people of the Imperial City, I am indeed weak, but even if the ninth prince chooses you in the end, I will still make you wish you were dead. Don't underestimate the means of an old man. After saying that, Emperor Yuan beckoned the others and slowly left. Emperor Yuan's words made Long Chen fall into deep thought. It seems that this Emperor Yuan is more difficult to deal with than the Blue Dragon Great Ancestor and the others. I better be careful. After everyone left, Long Chen walked into Origin Spirit City with the shrunken Xiao Lang. He didn't want to stay here. Instead, he wrote a letter, masked his face, and sneaked into the Lingwu family. When he came to the Yin clan, he sent the letter to Yin Minyao's room. The content of the letter was nothing more than telling her that Mo Xiaolang didn't die, but that he had to go to a faraway place. If she heard the news of Mo Xiaolang's death, she didn't need to be sad, and she also didn't need to spread the news that he wasn't dead. Yin Mengyao was the only thing that Mo Xiaolang cared about in Origin Spirit City. After finishing this matter, Long Chen and Xiao Lang left Origin Spirit City. This time, they went in the direction of Biyao town again. Xiao Lang, are you really sure that there is an Earth stage monster in the depths of the Desolate Beast realm? Long Chen asked. Xiao Lang nodded. When entering the Burning Sky Mystic Realm, Mo Xiaolang once mentioned that there was the most powerful monster in the depths of the Desolate Beast realm. It was an Earth stage monster. Because it wasn't suitable, Mo Xiaolang didn't think about obtaining the source beast soul from it. There was a reason why Long Chen was interested in this Earth stage monster. In 10 days, the only way to greatly increase Long Chen's strength was to refine his blood into qi. In this region of Origin Spirit County, there was very little essence blood that could help Long Chen advance, so Long Chen could only look for Earth stage monsters. 10 days later, he would completely settle the grudge between him and the Lingwu family. Moreover, Long Chen still hadn't taken revenge for Dongfang Xianshao and Lingxi's coma to the Blue Dragon Patriarch. It was because of the Blue Dragon Patriarch that Lingxi's fate was unknown. The sun-devouring demonic wolf ran very fast on the ground. In half a day, Long Chen had already bypassed the peaceful Biyao town and rushed into the Desolate Beast realm. This time, he didn't stop and directly went towards the depths of the Desolate Beast realm. This place that made his hair stand on end in the past was like walking on flat ground now. Mo Xiaolang had once gone deep into the desolate beast realm and saw the location of the Earth Stage monster. Therefore, it was very easy for him to find it. The gray miasma in the surroundings became denser and a suffocating aura filled the air. The surroundings were barren. At this moment, Long Chen felt a powerful aura in front of him. Xiao Lang directly rushed towards the monster. This time, Long Chen wasn't able to hunt the monster. After all, it was an Earth Stage monster. He wasn't its opponent. Therefore, the sun-devouring demonic wolf was the main force. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was very powerful. It would be a waste if Long Chen didn't use it. Therefore, he let Xiao Lang do it. What appeared in front of them was a similarly huge monster. It was about the same size as the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Of course, this was only its hunched body. If it stood up, it would definitely be much taller than the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Primary G Beast. Long Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect that the Earth Stage monster that Mo Xiaolang mentioned was actually a Primary G Beast. Primary G Beasts belonged to the category of monsters with a relatively large range of evolution. Adult Primary G Beasts were generally at the 9th level of the mystic rank, but there were also some Primary G Beasts that were gifted since young and directly reached the Earth Stage when they grew up. Long Chen knew that the Celestial River Tier Source Beast Soul of Emperor Yuan was a first-level Earth Stage Primary G Beast. Emperor Yuan could find a 9th-level Earth Stage Primary G Beast for his grandson, but he couldn't find a 9th-level Earth Stage Monster Beast for himself. For the people of Yuanling City, a 9th-level Earth Stage Monster Beast was an unimaginable existence. Of course, although Emperor Yuan's Celestial River Tier Source Beast Soul was a first-level Earth Stage Primary G Beast, because his Mystic Stage Source Beast Soul was also a Primary G Beast, the compatibility was very high. This also led to Emperor Yuan's combat power surpassing that of the Blue Dragon Great Ancestor and the others who possessed mid-grade Earth Stage divine weapons. What appeared in front of Long Chen was a tall white ape. When it saw the sun-devouring demonic wolf, it suddenly stood up, roared wildly, and rushed towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Suddenly, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Xiao Lang, it's up to you now. Long Chen laughed and turned over from the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body. At this time, Xiao Lang grinned as if he felt very disdainful towards this Primary G Beast. Earth Stage Grade 1 against Earth Stage Grade 2. Moreover, Xiao Lang had the terrifying 9 Nether Demonic Ancestral Flame. Previously, he didn't test the power of the Ancestral Flame. Now that he encountered the Primary G Beast, he rushed forward frantically. When the Primary G Beast roared and swiped its claws towards his chest, the sun-devouring demonic wolf madly spat out a burning black flame. This black flame was like a tentacle, instantly climbing onto the Primary G Beast's snow-white head and then enveloping it. Long Chen heard the crackling sound of ice forming, and then the Primary G Beast fell to the ground. Xiao Lang landed steadily on the ground and gestured to Long Chen. So fast. Long Chen was a bit speechless. It could only be said that the sun-devouring demonic wolf was too terrifying. Of course, Long Chen knew that the most terrifying thing was the 9 Nether Demonic Ancestral Flame. Without the 9 Nether Demonic Ancestral Flame, it wouldn't be so easy for Xiao Lang to defeat the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Long Chen walked forward and saw that the Primary G Beast's head was frozen in black ice. Long Chen touched the ice slightly, and immediately, the Primary G Beast's head turned into ice fragments and fell down, leaving a headless corpse on the ground. My beast core. Long Chen groaned. The Primary G Beast's head was completely burnt to pieces. In other words, the Earth Realm Beast core was gone. Chapter 268. Long Chen had 2,000 Sky River pills now, and this beast core couldn't be sold for much. The reason why he was shouting was because he was a greedy man. After killing the Prime Extreme Beast, Xiao Lang stepped aside and waited quietly. Perhaps he was studying the clone of the godly flame. I wonder if Xiao Lang can create a clone of the godly flame with his demon beast body. Long Chen was thinking about this. During this process, he transformed into the dragon's soul. For Long Chen, who possessed the incredible skill of transforming blood into energy, the dead body of an earth-rank demon beast was something that could only be found by luck. Now that the prime extreme beast's blood had started to flow out, Long Chen hurriedly started transforming blood into energy. The blood essence of an earth-rank demon beast contained a massive amount of energy. Long Chen dared not rush it. The prime extreme beast's body was huge, and there was a few tons of blood in it. Since no one would disturb him here, Long Chen slowed down his speed and started absorbing the blood essence while absorbing it. The Dantian was the foundation of a human's cultivation, and it also had its limit. The blood essence of an earth-rank demon beast was huge, and if Long Chen absorbed it all at once, his Dantian might be damaged. During the slow process, his true energy was also increasing. As time passed, the blood essence of the prime extreme beast was getting lesser and lesser. More and more blood essence was being transformed into true energy by Long Chen, then it flowed into his Dantian and merged with the heavenly core. This process lasted for half a day. Finally, when the prime extreme beast's body was almost dried up, Long Chen stopped transforming blood into energy, because he could feel that the true energy in his Dantian had completely exploded. What he needed to do next was to use this huge amount of true energy to break through to the peak heavenly core realm. With the support of this huge amount of innate qi, everything went very smoothly. When all of the innate qi was channeled into the Dantian, under Long Chen's control, the peaceful innate qi started to fuse once again. In the end, it fused into a green bean-sized blood-red heavenly pill that floated in the center of Long Chen's Dantian. Of course, this bean-sized thing was the source of all of Long Chen's energy. Of course, this did not include the power of the Thunder Flame battle physique. After standing up, Long Chen sensed his own power. He had taken another step toward the realm of unparalleled powerhouses. When I first broke through to the mortal core realm, my mortal core was the size of an egg, but now, my heavenly core is only the size of a green bean, but it's many times stronger than before. This is amazing, Long Chen said with mixed emotions. The cultivation of the divine core realm has been completed. In the following days, I'll be breaking through to the heavenly river realm. With 2,000 heavenly river pills, it should be much easier for me to break through to the heavenly river realm compared to others. Foster father was once the strongest warrior below the heavenly river realm, but he didn't break through to the heavenly river realm. The reason was because he already had the ability to break through to the heavenly river realm, but he didn't have any heavenly river pills. With the sky river pill, Long Chen finally understood the importance of the sky river pill. There were still 9 days left until the final battle. Little Wolf was still pondering about the divine flame clone. Long Chen had broken through to the late heavenly core realm, and although he had some confidence in winning the final battle, he still dared not be careless. In the remaining 9 days, he was stabilizing his cultivation of the heavenly core realm while studying the 9 spinning flame shield and the divine flame clone. With his extraordinary comprehension ability, the 9 spinning flame shield wasn't difficult to cultivate, but the divine flame clone was more difficult to cultivate. After a period of discussion with Xiao Lang, Long Chen had some obvious results. A total of 4 divine flame clones. When will I be able to complete the 4th level? Long Chen thought to himself. The 4th level of the divine flame clone would allow him to have a total of 125 divine flame clones, and that would be an insane amount of true energy. However, with so many divine flame clones, it would require a huge amount of true energy. With Long Chen's current true energy, with the help of a high earth rank ability, he could only create 1 divine flame clone. When there was only 1 day left until the final battle, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang started their journey back to Yuanling City. This would be the most important battle for Long Chen. On one hand, it was to settle the scores between them, and on the other hand, it was to become an immortal realm divine guard. He didn't want the 9th prince to know about the fact that he had a divine flame clone, especially a complete one. Therefore, he could only rely on his own efforts. During the battle, Long Chen had purposely added the ancestor of Xuanwu into the battle. He wanted to completely cut off all the grudges between him and the Lingwu family. Of course, the ancestor of Xuanwu was left for Xiao Lang to deal with. Long Chen was a bit worried at first, but when he saw Xiao Lang killing the Yuanji beast in such a clean manner, he felt relieved. When he first came to Yuanling City, he was just a nobody at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm. In less than a year, he had become one of the strongest men in Yuanling City. Because of the deliberate propaganda of the Morning Light Business League and the Beast Soul Palace, the matter of Long Chen and the Lingwu family had spread throughout the entire Yuanling City. Early in the morning, countless people rushed to the city wall because it was the best place to watch the battle. Above the long city wall, there were people crowding around everywhere. Everyone rubbed shoulders with each other and cursed incessantly. For these ordinary people at the bottom, the Lingwu family was a supergiant. As for Long Chen, they seemed to have heard of him. He seemed to have occupied an inconspicuous position on the hidden dragon list. It was such a person who had the strength to fight against the Lingwu family. Who is this Long Chen? It is unbelievable that he is so bold. The Lingwu family has dominated Yuanling City for countless years. The only one who can fight against the Lingwu family is the Beast Soul Palace. Could it be that Long Chen is more powerful than the Beast Soul Palace? Impossible. Emperor Yuan is the strongest man in Yuanling City. I heard that Long Chen challenged the Blue Dragon ancestor of the Lingwu family. The Blue Dragon ancestor is also the top man in Yuanling City. I heard that Long Chen is not even 20 years old. I have never heard of his name before. Is there really such a monster? He fought against the Blue Dragon ancestor at the age of 20. Even if Long Chen lost, it is enough for him to go down in history. Wrong. In fact, you guys don't know. I heard that Long Chen has a very powerful demon beast. The one that the Lingwu family is really afraid of is this demon beast. That's why they agreed to Long Chen's challenge. Without this demon beast, I guess that Long Chen is nothing. It is not that exaggerated. I heard that he even broke one of Yan Danqing's arms. With such a result, he must be invincible among the young generation. We can only look up to him. Such conversations filled the entire city wall. Yuanling City had not been so lively for a long time. The noise almost poked a hole in the sky. On the city wall tower were the 9th Prince and the big forces in Yuanling City. The people involved in the Lingwu family were also among them. Everyone looked in the direction of the highest point and continued to discuss. Everyone, I guess you guys don't know about a tragedy, right? A middle-aged god with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks said mysteriously. What is it? Say it. Quick. Don't rush. This is the latest news, right? The Lingwu family has sealed the news. If I was not well informed, you guys wouldn't know about it. Are you going to talk about Dongfang Xuanyu's suicide? The man frowned and said loudly. How do you know? The middle-aged man was shocked. Go to hell. I knew about this a few days ago. Everyone in Yuanling City knows about it. Only an idiot like you thinks it is a secret. I heard that at the exit of Burning Sky Mystery Territory, Dongfang Xuanyu's clothes were torn by Long Chen. After she went back, she was too ashamed to face anyone, so she committed suicide. That Long Chen is really daring. This time, he and the Lingwu family's grudge is really big. And it seems like someone from the Lingwu family died in his hands. Wasn't Long Chen from the Lingwu family before? Why would he have such a conflict with them? I heard that they are here to fight and settle their grudge. Let's just watch. Whether Long Chen is a mule or a horse, we will know when he shows up. Everyone's eyes were on the horizon outside Yuanling City. They knew that Long Chen would appear there. Or, he would stand everyone up. At this moment, in the spacious city tower of Yuanling City, the 9th Prince was sitting on a white jade chair. This chair was very high. Even though he was lying down, the ninth prince could still see the situation below the city walls. The three major powers in Yuanling City were scattered around the ninth prince. The Beast Soul Hall and the Morning Light Business League were not the main characters, so they were quieter and more low profile. As for the Lingwu family, almost everyone who should be here was here. Other than the four patriarchs, there were more than 10 elder Xian, for heads of the Lingwu family, and so on. Everyone's faces were ashen. This was the most difficult time for the Lingwu family. Especially Dongfang Xuanyu's death, it made the Lingwu family situation even worse. This grudge had reached the point where it had to be settled. At this moment, Dongfang Xianfeng looked at the empty horizon. Then, he moved closer to the patriarch of the Blue Dragon and asked, "Father, does this guy have the guts to come? I heard that he is equivalent to an immortal realm divine guard. He should come." The patriarch of the Blue Dragon looked into the distance. His eyes were calm. Only by looking closely could one see the craziest killing intent hidden in the deepest part of his eyes. If he doesn't die this time, the reputation of the Lingwu family will fall into an endless abyss. In addition, we will lose the position of the city lord. When can we have a chance to make a comeback? Dongfang Xianfeng sighed. The death of the son he was most proud of caused a ball of anger to accumulate in his heart. Don't worry. He will come, and he will die. And the Lingwu family will never be defeated. The patriarch of the Blue Dragon said decisively after a moment of silence. There is no right or wrong in this conflict. We can only blame ourselves for not roping in this monstrous genius and underestimating him. I didn't expect that I would realize this at this age. The only thing we can do now is to get rid of him completely. Only then can we restore our reputation and status, Dongfang Xianfeng said. He is here. The patriarch of the Blue Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, what made everyone excited was the sight of a man and a wolf sprinting over from the horizon. Chapter 269. He actually came. When the man and the wolf slowly appeared on the horizon, everyone could not help but admire Long Chen's courage. What he was going to do was to have a life and death battle with the most powerful expert in Yuanling City in front of everyone. Was this something that a young man less than 20 years old could do? The tens of thousands of people on the city wall stared fixedly at the legendary Long Chen. Long Chen doesn't look special, but I didn't expect that such a young man could reach such a level. Even if he dies in the hands of the Blue Dragon Patriarch, he will leave a deep mark in the history of Yuanling City. At this moment, when they saw Long Chen appear, the eyes of the Lingwu family flashed with hatred. He really dares to come. This guy is really brave. Patriarch Xuanwu was also about to participate in the battle. He stood next to the Blue Dragon Patriarch and looked at Long Chen and Xiao Lang with a gloomy look. Fourth brother, that demonic beast is not simple. There must be something strange about the demonic beasts in the sky-burning mystery land. When you fight, just try your best to restrain it. After I take care of Long Chen, I will join you to deal with the demonic beast, said the Blue Dragon Patriarch. I understand. Patriarch Xuanwu nodded. Smoke and dust rose along the way. Long Chen looked at the crowded city wall of Yuanling City not far away. So many people were watching. He knew that it was all caused by himself. From a nobody to such a powerful person, he had gone through many obstacles and experienced many life and death situations. Thinking of his own experience, he sighed. Now the last challenge was to defeat the Blue Dragon Patriarch, win the ninth prince's favor, and become an immortal realm divine guard. Xiao Lang, go all out and start a new journey for us brothers. Long Chen was full of fighting spirit. In response to him, Xiao Lang also gave a high-spirited howl. The desolate and powerful voice instantly penetrated the entire Yuanling City. The aura of the earth-ranked demonic beast made all the beasts in Yuanling City tremble. In an extremely flashy manner, Long Chen and Xiao Lang stopped outside the gate of Yuanling City. Your Highness, Ninth Prince, I am here to fight. Long Chen raised his head and shouted to the people in the city tower. Very good. The ninth prince smiled faintly. He looked at Long Chen with an appreciative expression, as if he was surprised that a place like Yuan Ling's city could produce someone like Long Chen. After getting the ninth prince's response, Long Chen jumped down from Xiao Lang's back. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit and intense killing intent. With a sneer on his face, he looked at the city tower and shouted, Patriarch Blue Dragon, Patriarch Xuanwu, get your ass down here. Get your ass down here. The shout contained Long Chen's late heavenly core true energy. In an instant, the entire city wall started shaking, and the rumbling sound made all the onlookers feel dizzy. They had thought Long Chen was too young to have much combat strength, but from the shout, they could tell that Long Chen was not an ordinary young man. However, Long Chen was being too rude. In front of so many people, he actually told the two patriarchs to get the hell out of here. What a courageous man. At least, there weren't many people here who could tell Patriarch Blue Dragon to get the hell out of here and still survive. Bastard, you're courting death. When their father was humiliated by Long Chen, Dongfang Xianfeng and the others couldn't stand it anymore. Just as they were about to rush down the city tower, Patriarch Blue Dragon gently stopped them and said, "This is a battle of life and death. There's no need to care about these irrelevant words. The more he humiliated me, the more pain I'll give him." Yes, father. Dongfang Xianfeng admired his father from the bottom of his heart. Patriarch Blue Dragon and Patriarch Xuanwu looked at each other, then they told the ninth prince what to do. After that, they jumped down from the city tower and stood 30 meters away from Long Chen, facing Long Chen. "Kid, if you don't have anything else to say, then die," Patriarch Blue Dragon said with a gloomy expression. "Of course." Long Chen smiled faintly and said loudly, "First of all, I need to make it clear that today's battle is mainly to end all the grudges between us. After this battle, no matter who wins or loses, it has nothing to do with each other. My family, relatives, and friends will not seek revenge from the Lingwu family, and the Lingwu family will not attack my family either. Even if they try to suppress us secretly, it won't work. I don't know if you dare to agree to this." For Patriarch Blue Dragon, this was not important. Moreover, he didn't think that he would lose to Long Chen, nor did he think that Long Chen's family would bring trouble to the Lingwu family. Patriarch Blue Dragon knew that Long Chen was worried that the Lingwu family would not let his family go after him after he killed him. To be honest, the only person Patriarch Blue Dragon wanted to kill was Long Chen. It had nothing to do with his useless family members. "I agree to this. After this battle, no matter who wins or loses, there will be no grudges between our two families. However, this battle is not about life and death. If I die, I will not blame anyone. The family members of the deceased will not be allowed to avenge me," Patriarch Blue Dragon said. "Since you have agreed to this, Your Highness, please be a witness for us." Halfway through his sentence, Long Chen raised his head and looked in the direction of the tower. At this moment, the ninth prince's indifferent voice resounded, "I've already noted this matter down. If anyone secretly breaks the promise, I'll personally kill them. You can rest assured." With the ninth prince's words and countless witnesses, Long Chen was relieved. "Xiao Lang, be careful. Don't underestimate that big guy. Of course, the Nine Serenities demonic ancestral flame is your trump card. Don't show it easily and make others jealous." Xiao Lang understood what Long Chen said, so he nodded. Long Chen raised his head and said to the Patriarch Blue Dragon, "Since we have agreed, let's start the battle. Blue Dragon, you old dog, follow me." Then, he left Xiao Lang and walked to the left, leaving enough space for the battle between the two sides. The words, "Blue Dragon, you old dog," enraged the Blue Dragon Patriarch. Without hesitation, he chased after Long Chen. The people on the city tower gasped in admiration at the speed of the heavenly river Tier. Meanwhile, the Xuanwu Patriarch had his eyes on Mo Xiaolang. "Your demonic beast is similar to the moon-devouring demonic wolf, but it is much stronger. I have seen a lot of things, but I have never seen a demonic beast like you." Of course, the Xuanwu patriarch didn't know that the moon-devouring demonic wolf had gone extinct a long time ago. Back then, Mo Xiaolang had been particularly interested in wolf-type demonic beasts, so he had found information about the moon-devouring demonic wolf from an ancient book. Even the 9th prince didn't know about the moon-devouring demonic wolf. He now believed that it was just a mutated moon-devouring demonic wolf. Xiao Lang couldn't speak. He could only stare at his opponent with a gloomy expression. He lowered his head and roared. Then, his whole body turned into a black whirlwind and rushed towards the Xuanwu patriarch. "You are indeed a legendary Earth-rank demonic beast. However, without human intelligence, how can you fight with others?" The Xuanwu patriarch laughed heartily. He held the Xuanwu divine axe and slashed at Xiao Lang. In fact, the Xuanwu patriarch was more powerful than the Blue Dragon patriarch. However, even if the two of them were more powerful, they were not the main characters today. The main characters today were Long Chen and the Blue Dragon patriarch. When the Xuanwu patriarch and Xiao Lang started fighting, Long Chen had already used the dragon's soul transformation in the process of rushing forward. The nature of his true energy soared. In terms of true energy alone, Long Chen had reached the heavenly river tier. However, without the power of stars, his true energy was still inferior to that of the Blue Dragon patriarch. The Blue Dragon halberd was the weapon that the Blue Dragon patriarch had used for more than 10 years, but now it was in the hands of Long Chen. It was a bit ironic. Therefore, when he saw Long Chen using the Blue Dragon halberd to fight against him, the eyes of the Blue Dragon patriarch were completely covered with a layer of blood. The halberd in his hand was only an advanced profound level combat skill. As the most powerful person in the Lingwu family, it was really a bit shameful for him to use an advanced profound level halberd. I heard that Long Chen has also mastered the Earth level combat skill, Dragon Battle Star Field. However, compared to my ultimate combat skill, Dragon Battle Star Field is nothing, the Blue Dragon patriarch thought to himself. In fact, judging from the true energy that erupted during Long Chen's attack, the Blue Dragon patriarch could feel that he seemed to have true energy that was close to the heavenly river state. Moreover, the blood-red scales on his body also looked a bit hideous and terrifying. No wonder this guy can surpass Yan Danqing and become the strongest of the younger generation. Under the sunlight, the blood-red Long Chen, holding the Blue Dragon halberd covered with cyan dragon scales, suddenly charged at the Blue Dragon patriarch. At that moment, the Blue Dragon patriarch was in a trance. He seemed to see a blood-red divine dragon that could destroy heaven and earth. Impossible. I'm hallucinating. Dragons only existed in myths. The Blue Dragon patriarch shook his head to get rid of this inexplicable thought and then dealt with Long Chen's attack. The sunlight today was so strong that it even blurred people's vision. Long Chen's back was facing the sun, and the Blue Dragon patriarch was facing the light of the sun. He couldn't open his eyes. Demonic spirit sword finger. As he rushed forward, two dazzling sword chi slashed at the Blue Dragon patriarch. When he used the sword chi, Long Chen suddenly swung the Blue Dragon halberd in a big circle, turned around and slashed. Suddenly, a whistling Blue Dragon shadow rushed at the Blue Dragon patriarch. Blue Dragon combat technique, break the underworld, shatter the green netherworld. Under the cover of the demonic spirit sword finger, the Blue Dragon halberd was the main attack. In an instant, the Blue Dragon patriarch was faced with such a powerful attack. Seeing such a scene, the people on the city wall went into an uproar. Previously, they had only thought of Long Chen as an audacious junior. However, from this battle, they could tell that Long Chen seemed to be surging forward. Are you the only one who knows the Blue Dragon combat technique? The Blue Dragon patriarch sneered. Chapter 270. When Long Chen used the Blue Dragon combat technique to attack the Great Ancestor of the Blue Dragon, the Great Ancestor of the Blue Dragon also waved his combat technique crazily. The genuine chi that belonged to the Heavenly River State suddenly burst out. Suddenly, a huge wave that belonged to the Star River swept towards Long Chen, almost throwing Long Chen off. Oh no, I still underestimated the power of the heavenly river state. This majestic power seemed to carry the power of heaven and earth, sharp and vast. Just the impact made Long Chen a little unstable, and the attack in his hand was also affected. As expected, the gap between the great realms was much greater than that between the small realms. It could be said that Long Chen had caught up with the great ancestor of the blue dragon in terms of genuine qi, but there was still a big gap in the realm. Blue dragon combat technique, break the underworld, break the green hell, break. At this time, the great ancestor of the blue dragon also waved the blue dragon halberd crazily. The power of the stars was constantly instilled into the halberd in his hand. Then, he let out a roar and attacked towards Long Chen's attack. Go to hell. Rumble. The weapons of the two collided, making a series of explosions. Suddenly, the yellow sand outside Yuanling City was flying. The people on the city wall stretched their necks to see, and there were curses everywhere. The city wall was so small that only a few people could see clearly. How is it? Did anyone die? Did Long Chen get killed? You are the one who got killed. Fuck, who stole my Qinkuan bag? What? Long Chen has been killed? So fast. The noise and excitement on the city wall were much more intense than those below the city wall. At this time, Long Chen was dealing with the storm-like attacks of the great ancestor of the blue dragon. He had to admit that the great ancestor of the blue dragon was indeed a very difficult opponent. Long Chen used the blue dragon combat technique, but not only did he not defeat the great ancestor, but he was also suppressed and forced to retreat. How can this guy understand the power of the heavenly river state? In the city tower, many people sneered, and Dongfang Xianfeng was also full of joy. Of course, this was also within his expectation. However, even though Long Chen was being suppressed, he was not afraid. This was only the beginning. The true dragon 9 flashes beneath Long Chen's feet frantically moved. In reality, Long Chen had used the true dragon 9 flashes twice in a row. He had already changed 18 positions. To be able to use the true dragon 9 flashes to such an extent was a testament to his exceptional talent. With a final flash, Long Chen deflected the Blue Dragon Patriarch's attack and rushed to the Blue Dragon Patriarch's side. The Blue Dragon battle halberd suddenly spun and attacked the enemy again. Insignificant skill. The Patriarch of the Blue Dragon sneered. Although the combat technique in his hand was ordinary, it was infused with the power of the heavenly river tier, and it was even more powerful than the Blue Dragon's halberd. Every time their weapons collided, the Blue Dragon's halberd was almost knocked away. The outcome is still uncertain. Stop boasting in front of me, you old bastard. Long Chen bellowed and waved his battle skill crazily. At the same time, he kept using the true dragon's 9 flash to change his figure. Even the old ancestor of the blue dragon had to take such unpredictable attacks seriously. Time passed gradually. The battle that everyone thought could be decided in an instant actually lasted for a long time, which shocked everyone more and more. After all, Long Chen was less than 20 years old. He was only 17 years old today, but he could survive for so long in front of the Patriarch of the Blue Dragon realm, and even fight back. From this, it could be seen how monstrous Long Chen was. Although Yan Danqing was known as a genius, he was probably not even qualified to carry shoes for Long Chen. This Long Chen is really nature-defying. It's been a long time since there was such a peerless genius in Yuanling City. From today on, Long Chen's name would spread throughout the entire Yuanling County. He would replace Yan Danqing as the #1 genius and be remembered by everyone. However, everyone wondered if Long Chen would truly defeat the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon realm, just like the Black Wolf under him. At this moment, even though the old ancestor of the Xuanwu realm wielded the divine axe of Xuanwu, he was still in danger under the attack of the Black Wolf. And this was because Mo Shaolang was deliberately controlling it. He did not even use the mysterious 9 darkness demonic ancestral fire. He only used his demon chi and the battle skills of the sun-devouring demonic wolf to wear down the old ancestor of the Xuanwu realm. In terms of demon chi, he was a level higher than the old ancestor of the Xuanwu realm, so he could obviously suppress him. On the other hand, Long Chen's battle was much more intense. Dragon battle in the Star Wilderness. Earth-class battle skills danced wildly in Long Chen's hands as he attacked the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon realm. In an instant, the tip of the halberd turned into thousands of dragon shadows that enveloped the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon realm. Dragon battle in the Star Wilderness. I've used it for more than 10 years. How dare you show it off in front of me? The old ancestor of the Blue Dragon realm laughed aloud. His actions were exactly the same as Long Chen's. He also used the dragon battle in the Star Wilderness. Everyone could tell that the dragon battle in the Star Wilderness of the Blue Dragon realm seemed to be more offensive and destructive. Clang, clang, clang. A series of weapons collided, creating an ear-piercing sound. The sharp sound made everyone cover their ears unconsciously as they watched the battle between Long Chen and the old ancestor with furrowed brows. Long Chen is going to lose. When they saw that Long Chen was sent flying, someone screamed. Suddenly, there was an uproar on the city wall. Hearing the tide-like praise, the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon realm smiled. He raised his battle skills and charged towards Long Chen. He said gloomily, "Brat, it's time to decide the winner. Die." At this time, the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon realm unleashed all his true energy. Suddenly, he looked like a huge glowing body. He turned into a phantom and rushed towards Long Chen. The halberd in his hand was dragged on the ground, creating clusters of sparks. The true energy of the Heavenly River realm was surging in the battle skills. I'll let you see the strongest move I've comprehended from the Blue Dragon halberd. This is the strongest move of the previous family heads. After saying that, his true energy frantically surged towards the halberd in his hand. A dragon's roar exploded out of nowhere. At this time, the battle skills in his hands suddenly rose, and a huge green dragon's soul suddenly rose, sweeping towards Long Chen. Blue Dragon battle skills. Dragon soaring to the 9th heaven. Long Chen was very familiar with this move. He had used it before. However, the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven used by the Blue Dragon realm ancestor was at least several times stronger than his, just like his dragon battle star field was not as good as the opponent's dragon battle star field. This was purely a difference in cultivation level. When the vast attack, dragon soaring to the 9th heaven, was performed, everyone made a noise and let out bursts of pity. They knew that under the ultimate move of the Blue Dragon realm ancestor, Long Chen basically had no chance of surviving. The horror of the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven made everyone's scalp go numb, even if they were not there. Dragon soaring to the 9th heaven can also be regarded as an ultimate move. Long Chen smiled coldly. He knew that the Blue Dragon battle skills still had one last move. Although he did not know how to use it, he knew that it was the strongest attack of the Blue Dragon battle skills. However, was the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven really going to destroy Long Chen? When the Blue Dragon ancestor used this move, those who had been to the Burning Sky secret realm knew that Long Chen also knew this move. They thought that Long Chen would clash head-on with the Blue Dragon ancestor, but this time, Long Chen chose to retreat. He knew that even if he used the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven, he would more or less be sent flying with blood spurting out. Therefore, Long Chen did not hesitate. At this time, when the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven shrouded him, he actually put down the Blue Dragon halberd. Long Chen is committing suicide. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Although there was no way to resist, he should at least fight for the last time. An even louder uproar swept across the city wall. Even the 9th prince sat up on his recliner, looking at the scene with some doubt. When he saw the passionate eyes of Long Chen, the 9th prince knew that he definitely had a move. Just when everyone thought that Long Chen was courting death, Long Chen actually moved. He stretched out his hands and slowly drew a circle in front of his chest. At first, his movement was very slow, but then it kept accelerating until his hands turned into a phantom. Vigorous true qi kept gushing out of his hands. Under the control of his hands, it kept rotating and gradually turned into a vortex of true qi. 9 spirals fire shield, first rotation. The corner of Long Chen's mouth gently spat out these words. Then, his eyes lit up, because at this time, the entire vortex of true qi had already been completely formed. Then, his true qi erupted and transformed into a raging flame shield with a diameter of more than 2 meters. It blocked in front of Long Chen. Second rotation. The 9 spirals fire shield crazily rotated, its speed was getting faster and faster. Every time it completed a rotation, the color of the flame deepened a lot. Before the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven arrived, Long Chen clenched his teeth and finally reached his limit. 9 spirals fire shield, 6th rotation. In these 10 days of cultivation, Long Chen had cultivated the 9 spiral flame shield to the 6th spiral realm. However, the 9 spiral flame shield was a mid-earth class battle skill, and it was extremely superior. Long Chen was confident that he could deal with the mid-earth class dragon soars to the 9th heaven. However, his 9 spirals fire shield had startled the 9th prince to the point that he stood up. After seeing that it really was the 9 spirals fire shield, his eyes narrowed. No one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, Yan Danqing, who was watching the battle, was also startled. He looked in the direction of the 9th prince, but he saw that the 9th prince was completely ignoring him, so he could only give up. At this time, he had already reattached his broken arm, but the scar in his heart could never be healed. How can Long Chen have the 9 spirals fire shield? This was the biggest question in the hearts of the 9th prince and Yan Danqing. Among them, Yan Danqing thought about it more deeply. When he thought about this point, his eyes became bloodshot. The 9th prince said that if Long Chen can defeat the ancestor of the blue dragon, he will give the immortal realm divine guard to him. It seems that the 9th prince is really protecting him. He even took my 9 spirals fire shield and gave it to Long Chen. Isn't this clearly showing that he doesn't want me to be an immortal realm divine guard? The inheritance is obviously mine, why did that dog Long Chen benefit from it? At this moment, Yan Danqing's heart was filled with hatred and anger. The grievance in his heart had already made him on the verge of collapse. When he thought about how the fruit of his hard work was actually given to someone else, he wanted to kill everyone. However, there was no other way. The 9th prince was the 9th prince. His status and strength were there for all to see. What could Yan Danqing do? He could only blame all his hatred on Long Chen. And at this moment, an even louder noise was heard. Chapter 271. The clamor was because the dragon soars to the 9th heaven and the 9 revolutions fire shield finally had a head-on collision. Everyone originally thought that Long Chen would definitely die, but when Long Chen used the 9 revolutions fire shield, they all knew that Long Chen still had hope. The vast dragon soars to the 9th heaven, that almost real dragon shadow, with a loud bang collided with Long Chen's 9 revolutions fire shield. Rumble. With a series of explosions, the yellow ground was shaken into a huge pit. Sand and dust filled the sky, flying everywhere, blocking everyone's line of sight. The yellow sand danced wildly. One could vaguely see that the 9 revolving fire shield was rotating crazily. It was like a grinder, completely dispersing the power of the 9 heavens. Dragon soars to the 9 heavens. The berserk power directly smashed into the surrounding ground, forming huge pits, causing even more dust to explode. At this time, Long Chen was facing a huge pressure. He held the 9 revolutions fire shield, as if he was using his hands to support a mountain. Although it was heavy, but Long Chen was happy, because he discovered that the pure defense of the 9 revolutions fire shield was completely able to block the power of the dragon soars to the 9th heaven. The essence of the 9 revolutions fire shield was the word revolve. It was not a direct confrontation, but through the rotation, it poured out the power of the dragon soars to the 9th heaven. How is this possible? Feeling that his attack had completely hit the air, there was no need to mention how shocked the blue dragon ancestor was. His eyes became blood red, and he madly roared, "Long Chen, do you think you can block me like this? Go to hell." After saying that, he added the output of true qi, almost using all the true qi in his body to drive the attack. The violent energy directly shook Long Chen a few steps back. Die. Long Chen clenched his teeth, firmly blocking, from the beginning to the end. He did not let the opponent take a step forward. When he felt that it was about time, at that time, he actually let go of one of his hands, sucking up the blue dragon halberd from the ground, controlling it in his own hands. Old ghost, at this point, you still don't understand who the person who died is? Long Chen roared. When the 9 revolving fire shield blocked the opponent's attack, Long Chen knew that hope was right in front of him. At this moment, his eyes were filled with a sneer. That strange blood-red whirlpool appeared on his fine scales. A swallowing ability was formed out of thin air. Devouring blood world. At this moment, Long Chen used the mystique bestowed upon him by the divine dragon's inheritance blood essence. The blood-red mist permeated the small area and instantly enveloped the blue dragon patriarch. This time, Long Chen controlled the area of the devouring blood world to deal with only the blue dragon patriarch. Therefore, the pressure of the blue dragon patriarch's blood was greater than anyone else's. What is this thing? When the blue dragon patriarch, who was using his ultimate technique with all his might, saw the surrounding blood-red mist, he immediately turned pale with fright. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the blood in his entire body was boiling. The blood that originally belonged to him did not seem to belong to him at this moment as it stirred crazily in his body. The internal body was the weakest part of a person. How could the blue dragon patriarch execute his attack in such a situation? Moreover, the turbulence of the blood had already caused the blue dragon patriarch to suffer a backlash, injuring his internal organs. How could this happen? Long Chen, what kind of monster are you? The blue dragon patriarch, who was originally calm, suddenly let out a horrified cry. This made the onlookers' scalps go numb. Surrounded by the blood-red mist, they could only vaguely see the position of the blue dragon patriarch. Old ghost, I won't say any more. From the moment you put my precious Lingxi into a deep sleep, I've already decided to kill you. And the time is now. Long Chen snorted coldly. At this moment, he withdrew the 9 revolutions fire shield and directly used his body to resist the remaining attack of the blue dragon patriarch. Then, he suddenly burst out with the blue dragon halberd in his hand. Another dragon's soul suddenly burst out and rushed towards the blue dragon patriarch. I'll let you die by the move you're most proud of. Blue dragon combat technique, dragon soars to the 9th heaven. Die. At this moment, the blue dragon patriarch had exhausted his true qi and his entire body was almost confined by the devouring blood world. When he saw the cyan dragon's shadow below him, he completely collapsed. Impossible. How could I die by your hands? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Ah! The crazed cry of despair of the blue dragon patriarch before his death sent chills down everyone's spines. They could only watch as the cyan dragon's shadow directly swallowed the blue dragon patriarch and sent him flying up into the sky. Then, he fell down and smashed into the ground. Under the impact of the dragon soars to the 9th heaven, all the bones in the blue dragon patriarch's body were shattered, his meridians were broken, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were smashed. When he fell to the ground, smoke and dust filled the sky. He couldn't be more dead. As for Long Chen, he put away the blue dragon halberd and the dragon's soul transformation. He stood in front of the blue dragon patriarch and looked at him indifferently. This scene caused the scene to remain silent for a few breaths of time. Then, all kinds of noise and discussions broke out. The minds of the people on the city wall went blank. Seeing the birth of this miracle with their own eyes, they couldn't come back to their senses. They looked at each other, and even their voices were trembling. Everyone, did I see it wrong? Dragon. Long Chen killed the blue dragon patriarch, a peerless expert. It should be right. I didn't see it wrong. I saw it too. Don't be silly. It's the truth. Long Chen is really the peerless genius of our Yuanling city. He is less than 20 years old, but he killed a warrior in the Heavenly River realm. What does this mean? Genius, that's the only word that can describe him. On this day, Long Chen was officially promoted to the super overlord level of Yuanling city. On the city wall, some were happy, and some were sad. The Morning Light Business League was the only force that was happy about Long Chen's victory. Their opponents were all weakened, and they were the only ones that didn't matter, which was also something to be happy about. The Beast Soul Palace, on the other hand, was likely to lose the position of the Celestial Realm Divine Guards and the City Lord's mansion. As for the Lingwu family, they were angry and resentful. At this time, all the members of the Lingwu family saw the Blue Dragon Patriarch die in the hands of Long Chen. They felt like they were struck by lightning and couldn't believe it, but the truth was right there. Although the Azure Dragon Old Ancestor and Long Chen had agreed that this duel was to resolve their grudges, regardless of whether they would live or die, most of them threw the matter to the back of their minds when the Azure Dragon Old Ancestor died and rushed down the city tower. Lingwu family, do you want to be annihilated? The butler in black blocked their way and said coldly. The word annihilation made the members of the Lingwu family shiver from their toes to their heads. This cold word stopped them in their tracks and forced them to suppress the anger in their hearts. Don't forget the agreement between you and Long Chen. As the number one family of Yuanling City, you can't even keep this basic promise. The voice of the ninth prince sounded in their ears. All the members of the Lingwu family felt chills down their spines. At this time, although there was anger and resentment in their hearts, they had no choice but to suppress it. The death of the Blue Dragon Patriarch was definitely a huge blow to the Lingwu family. They still couldn't believe this fact. Even those who weren't related to it found it hard to accept this, let alone them. Just when the members of the Lingwu family were blocked by the ninth prince, there was another commotion below. The people on the city wall looked over and saw the black wolf howling at the sky. Beneath him was the mutilated corpse of the Xuanwu Patriarch. A black ray of light flew towards the Beitang family's ancestral tomb. It was the Xuanwu Divine Axe. Fourth brother is dead too. This was a bolt out of the blue. The members of the Lingwu family lost their souls. Most of them were pale and had to be supported by the people next to them. The Lingwu family had lost two patriarchs. The glory of the number one family of Yuanling City was completely gone. Everyone knew that it was Long Chen, a nobody, who caused the decline of this powerful family. Shock could no longer describe everyone's feelings. They felt that everything that happened today was a dream. In their dream, they witnessed the birth of a miracle. This young man named Long Chen. His name would shake the entire Yuanling County from today onwards. No one had ever been able to shake the superpower of Yuanling City with their own strength, but Long Chen did it. Your Highness, us siblings will bring our eldest brother and fourth brother home. The White Tiger Patriarch's hoarse voice sounded a little old. Go. The ninth prince said indifferently. The Lingwu family had been completely defeated today. It was time for them to leave. If they stayed here, they would only lose more face. Everyone was looking at the members of the Lingwu family quietly cleaning up the bodies of the Blue Dragon Patriarch and the Xuanwu Patriarch. The dead should be respected. Long Chen and Xiao Lang retreated to the side. Conflict had nothing to do with right or wrong. Long Chen and the Lingwu family had reached a point where it was either you die or I live. Today's ending was within his expectations. If it wasn't for Long Chen's efforts, he would be the one being cleaned up. Therefore, he didn't feel pity. In this world, the winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. This was a very normal thing. From the beginning to the end, the members of the Lingwu family didn't look at Long Chen. They were already afraid of this young man's brilliance. Yin Mengyao was hiding among the endless crowd. She had been watching this battle from the beginning to the end. She was still tightly holding a letter in her hand. That was the letter that Long Chen had left for her, telling her that Imo Xiaolang was still alive. Yin Mengyao read the letter first and then heard that Imo Xiaolang was dead. Therefore, she didn't experience the sorrow. Today, she mainly came to see Long Chen and even wanted to find a chance to ask about Imo Xiaolang's whereabouts. However, she realized that she couldn't get close to this young man because his brilliance was too dazzling. Is this Long Chen the Long Chen who participated in the selection battle with me a few months ago? Yin Mengyao felt like she was dreaming. At this moment, Yin Mengyao saw the sun-devouring demonic wolf beside Long Chen. How can the eyes of this demonic beast be so pure? Why do I feel like I've seen it before? Yin Mengyao was shocked. Chapter 272. Yin Mengyao could see Long Chen, but Long Chen couldn't see Yin Mengyao. After defeating the Blue Dragon Patriarch and killing him, the most important thing now was the matter of the Immortal Realm Divine Guards. The departure of the Lingwu family represented the decline of a super force that had dominated Yuanling City for many years, and Long Chen was the rising star of Yuanling City. Of course, Long Chen would not stay in Yuanling City. This place was no longer enough for him to grow. As long as he went to a wider sky, he could soar to his heart's content. Biyao Imperial City should be such a place. The surrounding countries were about the same size as the Tsangyang Kingdom, far from the scale of the 10 great holy dynasties, and the 10 great holy dynasties were an unreachable existence for the current Long Chen. There was no relatively powerful demonic beast mountain range near the Tsangyang Kingdom. Only Biyao Imperial City and Niyang's Immortal Realm were the most suitable places for Long Chen. Even if he didn't become an Immortal Realm Divine Guard, Long Chen would still return to Biyao Imperial City. The Immortal Realm Divine Guard only gave Long Chen a legal identity. At this time, the shock brought to everyone by Long Chen's defeat of the Blue Dragon Patriarch was still not over. Everyone was looking at this calm-looking young man and exclaiming in admiration. In the history of Yuanling City, no one had ever reached the level of Long Chen. As soon as the Lingwu family left, the most flustered one was the Beast Soul Hall. At this time, Emperor Yuan led the people of the Beast Soul Hall to the side of the 9th prince and looked at the 9th prince with sparkling eyes. They knew that it was time for the 9th prince to make a decision. Among them, the most nervous person was Yan Danqing. In his opinion, the Immortal Realm Divine Guard was something he had painstakingly obtained by himself. Now, he might even have to give it to Long Chen. How could he be willing? How could the meat in their hands be snatched away and given to Long Chen? At the crucial moment, Long Chen raised his head and looked at the 9th prince, who was standing on the city gate tower. He opened his mouth and said, "Your Highness, I've already defeated Patriarch Azure Dragon. According to the agreement, I should be the Immortal Realm Divine Guard, right?" Before the 9th prince could speak, Yan Danqing was the first to panic. His face was gloomy as he said, "Bullshit, the one who obtained the inheritance of the Burning Sky secret realm is me. Who do you think you are? Of course I'm nothing, but you were defeated by me. Who do you think you are? Defeated by me, what qualifications do you have to be an Immortal Realm Divine Guard? Aren't you afraid of going to Biyao Imperial City and humiliating the people of Yuanling City? Everyone, am I right?" Long Chen faintly smiled and then raised his voice to ask everyone. After defeating the Blue Dragon Patriarch, Long Chen gained unprecedented popularity. At this time, when he said this, in Yuanling City, as long as there were spectators, most of them jeered, "Yes. Let Long Chen be an Immortal Realm Divine Guard." Long Chen's current strength far exceeded Yan Danqing's. If he went to Biyao Imperial City, he would also be able to shine even more brilliantly. As for Yan Danqing, he might lose the face of the people of Yuanling City. This earth-shattering jeering made Yan Danqing's face pale to the extreme. His whole body trembled. Even Emperor Yuan, who was next to him, had an ugly expression. "Your Highness, since the rules have been set, I hope your Highness will not break them. According to the rules, the person who obtained the inheritance of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor is Yan Danqing." Emperor Yuan said to the 9th prince sternly. "Who said that only Yan Danqing obtained the inheritance? The ninth prince interrupted Emperor Yuan and suddenly laughed. Then, he turned his head, looked at Long Chen appreciatively, and said in a clear voice, "Just now, Long Chen used the 9 spinning fire shield, which is the famous combat skill of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor. In other words, Long Chen also obtained the inheritance of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor, and Long Chen is stronger than Yan Danqing. Therefore, I have decided that the Immortal Realm Divine Guard will be Long Chen." As soon as the ninth prince said this, the people of Yuanling City suddenly cheered loudly. The Beast Soul Palace and the Lingwu family were the super forces of Yuanling City, and they usually oppressed these commoners. But Long Chen's status was much closer to theirs, so they naturally supported Long Chen. Finally becoming an Immortal Realm Divine Guard, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. However, the fact that the ninth prince said that he obtained the inheritance of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor made him a little worried. He didn't know what the ninth prince meant by this. Nonsense, Long Chen didn't obtain the 9 spinning fire shield at all, Yan Danqing said anxiously. Then tell me, where did he get the 9 spinning fire shield? The ninth prince asked in reply. You. Yan Danqing originally wanted to say that you gave it to him, but he had already made an agreement with the ninth prince that the 9 spinning fire shield and other things were in the hands of the ninth prince. Emperor Yuan obviously knew that his grandson was indignant. He quickly pulled him back, frowned, and said to the ninth prince, "Your Highness, isn't this reason a little too far-fetched? Yan Jibai, it seems that you don't want the position of the city lord's mansion anymore, right?" The ninth prince said faintly and no longer paid attention to him. Instead, he looked at Long Chen with a smile and said, "Come up, what are you doing standing here?" The ninth prince's words made Emperor Yuan completely shut his mouth. He knew that since the ninth prince even said those words, the matter of the Immortal Realm Divine Guards was already beyond discussion. However, fortunately, there was still the position of the city lord's mansion. Only then did he feel some comfort in his heart. Emperor Yuan had lived for so many years, he naturally knew when to lower his head. However, Yan Danqing didn't understand. When he heard with his own ears that the matter of the Immortal Realm Divine Guards was completely blown up, his breathing gradually became heavy and his eyes turned red. If it weren't for Emperor Yuan stopping him, he would have lost his mind. "Danqing, let's go back." After saying this, Emperor Yuan cupped his hands towards the ninth prince and said, "Your Highness, since the matter is over, we will take our leave first." The ninth prince didn't even look at him and just nodded. In the eyes of the ninth prince, Emperor Yuan's value wasn't even 1/10 of Long Chen's. Emperor Yuan's expression was calm as he left with the people of Beast Soul Palace. When he turned around, a trace of hostility and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Today was the most aggrieved he had ever been in his life, and the person who caused this was Long Chen. After walking down from the city tower, Yan Danqing and Emperor Yuan finally recovered a little from their anger. Emperor Yuan said with some emotion, "Danqing, this time, Grandpa is useless, I didn't manage to protect your honor." "Grandpa, I'm fine," Yan Danqing said faintly. No one knew how much anger was hidden under his calm expression. "It's good that you're fine. I hope you can withstand this blow. At least, we have the right to manage Yuanling City. From now on, our Beast Soul Palace will flourish. At that time, you will be able to get more resources. Surpassing that Long Chen won't be a dream anymore," Emperor Yuan said affirmatively. "I know, Grandpa. I want to go out alone to relax and calm down. You guys can go back first," Yan Danqing said. Looking at his proudest grandson being so disappointed at this time, Emperor Yuan also felt very uncomfortable. He nodded and said, "Go, remember to come back early. From today onwards, I will personally guide you on the path forward. I have already prepared enough Tianhe pills to help you break through to the Heavenly River realm." Just like that, Yan Danqing left alone. He really wanted to find a place to be quiet so that he could have the mood to welcome the upcoming cultivation. In fact, in Yuanling City, there weren't many people who had seen Yan Danqing's true appearance, so for a while, no one recognized him. If they did, they would definitely point at him and talk about him. Suddenly, Yan Danqing saw a dainty figure in the crowd. Before entering the burning sky mystic realm, I have carefully checked the information of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Isn't this woman their adopted sister, Yin Mengyao from the outer clan of the Lingwu family, the Yin clan? Seeing that this woman was actually alone, the hatred in Yan Danqing's heart began to boil bit by bit again. The jade fire crystal that Grandpa gave me, I didn't use it last time in the burning sky mystic realm. This time, it's time to use it. Long Chen, you are ruthless to me, so don't blame me for being ruthless to you. After the Beast Soul Palace left, the people of the Morning Light Business League all knew that it was inappropriate for them to stay here, so they took their leave first. The onlookers on the city wall saw that the matter had ended, so they also left one after another. However, they couldn't calm down for a long time. On the way home, tens of thousands of people were discussing Long Chen's great achievements today. The battle that happened outside Yuanling's city today was sweeping the entire Yuanling city at lightning speed, and then spread to other places through the mouths of the merchants who came and went. At this moment, Long Chen was standing in front of the ninth prince with Xiao Lang. It could be seen that the ninth prince, not only was his identity, strength, and even his intelligence were extremely high. Long Chen admitted that he was not his opponent. He was in awe of the ninth prince, but it didn't mean that he was afraid or submissive. This ninth prince obviously values my potential to make me an immortal realm divine guard. However, a place like the palace is the gathering place of the world's conspiracies. People who grow up in such an environment are more or less difficult to understand. Fortunately, this ninth prince doesn't have any hostility towards me. Long Chen thought in his heart. Long Chen, let me ask you a question first. Where did you get the 9 spinning fire shield? The ninth prince went straight to the point. Seeing that there was no one around, he asked this question as soon as they met. I found this battle technique on the wall of the burning Heaven Demon Emperor's tomb. It's in the sea of fire outside the tomb. Long Chen pretended to hesitate for a moment before saying it. Regarding this point, Long Chen had already thought it through before he used the 9 spinning fire shield. He insisted that it was like this. It was impossible for the ninth prince to search his cosmos sac. So that's how it is. The ninth prince smiled, as if he believed him. He looked Long Chen up and down, and said, not bad in all aspects, your talent in cultivating battle techniques is also not bad, and your weapon is also not bad. You also have an earth-tier demonic beast as a pet. It's just that your true energy tier is still a little low. If you can reach the heavenly river tier, it would be not bad. Long Chen secretly remembered this. This was the ninth prince's evaluation of him. To tell you the truth, I didn't make you an immortal realm divine guard without a purpose. I valued your potential. The immortal realm divine guards belong to the entire imperial family, and belong to my father. However, don't you think that it's wonderful to have a few confidants among the immortal realm divine guards who can report some small news to me? The ninth prince said with a faint smile. Chapter 273. When the ninth prince spoke, he stated his objective very vaguely. However, Long Chen wasn't an idiot, and he understood immediately. In reality, the ninth prince merely wanted to recruit Long Chen and make him his loyal subordinate. Long Chen was naturally arrogant and unruly, so how could he possibly submit to others? Even if this ninth prince was extremely powerful, Long Chen wouldn't submit to him. However, why wouldn't he accept the benefits that the ninth prince had given him? Fine, I'll bluff him today. When I'm stronger in the future, I'll still ignore you, Long Chen thought. Long Chen thought in his heart. When the ninth prince finished speaking, he hurriedly said respectfully, Long Chen is willing to serve your highness. In order to repay your highness's kindness, I am willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Very good, very good. The ninth prince was delighted to see that Long Chen was tactful. Without another word, he took out a universe sack and handed it to Long Chen. He said, since you're willing to work for me, I naturally have to give you a greeting gift. There are 100 heaven river pills in this universe sack, enough for you to break through to the heavenly river tier. Additionally, there's also a high-level earth tier battle technique, divine fire clone, that you can cultivate. This time, Longchen couldn't help but feel flattered. It looked like this ninth prince was very skilled at subduing subordinates. He was extremely generous. If Longchen hadn't been smart, he would probably have shed tears of gratitude. It had to be known that even an ordinary cultivator at the second level of the heavenly river tier wouldn't have such wealth. As for the divine fire clone, it was even more valuable. However, to Longchen, who had 2,000 heaven river pills and a complete divine fire clone, these things were useless. If you want to move me, you'll have to take out at least half of your wealth. Longchen secretly cursed in his heart, but he pretended to be grateful on the outside. Looking at the situation, he almost said something like he would go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. This divine fire clone is an extremely wondrous battle skill. There are a total of 2 layers. Train well and try to condense 5 clones as soon as possible. At that time, your battle prowess will greatly increase. The ninth prince was very satisfied with Longchen's performance and smiled faintly. "Thank you, your highness," Longchen said gratefully. Longchen reckoned that the ninth prince must have obtained 3 god fire clones, but only gave him 2. Looks like this guy looks generous, but it's actually just a trick. He won't give me the truly important things. However, if he knew that I have 4 god fire clones, what expression would he have? Longchen secretly cursed in his heart. Originally, Longchen was worried that he wouldn't know how to explain when he used the god fire clone in the future. Now, not only could he explain the heaven river pill, but he could also explain the god fire clone. He could cultivate to his heart's content in the future without any fear. There's no need to thank me. Since you've agreed to serve me, it's only right that I give you some benefits. If you satisfy me in the future, then the benefits will naturally be inexhaustible. But all of this is in the future. Longchen, I'll be leaving Origin Spirit City 3 days from now and returning to Biyao Imperial City. Prepare well in these 3 days and bid farewell to your family and friends. 3 days later? So soon. All right. Longchen nodded and said, "Does your highness have any other instructions? If not, I will leave first. I will definitely go to Jade Emperor Palace in 3 days. If so, you can go first." The ninth prince nodded in satisfaction. Only then did Longchen leave. After Longchen left, the butler in black who had been silent said, "Your highness, I feel that Longchen is a bit strange." "Strange in what way?" The ninth prince was startled. He got the 9-spiral fire shield but didn't say anything. He only showed it today. I feel that if he wanted to compete for the Celestial State Divine Guards, he should have shown it earlier. Old Yen, you mean that Longchen might have had other adventures in Fentian's secret land but didn't say anything? The ninth prince smiled. Just a guess. The butler in black said. That's enough. Don't let your thoughts run wild. On the map that I obtained, that old ghost Fentian doesn't have anything else. Furthermore, Longchen is bound to me from now on. If he had anything else, he would be able to escape my eyes. Your highness is right. The butler in black smiled. Coming out from the city wall, Longchen had to walk in some alleys. Otherwise, if he was recognized, he would definitely be surrounded. I will leave in 3 days. Who should I say goodbye to? Longchen was reluctant to leave this place where he had lived for so long. I need to go back to Biyao town. I also need to go back to Qingyang Hall. I also need to see Sister Mengyao. That's about it. Thinking about it carefully, there were only a few people who were close to him. As for Xiao Lang, there was only Yin Mengyao. Longchen was thinking about how to not attract attention. He suddenly remembered that a long time ago, when he attended an auction with Lu Lan, there was a cloak. Longchen took it out and put it on his head. Then, he stuffed Imo Xiaolang into it. Only then did he dare to walk on the street with peace of mind. let's go see Sister Mengyao first. Long Chen said to Xiao Lang. Wearing a cloak, as expected, not many people could recognize Long Chen. Long Chen said proudly, this time, no one can recognize me. Just as he was feeling proud, a child suddenly ran in front of him. He blinked his eyes and asked, "Are you big brother Long Chen?" Long Chen was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He quickly shook his head and said, "I am not." The child didn't care. Instead, he stuffed a piece of paper into Long Chen's hand and said, "Big brother, someone asked me to give this to you." After saying that, the child immediately ran away. Long Chen furrowed his brows. His intuition told him that something must have happened. He hurriedly opened the slip of paper and was surprised to see such a line of words, as well as a simple map. Long Chen, if you want Yin Mingyao's life, then come to this place. The simple map clearly marked the location. Long Chen guessed that this should be a relatively remote abandoned street in the northern spiritual region. As long as he followed the map, he could easily find the location. But, Long Chen clenched his fist tightly. His eyes instantly filled with a ruthless killing intent. In fact, what Long Chen hated the most were those who were weaker than him, and then threatened the people he valued to take his life. Since Long Chen's rise to power until now, he had encountered this kind of situation many times. Quite a few people around him had been threatened like this before. This was what Long Chen hated the most. He didn't expect that someone would find trouble with him just as he was about to leave Yuanling City. This time, the person who was kidnapped was Yin Mengyao. No matter what, Yin Mengyao was still Long Chen and Xiao Lang's adopted sister. Not only did Long Chen value her, but Mo Xiao Lang also treated her as his own sister. But now, the other party had directly angered both of them. Looking at the paper, Xiao Lang's pure black eyes started to become bloodshot. Long Chen could feel that Xiao Lang's body was gradually becoming cold. This should be the effect of the 9 serene demon ancestral fire. Xiao Lang, kill your way over. Long Chen said faintly. In Yuanling City, there were only 2 forces that dared to provoke Long Chen. Long Chen wanted to see whether it was the Lingwu family or the Beast Soul Palace. Xiao Lang's speed was relatively fast, especially for such a long-distance raid. Therefore, when Xiao Lang transformed into his battle form on the street, Long Chen sat on his back. Then, a black shadow that was hard to be seen by the naked eye ran between the roofs. From the city gate, it madly headed towards the northern spiritual region. With this kind of speed, one could only feel a whirlwind rushing past, but nothing could be seen. Moreover, the wolf cub was directly running on the roof, not bumping into anyone. In this way, its speed was much faster. The location on the map was already remembered by Mo Xiaolang. No matter if it is the Lingwu family or the Beast Soul Palace, as long as they have a bit of rationality, they will not touch me. Therefore, this matter must be done by someone who has lost their rationality. There are many people in the Lingwu family who have lost their rationality towards me, but there is only Yan Danqing in the Beast Soul Palace. Thinking about Yan Danqing, Long Chen felt that he was 80% sure that it was him. When he saw Yan Danqing's eyes revealing hatred and gloom as he left, Long Chen knew it was him. At this moment, Long Chen and Xiao Lang's hearts were filled with hatred. No matter who it was, it would be a dead end for them. With Xiao Lang's abnormal speed, Long Chen arrived at the northern spiritual region in half an hour. Then, he found the location on the map from the northern spiritual region. After another half an hour, he arrived at the quiet abandoned street. Long Chen was shocked to see Yin Mengyao tied to a stone chair. Fortunately, she was not injured. Perhaps, not much time had passed since Long Chen and the 9th prince conversed in the city tower. Therefore, the thief should not have made it in time. At this moment, seeing Long Chen's arrival, Yin Mengyao did not rejoice. Instead, she was extremely flustered. Her mouth was stuffed with cloth and she could not make a sound. She could only signal Long Chen with her eyes. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was so anxious that her tears came out. Long Chen knew that Yin Mengyao wanted him to leave quickly. However, was this possible? Long Chen quickly saw the reason why Yin Mengyao was so anxious. At this moment, there was a fist-sized green crystal on Yin Mengyao's thigh. This crystal was translucent, and he could see that there was a raging flame inside the crystal. You must not know what this is, right? Yan Danqing grinned and walked out from 20 meters behind Yin Mengyao. His expression was ferocious, and he looked like he had gone mad. He said hysterically, "Let me tell you, you are a jade fire crystal." In his hand, there was another thumb-sized green crystal. It was practically a miniature version of the crystal on Yin Mengyao's thigh. Jade fire crystal. As long as the child crystal explodes, the mother crystal will also explode. If this mother crystal explodes, no one below the heavenly river tier can withstand it. The only ending is death. Long Chen, tell me, how much pain will you feel if I crush this child crystal right now? Chapter 274. To be able to use the jade fire crystal, it meant that Yan Danqing had lost most of his rationality. At this moment, he was a madman. He would rather disregard his own life and death to make Long Chen pay the price. Holding the jade fire crystal, Yan Danqing smiled sinisterly. He used his thumb and index finger to pinch the jade fire crystal and placed it in front of him. As long as he exerted a bit of force, he could completely crush the jade fire crystal. At the same time, the mother crystal on Yin Mengyao's knee would also explode. It was fine for the jade fire crystal to explode, but if the mother crystal exploded, Yin Mengyao would definitely die. At this critical moment, Long Chen and Xiao Lang didn't hesitate and directly rushed towards Yin Mengyao. This was exactly what Yan Danqing wanted. Yan Danqing wanted Long Chen to die and Yin Mengyao to fall. How could Long Chen not die if he wanted to save Yin Mengyao? Looking at Yin Mengyao's panicked expression, Long Chen's heart was already stretched to the extreme. At this moment, his heart was filled with monstrous anger. According to the current situation, he simply couldn't save Yin Mengyao. However, at this moment, Xiao Lang, who was faster than him, let out a wolf howl. Long Chen could feel a strange aura coming from Xiao Lang's body. This feeling was clearly the same as when Xiao Lang was devouring the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame while Long Chen was beside him. Xiao Lang is using the sun-devouring demonic wolf's devouring skill. Long Chen was startled at first, but he immediately reacted and revealed a joyful expression. This jade fire crystal was clearly a fire attribute item, and this type of item could only be the sun-devouring demonic wolf's food. Thinking of this, Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. However, the anger in his eyes didn't lessen. If it wasn't for Xiao Lang's divine ability, Yin Mengyao would have died today, causing eternal regret for both Long Chen and Xiao Lang. Yan Danqing. Long Chen took out his blue dragon halberd. While Xiao Lang was rescuing Yin Mengyao, he slashed at Yan Danqing and pointed the blue dragon halberd at Yan Danqing's head. You want to kill me? Go to hell. At this moment, Yan Danqing laughed maniacally. Then, he crushed the crystal in his hand. Instantly, a wave of energy was transferred to the mother crystal. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. When Yan Danqing crushed the crystal, the mother crystal had already left Yin Mengyao's thigh and was heading towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf. What made Long Chen truly relieved was that the mother crystal didn't explode. Instead, it was directly swallowed by Xiao Lang. This showed how powerful the sun-devouring demonic wolf's flame-devouring ability was. Yan Danqing, you've crossed my bottom line this time. Long Chen, who was infuriated, simply couldn't stop himself. He waved the azure dragon battle halberd and flicked it upwards. Suddenly, a dragon's roar rang out as an azure dragon shadow pounced towards Yan Danqing. Blue dragon halberd, dragon soars to the 9 heavens. Using this move to deal with Yan Danqing showed how furious Long Chen was. Yan Danqing was looking forward to seeing Yin Mengyao and Long Chen being smashed into pieces. But what he saw was the mother crystal being swallowed by Xiao Lang. For him, this was simply impossible. Hence, when Long Chen used such a move on him, he was still in a daze. When the sharp halberd energy was already in front of him, he finally reacted. But it was already too late. His strength was originally inferior to Long Chen. Under Long Chen's dragon soars to the 9 heavens, he could only let out a desperate roar before he was lifted into the sky by Long Chen. When he fell to the ground, his eyes were wide open. He had completely lost his breath. He died cleanly. After killing Yan Danqing in one move, Long Chen finally vented his hatred. But when he remembered that Emperor Yuan was behind Yan Danqing and the warning that Emperor Yuan had given him, he was a little worried. Despite his worry, he didn't regret killing Yan Danqing. He actually kidnapped Yin Mengyao and offended both Long Chen and Xiao Lang. Even if Long Chen didn't kill him, Xiao Lang would. Long Chen was about to reunite with Yin Mengyao when a white light suddenly appeared from Yan Danqing's corpse and flew in the direction of Emperor Yuan's city. Not good. Xiao Lang had just untied Yin Mengyao with his claws and freed her. Yin Mengyao had just escaped when she saw the white light and hurriedly said anxiously, "That's the soul jade token. After Yan Danqing died, it will fly back to its owner and record the location, people, and other information here. I think Emperor Yuan will know soon, you guys run." He didn't even have time to say a few words to Yin Mengyao before an even greater crisis loomed in front of him. Long Chen estimated that Emperor Yuan wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of him because he was an immortal realm divine guard. But Long Chen wasn't sure if Emperor Yuan would be able to hold back his anger when his 2 grandsons were killed. "Sister Mengyao, hurry back to the Lingwu family by yourself. I am now an immortal realm divine guard. I will head in the direction of the Jade Emperor Palace. There's no time to lose. Once I'm free, I will go to the Lingwu family to look for you." Long Chen put away the blue dragon halberd and hurriedly instructed. "Okay, you guys be careful." Yin Mengyao knew the seriousness of the matter, so she didn't delay. They split into 2 groups and began to act. On Xiao Lang's broad back, Long Chen thought carefully, Emperor Yuan's strength is at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, and he also has the beast soul transformation of the primordial extreme beast. I'm definitely not his match. Xiao Lang is currently controlling the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf and isn't particularly familiar with it. His only trump card is the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. If we really fight, the 2 of us might not be Emperor Yuan's match. Emperor Yuan seems to be more difficult to deal with than the Blue Dragon Patriarch, both in terms of willpower and strength. This time, will he take the risk to kill me? At this time, Long Chen and Xiao Lang still hadn't left the northern spiritual region. The location of the Jade Emperor Palace was in the center of the 4 major regions, relatively close to the eastern spiritual region. So, there was a long distance from here. As long as they returned to the Jade Emperor Palace, everything would be fine. However, at this moment, an angry roar came from the west. "Long Chen, don't even think about leaving." This hoarse and old voice was clearly Emperor Yuan's. He didn't expect the other party to really catch up. Long Chen's heart instantly tightened to the extreme. He turned his head and saw a great aura erupting from Emperor Yuan's body. It was clear that he was going to attack Long Chen. "Xiao Lang, be careful." In the process of speaking, Long Chen had no choice but to complete the dragon's soul transformation and display his most powerful side. Now that they were about to leave Yuanling City, if he still died in the hands of Emperor Yuan, then everything would be too wasteful. "Why is Emperor Yuan looking for me?" Long Chen asked coldly. In terms of a long journey, Emperor Yuan's speed was definitely not faster than a smile. But now that they were in a short period of pursuit, even if it was Xiao Lang, it would be difficult to get rid of him. "Why?" "Long Chen, you killed 2 of my grandsons, Yan Qixue and Yan Danqing. Today, regardless of whether you are an immortal realm divine guard or not, I will seek justice from you." Emperor Yuan's figure instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. With his personal strength, he was about to catch up to the state of the 4 old ancestors of the Lingwu family wielding earth-rank divine weapons. From this, it could be seen how strong Emperor Yuan was. Even Xiao Lang, who had just occupied the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, couldn't do this. "Aren't you afraid that the 9th prince will take your life?" Long Chen asked curiously. "Life? So what?" "Long Chen, I have already warned you not to underestimate the means of an old man, but you still killed my grandson. With such a deep hatred, if I live with my tail between my legs, how am I going to face all the disciples of the Beast Soul Palace in the future? What the 9th prince values is your potential, not your strength. There are many talented people like you in Biyao Imperial City. You actually naively think that if I kill you, the 9th prince will destroy the Beast Soul Palace as a warning to others? Let me tell you, dream on." Long Chen frowned deeply. He could see that Emperor Yuan had really gone berserk this time. Just by looking at his heavy breathing and his bulging veins, he could tell that something was wrong. Long Chen, a commoner without any foundation, had actually snatched his grandson's position as an immortal realm divine guard, and in the end, he even killed Yan Danqing. How could Emperor Yuan not go crazy? At such a young age, he had reached the advanced heavenly core realm, and it was very likely that he would reach the heavenly river realm in a few years. In the future, he might even surpass Emperor Yuan himself. Such a Sun Zian Danqing could be said to be a good seedling that Emperor Yuan had cultivated for many years, but today, he was completely destroyed by Long Chen. This time, even if he had to risk his life, he had to kill Long Chen. As long as Long Chen was dead, he could deal with the pressure from the 9th prince. Emperor Yuan still didn't know how much the 9th prince valued Long Chen. He also didn't know that the 9th prince had directly given Long Chen a lot of heavenly river pills and the first 2 levels of the divine fire clone. At this time, there was only anger and killing intent in Emperor Yuan's heart. Long Chen knew that this battle was inevitable. He originally thought that the battle with the Blue Dragon Patriarch would be his last battle in Yuanling City. He didn't expect that it would be Emperor Yuan, the strongest person in Yuanling City. And the one Long Chen was facing was the existence that he once looked up to. However, he was still no match for Emperor Yuan. It seemed that this time, he could only rely on Xiao Lang. "Xiao Lang, be careful, I will support you from the side." There was already a true brotherhood between Long Chen and Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Long Chen killing Yan Danqing. And now that he was about to fight the legendary strongest person in Yuanling City, his heart was also filled with excitement. A second-grade Earth-rank monster beast, humph. Emperor Yuan snorted coldly. Beast Soul Transformation, Yuji Beast. At this time, Emperor Yuan was rapidly completing the Beast Soul Transformation, turning into a half-human, half-white ape appearance similar to Yan Danqing's. However, this white ape was 4 meters tall, and its arms alone were thicker and longer than Long Chen's entire body. Sharp teeth, sharp claws, and bulging muscles with white hair all over his body made Emperor Yuan look visually stunning. His robust appearance was completely different from the old and frail appearance he had before. At the same time, a monstrous aura erupted from his body. Chapter 275. This was the first time that Long Chen and Xiao Lang fought side by side. Emperor Yuan was also the first opponent that was strong enough to require them to fight side by side. At this time, Emperor Yuan's eyes were cold. He no longer said anything. His toes moved on the ground, and his 4-meter-tall body turned into a mountain. The mountain moved at high speed, charging towards Long Chen and Xiao Lang. The huge pressure made Long Chen's expression change right from the start. Long Chen knew his own limits. He knew that he was no match for the other party. Hence, the one fighting Emperor Yuan was mainly Xiao Lang, while Long Chen only played the role of support and harassment. So, he dodged to the side. At this time, Xiao Lang, whose body was even bigger than Emperor Yuan's, had completely collided with the other party. The body of a monster beast had a very strong advantage. Compared to martial artists who cultivated body-tempering combat techniques, their bodies were much stronger, especially a monster beast like the sun-devouring demonic wolf that had perfect growth. And as a beast warrior, Emperor Yuan was at best only half a monster beast. In terms of size and strength, he was inferior to Xiao Lang. Hence, in the first clash, he lost to Xiao Lang and was forced to retreat. Devouring Blood World. At this time, Long Chen immediately used his most powerful support skill. The Devouring Blood World was not an indiscriminate attack, but a targeted attack. Although Xiao Lang was within the range of the Devouring Blood World, the Devouring Blood World wouldn't affect his combat power in the slightest. But it was different for Emperor Yuan. The huge suction force acted on his blood, making it boil. Is this the strange magical power that sent the soul of the Blue Dragon Patriarch to the afterlife? Emperor Yuan was secretly surprised. The true qi that Long Chen used to cast the Devouring Blood World wasn't strong, so the effect of the Devouring Blood World on Emperor Yuan could only be said to be average. However, this feeling of having a knife sticking to his chest at any time during the battle made Emperor Yuan very unhappy. At this time, Xiao Lang had already taken advantage of the opportunity. Without saying a word, he roared and pounced towards Emperor Yuan. At this time, a cold air current swept around. Xiao Lang opened his mouth and suddenly, a black flame rushed towards Emperor Yuan. This black flame condensed into the shape of a wolf. It was like a wildly running fire wolf that instantly appeared in front of Emperor Yuan. What is it? Emperor Yuan was taken aback. From the flames, he felt a creepy aura. Under the restriction of Long Chen's Devouring Blood World, it was very difficult for him to even use his movement technique to dodge. So at this time, he could only use his combat skills. Clear Water Shield. Under Emperor Yuan's control, a shield that seemed to be made of real water blocked in front of him. The water on it flowed according to its inherent rules, and faint symbols appeared on the clear water shield. When he cast the clear water shield, Emperor Yuan directly threw it out and then retreated. In the process of his retreat, the clear water shield suddenly exploded, and the remaining flames directly pounced on the ground. Crackle. A series of sounds rang out, and a lot of ice formed on the ground. At this time, Emperor Yuan landed on the black ice and found that the ice easily turned into powder. The soil and debris on the ground had completely disappeared. What kind of flame is this? Emperor Yuan was taken aback. He was very glad that he made such a correct choice just now. He believed that if he clashed head-on with Xiao Lang's netherworld demon ancestral fire, the current him would probably be a pile of powder. Long Chen's Devouring Blood World and Xiao Lang's netherworld demon ancestral fire were both showing how extraordinary they were. If they were allowed to grow, Emperor Yuan believed that they would definitely grow into peerless existences. And now that Emperor Yuan had become enemies with them, he naturally couldn't let them live. Xiao Lang's netherworld demon ancestral fire with the help of Long Chen's Devouring Blood World actually failed to kill Emperor Yuan. This made their hearts even tighter. Even the first time they used the netherworld demon ancestral fire, Emperor Yuan managed to dodge it. It seemed that it would be difficult to use this killer move against him in the future. Long Chen knew that although the netherworld demon ancestral fire was devoured by Xiao Lang, it wasn't directly digested into demonic power like the jade fire crystal. Instead, it was hidden in Xiao Lang's body. Xiao Lang could only control a very small part of it now, but as his demonic power increased, it wouldn't be difficult for him to completely control the true body of the netherworld demon ancestral fire. After the netherworld demon ancestral fire was displayed, Emperor Yuan became even more determined to take the risk to kill Long Chen. Long Chen was a very monstrous talent. If he had a monstrous pet beast, one day, he would be able to easily kill Emperor Yuan. 9 elements space shattering. At this moment, Emperor Yuan let out an explosive roar. A simple and direct punch blasted towards Xiao Lang. His body directly inserted between Long Chen and Xiao Lang, and then he focused on attacking Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang had no choice but to focus on dealing with an expert at the second level of the Heavenly River tier. The Netherworld Demon Ancestral Fire just now didn't have any effect. The Netherworld Demon Ancestral Fire wasn't endless, so Xiao Lang could only use it sparingly. Of course, the combat skills of the sun-devouring demonic wolf alone weren't bad. At least, it was completely possible for Xiao Lang to block Emperor Yuan and ensure that he wouldn't be injured. The 9-element space-shattering punch collided with Xiao Lang's claws. Both of them were sent flying backwards. Suddenly, Xiao Lang's eyes widened because he discovered Emperor Yuan's true intention. Just now, Emperor Yuan inserted himself between the two of them and successfully separated them. But now, in the process of being sent flying backwards, Emperor Yuan suddenly turned around and charged towards Long Chen at lightning speed. His real target was Long Chen. Long Chen didn't discover his purpose at first. He ignored Emperor Yuan's hatred for him. Although Long Chen wasn't as strong as Xiao Lang, he was the one in charge. As long as Long Chen died, Emperor Yuan felt that he didn't need to care about Xiao Lang at all. "Brat, you didn't expect my real target to be you, did you? Let's see how you can escape from my claws." Emperor Yuan grinned smugly. This time, his attack was even more powerful than the last time. It was the strongest move that Yan Danqing had once displayed. Die, Extreme Strangulation Fist. This Earth-grade combat skill had a super strong killing ability. It was like an electric drill as it pressed towards Long Chen. Emperor Yuan separated him from Xiao Lang previously, and Long Chen couldn't resist. In fact, he had already expected that Emperor Yuan would specifically deal with him. So when the Extreme Strangulation Fist attacked him, he had already used the 9 spins fire shield. Before the Extreme Strangulation Fist arrived, the 9 spins fire shield had already completed its 6th spin. It should be able to barely block Emperor Yuan's attack. But at this moment, Long Chen discovered a serious problem. He had just defeated the Blue Dragon Patriarch and then killed Yan Danqing. The true chi he consumed for the day was already extraordinary. When he used this mid-grade Earth-grade combat skill again, he found that he didn't have much true chi left. He definitely couldn't stop the crazy Emperor Yuan. "Xiao Lang, save me." At this moment, the 9 spins fire shield was completely smashed under the attack of a second-tier Heavenly River tier powerhouse. To deal with this 9 spins fire shield, Emperor Yuan used 2 moves of the Extreme Strangulation Fist. After breaking the 9 spins fire shield, Long Chen appeared in front of him. "This time, you are still not dead yet." Emperor Yuan let out a cold and wild laugh. His huge claws stabbed towards Long Chen crazily. His tall body and strong muscles could almost completely cut open Long Chen's stomach. Heaven-shaking divine power palm. At this moment, the claws turned into a palm and slapped towards Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly felt as if the sky was covered, and a huge pressure directly squeezed him until he almost knelt down. The move that Emperor Yuan used with all his strength at this time should undoubtedly be a mid-grade Earth-grade combat skill. Even the Blue Dragon Patriarch had a mid-grade Earth-grade combat skill, so Emperor Yuan must also have one. This should be Emperor Yuan's most powerful move. Not good. At this time, Long Chen also realized the danger, but experience told him that the more dangerous it was, the calmer he should be. At this time, Mo Xiaolang had already killed his way behind Emperor Yuan. Because Long Chen was in front of Emperor Yuan, Xiaolang didn't dare to use the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. Blue Dragon Combat Technique, Dragon Soars to the 9 Heavens. At this moment, Long Chen once again erupted with his most powerful move. This was a move that was enough to kill the Blue Dragon Patriarch. Although it was still a little weaker than Emperor Yuan's strongest move in terms of true chi, it was not weak at all. Rumble. One above and one below, the two forces collided with a loud bang, erupting waves of powerful fluctuations. Emperor Yuan laughed wildly, but Long Chen felt as if a huge mountain was pressing straight on top of his head. The webbing between his thumb and index finger directly bled from the impact. The blue dragon halberd flew out and no one knew where it went. As for Long Chen himself, he was shaken by the huge force until his legs were directly inserted into the ground. For Long Chen, it should have been a long time since he suffered such a serious injury. However, to his horror, he discovered that Emperor Yuan's attack did not stop. When Xiao Lang's attack had completely hit Emperor Yuan's back, Emperor Yuan still gritted his teeth and sent Long Chen flying with one last palm strike. At the same time, Emperor Yuan was also sent flying by Xiao Lang. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. On his back, there were several claw marks that were so deep that bones could be seen. Blood was dripping from them. At this time, if Long Chen had true qi to maintain the devouring blood world, he would definitely be able to suck out all of Emperor Yuan's blood. But unfortunately, Long Chen was also in a seriously injured state. Seeing Long Chen injured and sent flying, Xiao Lang let out an angry howl. When he injured Emperor Yuan, he did not directly attack again. Instead, he was worried about Long Chen's safety. When Long Chen fell to the ground, he caught him firmly and carried him to the ground. At this time, Long Chen's situation was much worse than he imagined. At this time, he finally understood what Emperor Yuan meant when he said not to underestimate the old man's means. He endured the attack from Xiao Lang in exchange for Long Chen's serious injury, all for the sake of crippling Long Chen, not to kill Long Chen. Chapter 276. The attack that Wolf Cub used in a moment of desperation could only be regarded as a serious flesh wound to Emperor Yuan. This kind of injury might seem terrifying, but as long as there were enough elixirs to nourish him, he could easily recover from it. But Long Chen was different. Emperor Yuan's last palm directly hit his abdomen, or rather, his dantian. This palm did not cause the slightest damage to Long Chen's body, but the sharp Milky Way true qi contained in the palm was like a sword, directly piercing into Long Chen's dim heavenly core. Emperor Yuan wanted to directly pierce through Long Chen's heavenly core, making Long Chen lose all his true qi, thus becoming a cripple. From this, one could see how ruthless he was. He had never thought of killing Long Chen at all. Wouldn't the ninth prince value Long Chen's talent? When Long Chen became a cripple, he would still want him. Seeing Long Chen's miserable state and Xiao Lang's helplessness, Emperor Yuan, who already had time to heal himself, laughed crazily. As the strongest person in Yuan Emperor City, he had a lot of spirit herbs and treasures in his hands. The spirit fruit he was eating at this time was probably an earth-grade medicine. Only earth-grade medicine could rapidly recover the injuries of a heavenly river tier powerhouse. To be honest, Long Chen was really panicking. He could only watch helplessly as the heavenly river qi pierced into his heavenly elixir. He could only watch helplessly as the formed heavenly elixir began to crumble. The qi that he had painstakingly cultivated began to dissipate towards his limbs and bones. If this continued, he would definitely become a cripple in less than a quarter of an hour. Emperor Yuan's savage laughter aroused endless anger in him. Old ghost, you're actually so ruthless. I underestimated you and others. Now that my heavenly core is broken, my cultivation will be crippled sooner or later. What should I do? Xiao Lang was next to him. Sensing his condition, he was also extremely anxious. If it weren't for Long Chen, he would have already killed the already injured Emperor Yuan. Otherwise, when Emperor Yuan recovered, it would be very difficult to deal with him. At this critical moment, Long Chen's mind suddenly had a flash of inspiration. From the divine core realm to the heavenly river realm, I have to go through a process, shattering my core into a river, opening up a galaxy in my body, and widening my star veins. Although my late heavenly core realm isn't strong enough to break through to the heavenly river realm, my advantage is that I have enough heavenly river pills. Furthermore, right now, this is the only way for me to preserve my strength. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen's eyes lit up. He struggled to his feet, gritted his teeth, and said softly, I want to take this chance to break through to the heavenly river tier. You go and restrain him. Xiao Lang's eyes lit up as well. He immediately realized that this was the only way to solve the problem. After hearing Long Chen's order, without saying a word, he charged towards Emperor Yuan, who was healing his injuries. After some delay, Emperor Yuan's injuries had recovered a little. At this moment, when he saw the sun-devouring demonic wolf crazily attacking him, he secretly laughed. Seeing that there's no hope for Long Chen, you've gone crazy and want to deal with me? But, a beast will always be a beast. This is Yuanling City, my territory. What makes you think you can fight me? Although he thought so in his heart, Emperor Yuan absolutely didn't dare to be careless when facing the wolf cub. Emperor Yuan absolutely believed that as long as he was hit by the flame that the wolf cub spat out just now, he would definitely die. In the sun-devouring demonic wolf's memory, it had honed many combat techniques that were inferior to combat techniques. At this time, with the threat of the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame, it was able to fight Emperor Yuan to a draw. Long Chen took this opportunity to sit on the ground and began manipulating the shattered true qi to open up a galaxy in his body. Seeing Long Chen's appearance, Emperor Yuan immediately laughed. What a naive guy. Breaking through to the Heavenly River realm is an extremely dangerous and difficult task, and it requires 18 Heavenly River pills. You've just stepped into the Heavenly Core realm. What qualifications do you have to break through to the Heavenly River realm? If Long Chen directly shattered his Heavenly Core, his true qi would only drain faster. However, this was his only hope. At this critical juncture, Long Chen calmed himself down, gritted his teeth, and increased the speed at which his Heavenly Core nucleus shattered. Under his control, the Heavenly Core nucleus suddenly shattered, and a huge amount of blood-red true qi immediately erupted, rushing towards his limbs and bones. It flowed through his completely connected dragon veins, as well as the countless small meridians in his 8 extraordinary meridians. However, the true qi of a Heavenly Core warrior was too much for Long Chen's current body. Countless tiny airflows were leaking out from his skin, eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, turning his entire body into a blood-red color. He was covered in a blood-red mist. Long Chen felt really uncomfortable. He realized that if it wasn't for his 3rd-level Thunderflame combat physique, he might have already been destroyed by the huge amount of true qi, and the danger of his Heavenly Core shattering into a river was right here. Next, I need to guide all the true qi and gather all the tiny meridians together, forming 18 star veins. These 18 star veins are the embryonic form of a galaxy. Then, I'll absorb the energy of the stars and fuse it with my dragon's soul true qi, turning it into liquid form, then break through the star veins and form a galaxy in the middle of the star veins. That is the 1st level of the Heavenly River realm. There were 18 star veins in his body, and they corresponded to 18 heavenly rivers. Among the 18 heavenly rivers, 9 appeared during the day, and 9 appeared during the night. Each Yang heavenly river and Yin heavenly river formed a pair of Yin and Yang heavenly rivers. Only when the Yin and Yang heavenly rivers were formed could the 1st level of the Heavenly River realm be considered complete. Right now, it was daytime. If Long Chen could form a heavenly river, it would be a Yang heavenly river. Right now, the raging blood-red true qi was raging within his body. While controlling the true qi, Long Chen was sensing the energy of the heavenly river. Because it was daytime, the heavenly river wasn't easy to notice. However, Long Chen had already memorized the location of the 1st heavenly river. Dubhe Galaxy. The name of the 1st heavenly river was Dubhe. It was divided into Yin and Yang heavenly rivers, which extended parallel to each other in the sky without intersecting. At this moment, Long Chen was going to absorb the energy of the Dubhe Galaxy after creating a galaxy in his body. He would then fuse it with his dragon's soul true qi and form a Yang heavenly river in the parallel star veins in his body. The method to open up a starry sky in one's body was called star-gathering art. After Long Chen obtained the Milky Way pill, he knew that one day, he would reach the Milky Way tier, so he found an opportunity to look at the star-gathering art. This thing wasn't rare, but there weren't many people who really needed it. With the star-gathering art, Long Chen could use the true qi in his body to open up a starry sky in his body. The star-gathering art was very common, but using it required a very important thing, and that was the Milky Way pill. The creation of a total of 18 star veins required 18 heavenly river pills, and this was the standard for ordinary people. Long Chen had even heard that some genius martial artists with special physiques would use up to 100 heavenly river pills when creating a galaxy in their body. The heavenly river pill wasn't cheap. Ordinary people at the first level of the heavenly river tier would only have less than 10 heavenly river pills. The reason why Long Chen had more than 2,000 heavenly river pills was purely because he was lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor. At this moment, Long Chen was using the star-gathering technique. What surprised him was that everything was developing very well. The only problem was that his true qi had enough quality, but it was still lacking in quantity. He couldn't care less about the creation of 18 star veins at the same time. With the help of the star-gathering technique, Long Chen had already planted seeds in his body. A total of 18 star vein seeds ran through his whole body. The process was very smooth. Next, he needed to take the heavenly river pill to create star veins from the star vein seeds. When planting the star vein seeds, Long Chen sensed something. He was currently in the dragon's soul transformation, and all the characteristics related to the divine dragon were displayed. His current body was already somewhat different from ordinary people. Long Chen had a vague premonition that it would be difficult to create a galaxy in this dragon's body. In fact, it might even be very difficult. However, in order not to become useless, I'll do it. At this thought, a cold light burst out of Long Chen's eyes. In his eyes, there was already a vague power of the stars. Without hesitation, he took out 18 heavenly river pills and placed them on his palm. The star-gathering technique was ready, and Long Chen's true qi had been directed to the Dubhe star vein seeds. Right at this moment, Long Chen took one of the heavenly river pills. The energy of the heavenly river pill was a gentle energy that had been refined. Therefore, after taking the pill, Long Chen didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt a cool and invisible energy that was filled with energy. It was like a liquid that penetrated into his body and merged with Long Chen's dragon soul true qi. Let the creation begin. Using the power of the heavenly river pill and his true energy, with the heavenly river pill as the lead and his true energy as the attack, Long Chen started looking in the direction he had set and started opening his star meridian. Although the dragon soul true energy from the late heavenly core realm wasn't much, it was of great quality. Long Chen was delighted to see that opening his star meridian wasn't a difficult task. But soon, he suffered. During the process of creating a star vein, he didn't consume much of his true qi, but the heavenly river pill seemed to have encountered a strong resistance, and it was being consumed very quickly. In just a short period of time, the energy of the heavenly river pill had been completely consumed. Theoretically, the energy of a heavenly river pill was enough to create a star vein, but Long Chen hadn't even opened a tenth of a star vein yet. Left with no other choice, he quickly took another heavenly river pill. Luckily, he had enough heavenly river pills, or else he would be in deep trouble. If he was interrupted during the process of creating a star vein, his body would explode and he would die. This is a good thing, it means I have great talent. With the support of the heavenly river pills, Long Chen quickly opened his star vein. When he finally opened his first star vein, he counted the number of heavenly river pills he had consumed. He had used up more than 10 heavenly river pills, and only a few of them were left. Could it be that I need to consume almost 200 heavenly river pills to open 18 heavenly river meridians? Long Chen felt really depressed about this. Chapter 277. 200 Heavenly River Pills. Why am I burning money like this? At this critical juncture, Long Chen was actually feeling depressed about this matter. He only had a little over 2,000 heavenly river pills in total, and he had already spent 200 just to open up the starry sky in his body. In the future, when he cultivated in the heavenly river tier, 2,000 heavenly river pills would probably not be enough at all. However, at this critical juncture of life and death, he could only take out 200 heavenly river pills and condense 18 star veins. At this time, 18 dark blue star veins ran through Long Chen's body, from his chest to his arms, from his head to his tailbone, and from his hips to his legs. There were thick star veins everywhere. From the outside, one could see these faintly discernible star veins. When these star veins were combined together, it looked like a real starry sky from afar. However, this starry sky was empty, and what was missing was a star. There were 2 key steps to breaking through to the heavenly river tier. These 2 steps could be completed together, but they could also be separated. Only by completing these 2 steps could one truly reach the first level of the heavenly river tier. Long Chen had already opened up a starry sky in his body, and could be considered to have completed the first step. The second step was to draw on the star power of the heavenly pivot galaxy and fuse it with his star veins. Then, he would fuse it with his dragon's soul true chi so that his true chi would completely transform into a liquid galaxy. It was currently daytime, so Long Chen could only complete the yang heavenly river of the heavenly pivot galaxy. As for the other heavenly river, he would have to wait until night time to complete it. Now, Long Chen was preparing to condense the first heavenly river of the star veins in his body, the heavenly pivot galaxy. The star gathering art was used to open up a heavenly river, and the star attraction art was used to draw on the power of the heavenly river. This power was invisible, and as long as one could see a heavenly river, one could use the star attraction art to obtain the power of the heavenly river stars. Long Chen was currently using the star attraction art. This is, with a boom, Long Chen found himself in an endless void. In front of him was a glorious river of stars. Long Chen was deeply shocked. This scene appeared too suddenly. Long Chen vaguely felt that this entire river of stars was calling out to him. Hence, Long Chen's spirit connected with it. Only then could he hear the voice of this river of stars. Very quickly, Long Chen discovered that he had returned to his original position. The only difference was that he could feel a mysterious, formless energy within his body. This energy had a violent attribute, and at this moment, it was like a type of adhesive. At this moment it was pouring into Long Chen's first star vein, the Dubhe star vein. This was the true power of formation. When the formed power was channeled into the Dubhe star vein, Long Chen also guided his true chi into the Dubhe star vein. When the dragon's soul true chi met the power of the stars, it gradually fused. Long Chen could see that within the blood-red true chi, a large amount of formless starlight had fused into it. The true chi had turned into a liquid state, like a sparkling river of blood flowing within the Dubhe star vein. If his true chi was magnified countless times, it would be a sparkling blood-red river of stars. Compared to an ordinary light blue river of stars, his blood-red river of stars was even more magnificent. When all the dragon's soul true chi was completely transformed, a beautiful blood-red river of stars appeared in Long Chen's star vein. This was one of the Dubhe star veins. Long Chen could only be considered to have completed half of the first layer of the heavenly river tier. However, just this alone, his strength had once again soared several times. He opened his eyes. In an instant, a blood-red starlight pierced towards the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. And at this time, Long Chen suddenly stood up. At this time, he was still in his dragon's soul transformation, but he had a different temperament. After successfully reaching the heavenly river tier, his temperament had changed a lot, and his whole body was filled with a mysterious aura. Long Chen was able to come back from the dead and gain a blessing in disguise. For Xiao Lang, this was a great surprise. For Emperor Yuan, this was a nightmare. When Long Chen opened up the starry sky in his body, he had a hunch that Long Chen would succeed. At that time, he attacked desperately, wanting to get rid of Xiao Lang and give Long Chen a fatal blow. However, the anxious him was even less of a match for Xiao Lang. When Long Chen stood up, he was already covered in wounds. If he insisted on not escaping, it was very likely that he would die in the hands of Long Chen. And when Long Chen successfully reached the heavenly river tier and stood up, seeing the blood-red starlight in his eyes, Emperor Yuan was so scared that his face turned pale. Long Chen was already able to kill the Blue Dragon Grand Elder, who was at the first layer of the Heavenly River tier, before reaching the Heavenly River tier. He already couldn't deal with Xiao Lang, let alone the current Long Chen. In the face of dignity and survival, Emperor Yuan gritted his teeth and chose to survive. All of his previous arrogance was thrown out the window when Long Chen reached the Heavenly River tier. At this time, he actually felt a sense of despair. For that child to be able to come back from death's door in such an adversity, he is most definitely a person with great luck. For me to fight against him was purely bringing about my own destruction. Unfortunately, I only understood this principle today. Emperor Yuan's heart was filled with horror. At this time, he was injured all over, but he still fled at his fastest speed. Long Chen was someone who had to leave Yuan's spirit city after all. As long as Long Chen couldn't catch up to him, he would be safe and sound in the future. However, how could Long Chen possibly allow the person who had nearly killed him to escape? With half of the strength of the first layer of the Heavenly River tier, coupled with the dragon's soul transformation, Long Chen burst out with a speed comparable to the second layer of the Heavenly River tier. And because Emperor Yuan was injured, his speed increased slightly. Under Long Chen's pursuit, the distance between the two gradually closed. At the same time, Xiao Lang was also chasing from the other side, leaving Emperor Yuan with nowhere to escape. Blood-devouring realm. Suddenly, a blood-red mist directly swallowed Emperor Yuan. The power of Long Chen's blood-devouring realm directly affected him. At this time, the power of the blood-devouring realm increased a lot because of Long Chen's advancement. Emperor Yuan, who could still resist before, was now greatly restrained. Especially when he was covered in wounds all over. At this time, the huge amount of blood was about to escape his control and fly towards Long Chen. No! The heart-wrenching pain made Emperor Yuan let out a scream. Under the power of the blood-devouring realm, he couldn't move an inch. He hurriedly turned his head and tried his best to control his blood with his true qi, not letting it be swallowed by Long Chen, this monster. Long Chen, what kind of monster are you? When he said this last sentence, Emperor Yuan felt the light of a blade flash in front of his eyes. Before he could say the last word, he suddenly felt the world spinning, and he was confused. In his last glance, he saw a tall young man standing in front of him with a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. After that, he didn't know anything anymore. After Emperor Yuan died, Long Chen removed the blood-devouring realm. Emperor Yuan was only one level higher than him, his blood wouldn't be of much use to Long Chen. Moreover, with such a big commotion here, sooner or later, it would spread to the ninth prince. Long Chen didn't want the ninth prince to know that he actually had the ability to devour the blood of others to enhance his true qi. With a bang, Emperor Yuan's headless corpse fell to the ground. Emperor Yuan's head was lying at Long Chen's feet at this time. Just now, when Emperor Yuan turned his head, Long Chen's blue dragon battle halberd directly swept across his neck, directly beheading this old ghost. After dealing with Emperor Yuan, Long Chen felt relieved. However, this battle had been very thrilling from the beginning until now. Long Chen even made a move in front of the gates of hell. After everything was over, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Looking back at Xiao Lang, at this time, Xiao Lang had already walked to Long Chen's side. Xiao Lang was very happy that Long Chen could survive and gain greater strength. The current Long Chen just needed to complete another Dubhe galaxy, and his combat power would be almost the same as Xiao Lang's. After Xiao Lang became a sun-devouring monster wolf, Long Chen's strength once again approached and even surpassed him. Looking at Emperor Yuan's corpse, Xiao Lang also felt a little emotional. This was the strongest person in Yuan's spirit city. He didn't expect that he would die at the feet of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang today. Let's go, Xiao Lang, everything is over. Before we go to Biyao Imperial City, let's say goodbye to everyone. Let's go to Sister Mengyao's place first and report to her that we are safe. Xiao Lang nodded. As for Emperor Yuan's corpse, Long Chen believed that someone would come to clean it up soon. In fact, many people had already gathered around this place. The news of Long Chen killing Emperor Yuan would soon spread throughout the entire Yuan spirit city. This wasn't a very secluded place, so there was no reason for such a big commotion to happen without anyone knowing about it. Could it be that the ninth prince already knows that Emperor Yuan is chasing after me, but he didn't come to rescue me? Long Chen secretly thought about this problem. Logically speaking, Jade Emperor Palace should have received the news soon. If the ninth prince wanted to save Long Chen, he would have already done so. It was impossible that he hadn't come yet. Or, he came to the side and saw that I was breaking through to the Heavenly River realm, so he didn't make a move. Long Chen thought to himself. They soon left the scene. Not long after they left, there were already many onlookers around, but still no one dared to go forward and look at the number 1 elite of Yuan Spirit City. In the corner, the ninth prince finished watching everything. At this time, he turned around in confusion and said, "Elder Yen, did you see that? He took nearly 200 Heavenly River pills in total, and the mystical power he used actually had the ability to devour blood. Your Highness only gave him 100 Heavenly River pills in total, which means that he had another fortuitous encounter. It's very likely that he obtained something else in the Burning Sky Mystery Realm. Moreover, 200 Heavenly River pills means that his physique is far superior to ordinary people. In the entire Sanyang nation, I have never heard of such a physique." The black-robed butler, Elder Yen, sighed with a gloomy gaze. However, 200 pills doesn't necessarily mean that he has an excellent physique. There was once someone who used more than 100 Heavenly River pills to open up the galaxy when he reached the Heavenly River realm. After that, his achievements were similar to that of a good-for-nothing. He used so many Heavenly River pills only because his physique was inferior enough that it was difficult to transform. The strangest thing is that mystical power he used to devour blood. I feel that he should have an extraordinary fortuitous encounter. Could there be something on him that shocked me? The ninth prince said indifferently. Your Highness is going to make a move. No, haste makes waste. When we return to Jade Emperor City, I will slowly think of a plan to avoid alerting the enemy. The ninth prince smiled. Chapter 278. Not wanting to cause any commotion, Long Chen directly sneaked into the Lingwu family's Yin clan. At this time, Yin Mengyao was in the courtyard where she lived with a worried look on her face. Long Chen took Xiao Lang and jumped in from outside the courtyard. Sister Mengyao. Long Chen put Xiao Lang down and called out softly. Hearing Long Chen's voice, Yin Mengyao quickly looked up. When she saw Long Chen, her face was suddenly full of joy. She said, Long Chen, Emperor Yuan didn't chase after you? Yes, but we killed him. Long Chen smiled proudly. You only know how to brag in front of me. Come and sit here, this place should be safe enough. Emperor Yuan won't chase after you here. Yin Mengyao was like a real sister. She pulled Long Chen to sit on the stone chair in the pavilion and then laid out some fruits and pastries. Xiao Lang let out a cry and scurried to the stone table. He lay on his stomach and stared at Yin Mengyao blankly. Long Chen, did you get this powerful Xiao Lang from the Burning Sky Mystic Realm? Yin Mengyao looked at Xiao Lang curiously. There was a doting look in her eyes. Yeah, you can touch him and see, he definitely won't resist. Speaking of Xiao Lang, Long Chen still felt a little guilty. Logically speaking, Xiao Lang was his younger brother and should have been protected by him. But now, he was reduced to such a state. Really? Yin Mengyao was eager to try. She observed Xiao Lang for a while. She only dared to stretch out her hand but didn't dare to touch him. In the end, Xiao Lang directly stood up, stuck out his pink tongue, and licked the back of Yin Mengyao's white hand. Then, Xiao Lang went to eat the pastries on the stone table. He's really cute, but he also eats pastries. This pine flower cake is Xiao Lang's favorite food. By the way, Long Chen, I want to ask you about Xiao Lang. Is he really dead, or has he left this place and embarked on his path of revenge? Yin Mengyao looked at Long Chen expectantly. Long Chen was a little hesitant. Yin Mengyao even knew about revenge. It seemed that Xiao Lang really valued her. Long Chen wanted to tell her that the person in front of him was Imo Xiaolang, but just as he was about to speak, Xiao Lang stopped him with a look. He told me that he went to take revenge, but he will definitely come back to see you. Long Chen changed the topic. He felt a little bitter in his heart. Xiao Lang didn't want Yin Mengyao to see him like this, so he stopped Long Chen. He had always been a more reassuring and well-behaved child. All right. Yin Mengyao was a little helpless. She stared at Xiao Lang, who was eating the pine flower cake. By the way, Long Chen, now that you have become an immortal realm divine guard, when are you going to leave? Yin Mengyao asked. 3 days later. Today, I came to say goodbye to you. Long Chen said. 3 days. Yin Mengyao pursed her lips and sighed with emotion. You and Xiao Lang are so outstanding. As your sister, my strength is so low that it is shameful. However, to have you 2 younger brothers is the proudest thing in my life. You are the biggest heroes in my heart. Of course, but we still benefited from Sister Menyao's light. You see, the 2 great geniuses have become your younger brothers. This is definitely not a coincidence. It was personally caused by you. Long Chen said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense with me. Yin Mengyao was embarrassed by his words. 3 days later, you will also be leaving. Sai, let's not talk about other things. As your adopted sister, I wish you to quickly become the most powerful person in the world. Then, marry a beautiful sister-in-law for me and come back for me to see. Sister Mengyao, you really have no spirit. Long Chen smiled. For something like a sister-in-law, the more the better. In the future, I will bring back a sister-in-law from the army for you to see. You fickle big radish, sooner or later, sooner or later. Yin Mengyao was so angry that her face turned red. In this conversation that was filled with sorrow, time passed bit by bit. Fortunately, Long Chen kept joking, and the atmosphere was not deathly silent. Finally, it was time to say goodbye. Long Chen did not hesitate, and directly said goodbye. He climbed over the wall and left. Xiao Lang also followed Long Chen over the wall, but after Long Chen climbed over, he fell back and jumped into Yin Mengyao's arms. When his bright black eyes looked at Yin Mengyao, they were already shining with tears. Yin Mengyao was so scared that she could not speak. She knew that this little guy killed the old ancestor of Xuanwu. How powerful was he? Long Chen, while Yin Mengyao was shouting in a daze, Xiao Lang quickly licked her forehead, then jumped out of her arms and quickly disappeared into the dusk, leaving Yin Mengyao to stand there in a daze, looking in the direction they left in a daze. This black Xiao Lang, why does it give me a familiar feeling? Its eyes, why do I feel like I have seen it countless times? This question, Yin Mengyao was stunned for a long time, but did not have an answer. When night was about to fall, someone suddenly knocked on the wooden door of the courtyard. Only then did Yin Mengyao wake up and open the door. The one who knocked on the door was a little girl with bright eyes and white teeth. At this time, she jumped in and said happily, Sister Mengyao, I will tell you a big news. What is it? Accompany me out to play tonight, and I will tell you. The little girl said mischievously. Good, what a headache, girl. He, really? Don't act shamelessly. When did Sister Mengyao act shamelessly? That's true. The little girl tilted her head and said excitedly, I just found out. It seems that the big-headed Emperor Yuan of Emperor Yuan City was defeated and killed by my idol big brother Long Chen, and his head was even chopped off. Yay. The little girl jumped excitedly in the courtyard. Yin Mengyao's smile froze. She remembered what Long Chen said to him when he first came here. At that time, he casually said that Emperor Yuan was killed by him. Yin Mengyao thought he was joking, but she didn't expect it to be true. Long Chen, has he already grown to such an extent? Night gradually fell. Long Chen returned to the Yang family in Biyao town. It seemed that he hadn't been back for a long time. The Yang family was quite excited. Yang Lingqing was now with Li Xuanji, and no one knew where they went. As for Long Chen, the most terrifying genius of the Yang family, he was still in Yuanling City. At the banquet, Long Chen talked about his recent deeds and then talked about his future plans. After the Yang family heard it, they were all stunned, and the chopsticks in their hands did not move for a long time. Grandfather, uncle, mother, I am going to pursue something deeper and higher. If there is a chance in the future, I will search for Ling Qing's footsteps. As for you guys, I will make other arrangements. I will never let my enemies affect the development and inheritance of the Yang family, Long Chen said. After a long silence, the old ancestor of the Yang family said a few words. It could be seen that although everyone was a little reluctant to see Long Chen leave, they were very proud to have such a genius in the family. Yang Xueqing's eyes were full of tears. In her imagination, one day, Long Chen would become successful as Long Qinglan had predicted. She didn't expect that day to come so soon. Because of the problem of growing up, she and Long Chen were a little distant. But in her heart, the only hope in life was Long Chen. Before leaving, Long Chen left many things for the Yang family. With these things, it was very easy for the Yang family to rise. After the banquet, when the Yang family was asleep, Long Chen left Biyao town and came to the endless wilderness. At this time, the night sky was filled with formations. 9 heaven rivers flowed across the sky. Long Chen easily found the location of the Dubhe galaxy. During the day, he condensed the Yang Heaven River, and at night, it was time to condense the Yin Heaven River. The Yin Yang Heaven River could usually be condensed in a very short period of time. After Long Chen completed the Yang Heaven River, it was much easier to condense the Yin Heaven River. But from now on, in addition to using the star guiding technique to condense violent power, he also needed to use the gentle power of the Heaven River pill to produce more true qi. The process of cultivation continued until dawn. There were still 2 hours, so Long Chen decided to gather with his family for a while. After all, even if he didn't die in a foreign land, he didn't know when he would be able to return. During the day, Long Chen accompanied his family, especially his mother, Yang Xueqing. Although the two didn't speak much, they had some tacit understanding. At night, Long Chen condensed the Dubhe galaxy. Finally, after another night, Long Chen finally completed the cultivation of the first level of the Heavenly River tier and officially stepped into the first level of the Heavenly River tier. In his body, the Yin and Yang Heaven rivers flowed side by side, and the Dubhe galaxy continued to condense stars. One day before departure, Long Chen left the Yang family under the farewell of everyone. The Yang family had long expected such a day, so they were all proud of Long Chen. Looking at the current situation in Yuanling City, the Lingwu family only has the Vermilion Bird Grand Master and the White Tiger Grand Master. Without Emperor Yuan, the Beast Soul Palace will definitely plummet and won't be able to assume the position of the City Lord's mansion. Only the cunning Morning Light Business League still retains its strength. This time, I will look for the Morning Light Business League. The reason why he went to the Morning Light Business League was because the Morning Light Business League and Long Chen didn't have a deep grudge, unlike the other two forces. This time, Long Chen wanted the Morning Light Business League to do something for him. Of course, there would be a reward. When he arrived at the headquarters of the Morning Light Business League, Long Chen had just stood there when a large group of people rushed in to report his arrival. After a while, the plump figure of Li Wudi, the leader of the Morning Light Business League, appeared at the door, accompanied by Li Xiling, who was already the chief guest of the first level of the Heavenly River tier of the Morning Light Business League. He was an old man with an aquiline nose and very sharp eyes. People in the Morning Light Business League called him Olding. So it's brother Long Chen. Quick, please come in, Li Wudi said with a smile on his face. The news that Long Chen had reached the Heavenly River tier and killed Emperor Yuan had spread throughout the entire Yuanling city. For everyone, this news was much more shocking than Long Chen defeating the Blue Dragon Grand Master. Therefore, when Long Chen visited the Morning Light Business League, the only complete force, Li Wudi was also frightened. After all, the current Long Chen, be it in identity or status, was not someone he could afford to offend. Chapter 279. Li Xiling looked at the indifferent young man, and felt as if she were dreaming. The first time they had met was back in the Lightning Flame Mountain Range. Back then, Long Chen had taken advantage of the fact that she had used up all of her true energy suppressing the Thunderflame Crystal Soul to attack her. It had been a very shameless act, but he hadn't been very strong. Now, Long Chen was like her grandfather, someone she could only look up to. The gap in her heart was too big. Li Xiling had always been proud of her beauty and strength. She thought that there were very few people in the world who could match up to her. But at this time, in front of Long Chen, he did not even look at her. She felt a sense of grievance, and her confidence suffered a serious blow. Bastard, you think you're so great just because you've become stronger? Li Xiling had an impulse to skin him alive, but she did not dare to do so, or she would definitely be the one to die. Now in Yuanling City, because of the existence of the heaven-defying guy, Long Chen, the two biggest forces were destroyed by him. The Morning Light Business League was celebrating, and it was time for them to rise. At this time, the god of plague, Long Chen, actually came to them. How could they not serve him well? In the magnificent reception hall of the Morning Light Business League, Long Chen was placed at the top. Li Xiling was a little dissatisfied with this position, but when she thought of Long Chen's current strength and status, she could only shut her mouth and obediently stand behind Long Chen. After Long Chen sat down, he went straight to the point and said, "Alliance Master Li, I don't have any other intentions today. I just want to talk about a deal with you." A deal. Li Wudi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a deal. If Long Chen opened his mouth and asked for other things, it would be very difficult. I wonder what kind of deal Long Chen wants. Alliance Master Li asked with a face full of smiles. "This is my payment to you." Long Chen took out a cosmos sack and placed it on the table. Li Xiling rolled her eyes at the Qinkuan bag. In her opinion, Long Chen was just a poor guy from a small place. He definitely wouldn't have anything good, so she didn't care at all. "This is?" Guild Master Li asked curiously. 20 Heaven River pills are enough for your Morning Light Business League to produce a Heaven River tier cultivator in the future. As he spoke, Long Chen looked at Li Xiling. If he was right, the 20 Milky Way pills would definitely be used on Li Xiling. What? Li Wudi and the other two were shocked. The one who was shocked the most was Li Xiling. She had already broken through to the late Heavenly Core realm, and in a few years' time, she might have the chance to break through to the Heavenly River realm and become one of the strongest warriors in Yuanling City. However, she was still lacking Heavenly River pills. If she really had 20 Heavenly River pills, her problem would be solved. She looked at Long Chen with shock and gratitude. There really are 20 Milky Way pills here. Li Wudi couldn't believe it. In his opinion, although Long Chen had become an Immortal Realm Divine Guard, it would still be difficult for him to take out so many Milky Way pills. "Guild Master Li, you can open it and have a look," Long Chen said. Li Wudi took the cosmos sack and opened it. Sure enough, there were 20 Milky Way pills inside. When he looked at this young man who had risen to fame recently, he felt a little dazed. Unknowingly, this young man's cultivation and wealth had surpassed the entire Morning Light Business League. Indeed, there are 20 Milky Way pills. "May I know what young friend Long Chen wants from us?" Guild Master Li asked in a serious tone. 20 Milky Way pills. It seemed like what Long Chen wanted from the Morning Light Business League was not something simple. Li Xiling looked at Long Chen with a doubtful expression. "Actually, it's very simple. I'm going to Biyao Imperial City soon, and I have many enemies in Yuanling City. But, my family in Biyao Town doesn't have the power to resist them. Therefore, I hope that the Morning Light Business League can send at least 2 Heavenly Core warriors to guard Biyao Town. If any Milky Way warriors attack my family, both of you will have to help as well. How about it, Guild Masterly, you don't have to worry. Since Emperor Yuan is dead, the Beast Soul Palace won't have any Milky Way warriors left. As for the Lingwu family, they are bound by the agreement, and with the supervision of the Ninth Prince, they won't stoop so low as to attack my family. Therefore, you only need to send 2 Heavenly Core warriors to guard Biyao Town, and these 20 Milky Way pills will belong to the Morning Light Business League. Not only did the Morning Light Business League make a profit from the deal Long Chen mentioned, it was a huge profit. With Long Chen's current reputation, after Long Chen left for Biyao Imperial City, no one would attack Biyao Town. What the Morning Light Business League needed to do was to send 2 Heavenly Core warriors to have some fun. In short, as long as you can guarantee the safety of my family members in Biyao Town, these 20 Milky Way pills will belong to you. Long Chen repeated. Li Wudi and Old Ing looked at each other. They could understand Long Chen. Long Chen was a mighty warrior now, but even a mighty warrior would be burdened by his family. Long Chen was about to leave for a long journey, and if some small fries targeted his family members, it would be a huge problem. That was why Long Chen came to the Morning Light Business League. First, Long Chen was doing this out of filial piety. There was no other reason for him to do this. Secondly, it was actually an easy task for the Morning Light Business League, and it could be done by anyone. Thirdly, it would be a great reward. Fourthly, they could also make friends with Long Chen, a genius who would become a stronger warrior in the future. This was a great opportunity that came knocking on their door, and the Morning Light Business League had no reason to reject it. Therefore, Li Wudi immediately smiled and said, I understand. My young friend Long Chen, I'll definitely handle this matter beautifully, so that you won't have to worry about anything when you leave for a long journey. He paused for a moment and thought for a while, then he said, we'll send 3 late Heavenly Core warriors, 10 early Heavenly Core warriors, and some Earth Core and Mortal Core warriors to Biyao Town. We'll protect the town, and the Yang family will be treated as our honored guests. If there are any stronger enemies, Old Ing and I will fight them as well. Thank you, Alliance Masterly. Long Chen was satisfied with Li Wudi's arrangement. Finally, he had solved the problem of Biyao Town, and Long Chen had nothing to worry about. What he needed to do next was to bring Xiao Lang to Biyao Imperial City, and bring Lingxi to Niyang Celestial Realm to look for the 9 Heaven Celestial Fruit. I wonder when little Shi will wake up. When she wakes up, she'll be able to use the profound Heavenly Jade Lotus. At that time, thinking about how if Lingxi had a physical body, she would definitely be a beauty like Li Xuanji, and with the relationship between Long Chen and Lingxi, it would be normal for him to take advantage of her. Thinking about Lingxi, Long Chen left the Morning Light Business League under the escort of Li Wudi and the others. The sky was getting dark, and Long Chen was going to follow the 9th Prince to Biyao Imperial City. Everything has been arranged. Let's go, Xiao Lang, to the Jade Emperor Palace, Long Chen said lightly. Xiao Lang let out a low roar. He was now in the state of a little beast, and when he roared, his voice was babbling, and his row of white teeth looked very cute. This would be Long Chen's last night in Yuanling City. Starting tomorrow, he would go to the center of Cangyang Kingdom, Biyao Imperial City. There was the royal family that ruled the world, the mysterious and rich Niyang Celestial Realm, Xiao Lang's enemies, and the hope of Lingxi's recovery. Of course, it was also the gathering place of the experts of the entire Cangyang Kingdom, and Long Chen would be a stepping stone towards greater strength. After arriving at the Jade Emperor Palace, a maid serving the 9th Prince said to Long Chen, His Highness has ordered me to take you to rest when you return. We will set off tomorrow morning for Biyao Imperial City. Long Chen nodded. Under the guidance of the beautiful maidservant, he came to a luxurious wing room. My lord, His Highness said that I am a gift for you. After sending Long Chen in, the beautiful maid took off her clothes, and soon her snow-white skin was revealed. Get out. Long Chen was about to leave. To be honest, he was a little annoyed. Yes. The beautiful maid was relieved and left respectfully. Long Chen lay on the big round bed, buried his head in the soft pink quilt, and stared blankly at the ceiling. His mind was completely immersed in his memories. I didn't know that Chen is so obedient. A clear voice suddenly rang in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen remembered that this beautiful voice belonged to Lingxi even in his dreams. I'm hallucinating. Long Chen was a little depressed. He changed his position, but he was still annoyed because he found that he seemed to miss Lingxi. He didn't know how that silly girl was doing now. Chen, let Lingxi out. Long Chen, who was lost in thought, heard this voice again. This time, he was so shocked that he jumped up from the bed. Xiao Lang, who was lying under the bed, was also shocked. Little Shi, you're awake. To Long Chen, this was news that was enough to make his blood boil. He didn't care if it was an illusion or not, and immediately opened the Cosmos sack. Instantly, a black sword light flew out. Long Chen rubbed his eyes hard, and to his astonishment, he saw Ling Shi's tiny body, which was not even 2 centimeters tall, standing on top of the Ling Shi sword. Xiao Lang also looked at this little person in surprise. Although he hadn't heard Long Chen talk about it, Xiao Lang knew that Long Chen had always had a girl who looked even more important than him by his side, Chen. When she saw Long Chen, tears welled up in Lingxi's eyes. Both of them had thought that they wouldn't be able to survive that upheaval in the Star Demon prison. Lingxi had died for him, but Long Chen had followed in Lingxi's footsteps and jumped into the abyss of the Star Demon prison without hesitation, risking certain death. Only they knew how rare it was for them to meet each other today. Long Chen could tell that Lingxi had matured a lot after experiencing so many things. She was no longer the girl with a weird temper and the temper of a little princess. Long Chen gradually saw serenity and calmness in her body and in her eyes, as well as responsibility and tenacity. Little Shi. Long Chen realized that his voice was choking up as he looked at this silly girl. He thought of many things he wanted to say to Lingxi, but right now, it was like there was a rock stuck in his throat. He couldn't make a sound. Parting in life and death, looking at each other without words, only 1,000 lines of tears. Chapter 280. For Long Chen, the fact that Lingxi could wake up at this time was a great surprise. He had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. So much time had passed since the upheaval of the Star Demon prison, and Long Chen had become much stronger. Fortunately, Xiao Lang had appeared during this time without Lingxi. Otherwise, he would have been very lonely. However, when Lingxi had appeared, Long Chen had already cast Xiao Lang far away. As the saying went, valuing a lover over a friend was displayed to the fullest. It could be seen that Lingxi really wanted to know about Long Chen's experiences during this period. She wanted to know why he had jumped into the abyss with them, but hadn't died. She wanted to know why they had appeared here. Moreover, Lingxi could also tell that Long Chen had reached the heavenly river tier. However, Long Chen wasn't in the mood to talk to her about these things. The only thing he wanted to tell Lingxi now was the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus. Long Chen had already recovered from his excitement. He held Lingxi in his hands, and said mysteriously, "Little Shi, I will tell you what you want to know later. I have a gift for you now. It's a secret. I will show it to you now." As Long Chen spoke, he took out the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus from his universe sack. Lingxi was very knowledgeable, so she definitely knew what this was. Mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus. One could see that Lingxi was shocked. She immediately became excited, and asked somewhat incoherently, "Chen, how did you manage to obtain something like the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus?" Logically speaking, it should be impossible for the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus to exist in this place. I will tell you how the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus came about later. Little Shi, do you know anything about the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus? I heard that it can temporarily give you a body. Long Chen was a little nervous when he asked this question. That's right. In the place where I come from, profound heavenly jade lotuses are relatively common. If an ordinary expert's soul isn't completely destroyed after being killed, they can use the profound heavenly jade lotus to become immortal. If they can find a rare 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit, they'll be able to reconstruct their fleshly body. Ling Shi was extremely excited as she looked at the profound heavenly jade lotus. She was choking up as she spoke. She knew that this was the result of Long Chen's hard work. Even when she was unconscious, Long Chen was still working hard for her. It was an extremely beautiful feeling. I heard that living on the mysterious heaven jade lotus is equivalent to having the body of a mortal. You can feel everything about a mortal: eat, drink, poop, and sleep. However, you can't cultivate and can only be immortal. Little Shi, what do you think? Long Chen asked. Becoming immortal meant that there would be a lot of trouble. In fact, Long Chen would even need to prepare enough food and clothes to take care of Lingxi in the future. I don't want it anymore. Lingxi looked at the mysterious heaven jade lotus with a bitter expression. Why? Long Chen thought that she would be very happy when she saw the mysterious heaven jade lotus and would be full of anticipation to use it. He didn't expect that Lingxi would just struggle for a while and directly reject it. Big brother Chen, don't you know how much of a burden a mortal without any combat strength would be by your side? I'll be a burden to you, I'll slow down your growth, and I might even cause you to lose your life. Lingxi's voice was filled with sadness towards the end of her sentence. It was obvious that she really wanted to experience the feeling of being a living person again. However, if she ended up harming Long Chen because of this, she would definitely choose to give up on it. Although her heart was indeed moved and pleasantly surprised when she saw the mysterious heaven jade lotus. Thank you for your gift, but Lingxi really can't accept it. Lingxi lowered her head and said with some disappointment. Idiot, you think that I'm too incompetent. If I can't even protect a woman, how can I be called Long Chen? I'll just be called Dog Chen, Pig Chen. Long Chen said with a bit of anger. He could already see that Lingxi actually yearned for this thing very much. He didn't care about anything else and directly handed the mysterious heaven jade lotus to her eyes. He scolded, use it immediately. Don't blame me for saying harsh words. If you don't use it, I'll drive you away and not let you follow me. Chen. Lingxi knew that Long Chen was deliberately saying harsh words. His goal was ultimately for her own good. This made her feel very moved. Be obedient and trust me. I will protect you. Long Chen said sincerely. But, it will really bring you a lot of trouble. Lingxi was still a bit conflicted. Yes, there will be trouble, but it's not a big deal. However, there are also many benefits. Look, if my Ling Shi has a body, won't she be able to reward me? As Long Chen spoke, he stared at Ling Shi lecherously. Scoundrel, even if I use the mysterious heaven jade lotus, you're not allowed to touch me. Lingxi understood what Long Chen meant and immediately blushed. Saying this indirectly meant that she agreed. I promise you. There's no time to lose. Use it now. Little Shi, I'm looking forward to it. The soul that had always been by his side could one day have a real body and appear by his side and receive his protection. Long Chen was actually very excited in his heart. Thinking that such a devastatingly beautiful little beauty would stay by his side and listen to his orders, this feeling was really wonderful. In particular, after experiencing so many things, Ling Shi's personality had become a lot more obedient, making her even more lovable. All right. Although Lingxi was still worried about Long Chen's strong request, she could only put it aside. As the saying goes, the boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. Everything will be fine. Just as Lingxi was about to use the mysterious heaven jade lotus, Long Chen finally saw Xiao Lang looking at them from under the bed. Lingxi also noticed Xiao Lang at this time. She immediately exclaimed, how can there be a human soul in this demonic beast's body? Little Shi, he is Mo Xiaolang. However, because of an accident, he abandoned his original body and entered this demonic beast's body. As for the details, I'll tell you slowly. Long Chen explained. As expected, Lingxi wasn't simple. With a single glance, she could tell that there was a human soul in the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body. I can communicate with him spiritually, although it's a little strenuous. Lingxi suddenly said. What? Long Chen and Xiao Lang's eyes lit up. After Xiao Lang became like this, Long Chen's communication with him had become very difficult. Based on Lingxi's words, if she could communicate with Mo Xiao Lang, then Long Chen would be able to understand Xiao Lang's intentions in the future. Let me try first. Lingxi put the matter of the mysterious sky jade lotus aside and focused on Xiao Lang's eyes. After a while, she said happily, he just said, hello, I'm Mo Xiao Lang. You saw me in the Star Devil prison. I helped you trap the Blue Dragon Patriarch. Wonderful. Long Chen sighed. Although this communication was slow and strenuous, it was better than nothing. That's good news. Little Shi, you can use the mysterious sky jade lotus next. Long Chen smiled. With Lingxi and Xiao Lang, Long Chen felt that the road ahead would be very interesting. In fact, Lingxi had been trapped in the sword for so long. The mysterious sky jade lotus was something she had longed for a long time. Now that her dream had finally come true, she was very excited. Being able to recover her body was her greatest dream. Xiao Lang howled and stood up. He opened the door, walked out, and closed the door behind him. He said to keep watch outside in case anyone comes near, Lingxi explained. With Xiao Lang watching from outside, it would be much safer for Lingxi to use the mysterious sky jade lotus. Long Chen also relaxed. He placed the mysterious sky jade lotus on the ground, and Lingxi's tiny body was dancing in the air above the mysterious sky jade lotus. It has begun, the process will be very quick. Lingxi's voice, which was as sweet and pleasant as an oriole's, concealed the excitement in her heart. Long Chen watched without blinking. To put it bluntly, the mysterious sky jade lotus was a pure white lotus root that was only as thick as an arm. At this moment, Lingxi's tiny spirit body emitted a faint white light and gradually integrated into the mysterious sky jade lotus. Soon, Lingxi's body disappeared, and the mysterious sky jade lotus was already floating in the air. Its entire body was like the highest quality white jade, emitting a pure white light that filled the room. The fragrance of the lotus wafted towards Long Chen. It's almost done. Thinking that Lingxi would appear in front of him in the flesh and not in the form of a spirit, Long Chen was filled with anticipation. Under Long Chen's expectant gaze, the round white light emitted by the mysterious sky jade lotus grew brighter and brighter. Soon, the entire room was illuminated. Long Chen bathed in the white light and breathed in the fragrance, feeling his entire body go limp. At this moment, the mysterious sky jade lotus gradually grew larger and took shape. Under Long Chen's eyes, it gradually transformed into a beautiful woman that could turn all living things upside down. Long Chen was completely stunned. Long Chen was completely stunned. The girl in front of him was so beautiful that it almost took his breath away. Her skin was fine and moist like warm jade, soft and glossy, delicate and fair to the point where one would have the urge to take a bite. Her cherry-like lips were red even without lipstick, tender and beautiful. Her delicate eyebrows were like crescent moons, and her cherry-like lips were smeared with honey. 2 strands of hair by the side of her cheeks blew gently in the wind, adding to her alluring charm. Her long black hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, and her nimble eyes were intelligent and intelligent. There was a hint of naughtiness and mischievousness in them, and her entire body exuded an otherworldly aura like that of a fairy. Beneath the fairy's face was a demon that made Long Chen restless. The body that the mysterious sky jade lotus had just transformed was naturally not clothed. This was something that Long Chen and Lingxi hadn't expected at the start. At this moment, in front of Long Chen was a fairy-like girl bathed in white light. Long Chen looked at her sluggishly, sizing her up, round and smooth pearl shoulders, graceful and exquisite twin peaks that were like the most beautiful mountain peaks in the world, slender and delicate waist that couldn't be grasped, slender and fair arms that were like tender lotuses, 2 white and dazzlingly beautiful legs, perfectly round and graceful ankles, and of course, that mysterious region that made Long Chen intoxicated. Little Shi. Long Chen wished that time would stay at this moment forever. Chapter 281. A quarter of an hour later, Long Chen was standing in front of the bed, and Lingxi was wearing Long Chen's clothes. She was wrapped in a thick quilt, and her beautiful face was intoxicating red. Her two big eyes were filled with vigilance, and she looked at Long Chen pitifully. She was vigilant, but also flustered, shy, and other emotions. She, who had yet to experience the world, had appeared in front of Long Chen completely naked. Furthermore, she had done so for nearly 7 minutes. This made Lingxi want to find a hole to bury herself in. At this moment, countless waves were surging in her heart. Her heart was like a little deer, all she could see was the figure of the man in front of her. Long Chen was very thick-skinned. At this moment, he was looking at Lingxi with a smile that wasn't a smile. His eyes were hot, and it made Lingxi feel scared and shy. She was very flustered. She didn't expect that after such a long time, when she had a human form again, she would immediately experience so many feelings. Chen, what do you want to do to me? Lingxi's hands tightly pulled on the pink quilt, and she looked at Long Chen in panic. She didn't have any strength now, and it seemed that she couldn't resist whatever Long Chen wanted to do. Kaka, I want to eat you. Who told you to be so tender? Saying this, Long Chen revealed an anxious light. No, my mother said that I'm not an adult yet, and I'm not allowed to. Chen, I beg you, please don't, okay? Lingxi said timidly. Long Chen was purely joking with her. She had just gained a human form, and he was already bullying her. If it left a shadow in her heart, it wouldn't be good. I'm just joking. Little she, how do you feel now? Long Chen sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the little girl with a doting gaze. When she appeared in front of Long Chen with her real human body and peerless beauty, Long Chen was in a trance. Feeling that Long Chen's hot gaze had disappeared and was now replaced with a gentle gaze, Lingxi's timidity gradually dissipated. Remembering that Long Chen had just found clothes for her, and that he hadn't violated her for a quarter of an hour, Lingxi relaxed and said, I feel like I'm in a dream. I don't have any strength in my body, just like when I was born. If I cultivated with this mysterious sky jade lotus body, it would definitely cause my body to collapse. It's good now, it feels good to be human. Sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, these senses reappeared. Lingxi carefully experienced them. These were all things she had dreamed of in the past, but because of Long Chen, they appeared in front of her. Although she was a little shy toward Long Chen, she was more grateful. But, Chen, I'm so cold. It was still spring, and Lingxi's body was a little cold. Even though she was wrapped in a thick blanket, she was still shivering from the cold. Here's my chance. Long Chen thought wretchedly. Without another word, he directly lifted the blanket and jumped in. Lingxi let out a cry, but she didn't expect that Long Chen didn't do anything. He just lay down beside her, looked at her, and said, If you trust me, then use me to keep warm. Really? Lingxi's eyes lit up. She hesitated for a moment, then moved to Long Chen's side. Her eyes shyly looked at Long Chen. Her cheeks were a little rosy, and it was obvious that her heart was beating faster. Seeing that she was being so sentimental, Long Chen stretched out an arm, hugged her, and pulled her to his side, letting her head lie on the crook of his arm. Lingxi was so scared that she let out a cry. Like a little shrimp, she curled up in Long Chen's arms. The burning heat from his body, the strong crook of his arm, and the rich masculine smell made her little heart beat faster. Her cheeks were red, her eyes were tightly shut, and her long eyelashes kept fluttering. Lingxi's body had an intoxicating lotus fragrance. The softness on her shoulders and back made Long Chen's heart run wild. However, towards this silly girl, Lingxi, he loved her even more. Even though he had just seen her extremely tempting body, he still restrained himself. To be more precise, a hasty person wouldn't get to eat hot tofu. Long Chen was casting a long line to catch a big fish. If he didn't wait until Lingxi was willing and the two of them were in love, it would definitely leave an indelible shadow in her young heart. Pulling the pink blanket, he completely wrapped Lingxi up. Only then did Long Chen lower his head and rest his chin on the soft and fragrant hair on the top of her head. This body contact made Lingxi's body tremble like a little shrimp, and her breathing quickened again. Hold me. Don't think too much. Chen isn't a bad guy. Long Chen whispered in her ear. After becoming an ordinary person, Lingxi's body became especially sensitive. The hot breath from his mouth poured into her ear, instantly making Lingxi's whole body hot. Her tense body softly leaned against Long Chen's body. When she touched him, Lingxi became even more confused. Because she was wearing Long Chen's clothes, there was no dudu or underpants. When Long Chen lowered his head, he could see the sudden spring scenery. This amazing softness, at this moment, pressed against his arm. Being a normal man, Long Chen's whole body naturally became hot. The little Long Chen under his crotch had already gradually begun to erect. No, I can't leave a shadow in her heart. Moreover, she's still young. Long Chen restrained himself. In fact, after experiencing life and death, to be able to hug her like this, protect her, and use his own heat to warm her, Long Chen's heart was already very satisfied. Little she, don't be afraid. Tomorrow, we still have to set off for Biyao Imperial City. Chen said that he won't touch you, so he absolutely won't. Long Chen guaranteed. Really? Lingxi opened her big eyes and looked at Long Chen with blinking eyes. Long Chen's firm and righteous gaze made Lingxi completely moved. Tears began to form in her eyes, and her voice also became somewhat choked. Chen, you're so good to me. Seeing the silly girl's face moved, Long Chen knew how wise his decision just now was. Today's tolerance was only for a lasting outbreak in the future. Long Chen knew that he was absolutely not a gentleman. Good girl, sleep well. From tomorrow onwards, we will start to travel. Long Chen used his palm to stroke her head and said lightly. I don't want to sleep, I want to talk to you, Chen. Tomorrow, I want to go to Biyao Imperial City. What are we going to do there? Lingxi comfortably nestled in Long Chen's arms. With Long Chen's sudden growth, she gradually let go of her courage. This comfortable embrace made her reluctant to leave. I once heard that in Biyao Imperial City's Yang immortal realm, there is a 9-heaven celestial fruit. Now that I have become an immortal realm divine guard of Biyao Imperial City, I can enter Yang immortal realm. So, tomorrow, we will set off. Long Chen smiled and said. Ah. This news, for Lingxi, was an absolute surprise. Although the profound sky jade lotus was magical, it was absolutely not comparable to the 9-heaven celestial fruit. With the 9-heaven celestial fruit, Lingxi could recover her strength, and truly have a human body. That was the true rebirth. Now, she just had a place to live. Waking up from an endless sleep, what she heard was that Long Chen was still fighting for her. Lingxi immediately shed tears of gratitude. Her voice was choked, and she pouted while looking at Long Chen. She began to sob, and the more she cried, the more ferocious she became. Very soon, Long Chen's sleeves were wet. Why are you crying, silly girl? You should be happy. Long Chen patted her white tender face and said. Lingxi still did not stop. If you cry again, I don't want you anymore. Long Chen pretended to be angry. Don't. Lingxi made a threatening gesture. She stretched out her white tender arms, and firmly hugged Long Chen's strong waist. The soft twin peaks of her chest were tightly pressed against Long Chen's waist. The feeling of ecstasy made Long Chen's head instantly flush with blood. Be good, I definitely want you. Long Chen panted heavily, and moved Lingxi's arms away. If they were to be so tightly pressed against each other, it would not be long before he really turned into a beast. Oh. Lingxi also realized that her movements were too violent. She blushed and buried her head on Long Chen's arm. After a moment, Lingxi suddenly asked, Chen, what is our relationship? This was a question that she had been struggling with all this time. Without a doubt, from the first time they met, to the many times they had gone through life and death together. In fact, during that time in the Star Demon prison, Lingxi had sacrificed her life for him, and Long Chen had resolutely jumped down after her. Even Xiao Lang could see their relationship. He silently went out to keep watch, but the two of them had not confessed before. Long Chen had wanted to say it a long time ago, it was just that he never had the chance to do so. At this moment, he held Ling Xi's face in his arms and looked at this young girl who could turn the world upside down. With lightning speed, he planted a light kiss on her tender lips. Lingxi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes widened, and she stared at him in a daze. Long Chen had only kissed her, but her entire body had tensed up. After a moment, their lips parted. Long Chen patted Lingxi's dazed face, and his blazing eyes stared at Lingxi. In a low voice, he enunciated each word clearly, "Lingxi, I will protect you. No one can hurt you, no one can steal you from my side. You will wonder why I am so good to you, then I will tell you. Because you are my woman, for this lifetime, for all eternity." Lingxi is Long Chen's woman. Such passionate words caused Lingxi's heart to twitch. Long Chen's blazing eyes and his impactful words had completely melted her heart. This man's mark had been deeply engraved in her soul at this time, and it would be impossible to erase even in eternity. Sweetness, warmth, happiness, these were all things that filled her heart, making her forget everything else. At this moment, they didn't think about how many hardships they would have to face in the future under the oath of undying love, and how many times they would be separated by life and death before they could be together forever. When two people who shouldn't have met in the first place met and wanted to be together, the resistance they had to face was countless times higher than that of ordinary people. However, was there anything in this world that Long Chen was afraid of? He didn't think too much about it. He just hugged Lingxi's body tightly in his arms. He looked at the starry sky outside the window and began to tell Lingxi about what had happened during this period of time. From when he woke up in the abyss of the Star Demon prison to when he killed Emperor Yuan and became the most powerful existence in Yuan Emperor City. Chapter 282. From the Star Demon prison until now, Long Chen's accomplishments today were partly due to luck, but the uniqueness of being a dragon martial artist was a bigger part of it. His own tenacity and intelligence were also a part of it. After listening to Long Chen narrate his experiences during this period of time, Lingxi had a soul-stirring feeling. She had said that she wouldn't sleep, but what could she do about a mortal's body? If she didn't have a good rest, it would be impossible. Therefore, in Long Chen's story, she fell into a deep sleep. Before dawn the next day, Long Chen ran to the servant girls' rooms in the Jade Palace and gathered a full set of women's clothing. He didn't care if Lingxi needed it or not. He took a large pile and came back for Lingxi to choose for herself. There was no girl who wouldn't be interested in the matching equipment of these girls. Finally, not having to wear Long Chen's baggy men's clothing, Lingxi was very excited. She gathered her courage and kissed Long Chen's face lightly. Long Chen and Xiao Lang waited outside the door. After a while, the door opened gently. Lingxi, who had changed into neat clothes, caused Long Chen's eyes to light up. These clothes were for a servant girl and were not luxurious, but when worn by Lingxi, it was different. Lingxi wore a long brocade dress that was moon white and light pink. The skirt and sleeves were embroidered with silver threads, and the sleeves were thin with light yellow patterns. The skirt was embroidered with large purple yang flowers and looked very beautiful. A pink and white belt was tied around her waist, accentuating her well-proportioned figure. Strange patterns were densely distributed on the belt. She wore a pair of shoes embroidered with lilies, with soft fox fur sewn around the edges. There were jade ornaments on the sides, small and exquisite. Her jade-like white wrists wore 2 silver bracelets, which gave off a pleasant sound when she raised her hands. She wore tassel earrings, and her silky black hair casually fell to her waist. She wore only a few stars of milky white pearl necklaces that contrasted with the black luster of the clouds. Long Chen felt that she was a fairy who had strayed into the mortal world. He was even more dazzled and admired her. Chen. It was the first time that she had dressed up in front of Long Chen, so Lingxi did not have much confidence. At this time, she walked in front of Long Chen and looked at Long Chen charmingly. She asked, "Do I look good?" "As beautiful as a fairy," Long Chen said subconsciously. "Really?" Lingxi was as happy as a little butterfly. She twirled her body, causing her skirt to dance. "This is the sunlight." She raised her head and squinted at the sky. "Don't be silly. These belong to you. Let's go see the 9th prince now." Long Chen smiled. He held Lingxi's white fingers and walked toward the 9th prince's temporary imperial residence. At this time, Lingxi looked around. Under Long Chen's protection, she was like a little princess. Xiao Lang followed behind them bitterly. From today onwards, he would be officially ignored. Lingxi noticed the little fellow following behind. After listening to Long Chen's description, she knew that the sun-devouring dire wolf was indeed very terrifying. Moreover, the soul of the sun-devouring dire wolf was actually that Mo Xiaolang's soul. Back in Biyao town, Lingxi knew Mo Xiaolang. Moreover, she heard that Mo Xiaolang had been going through fire and water with Long Chen. In Lingxi's heart, she also treated Xiaolang as her little brother. "Chen, he calls me sister-in-law." Lingxi giggled, her face slightly red. Long Chen looked at Lingxi and Xiaolang. After Yang Lingqing left with Li Xuanji, the two of them were the most important people to him. Long Chen swore in his heart that he would protect them for the rest of his life. Of course, Xiaolang had the sun-devouring direwolf's fortuitous encounter. His future growth might not be any worse than Long Chen's. 2 people and 1 wolf. In the eyes of outsiders, there were only 2 people. Mo Xiaolang had now become Long Chen's pet, accompanying Long Chen by his side. They would probably be fighting for a long time. When he was halfway there, the 9th prince had already sent someone to receive him. The guard saw Lingxi next to Long Chen and was shocked. Lingxi was like a fairy from the legends, pure and noble. She made people feel ashamed of their inferiority and couldn't have any thoughts of profanity. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the Jade Emperor Hall. In front of the Jade Emperor Hall, Long Chen saw the 9th prince's mount, the wind-splitting dragon falcon. This profound grade 9 demonic beast quickly took a few steps back after smelling Mo Xiaolang's eerie and terrifying aura. It whimpered to show its submission. Normally, when a demonic beast became a tamed beast, the ferocity in their bones had been worn down. In front of a peerless demonic beast like the sun-devouring dire wolf, the wind-splitting dragon falcon didn't dare to be rash. In the Jade Emperor Hall, the 9th prince was already waiting. For this trip to Yuanling City, all the manpower and resources of the Jade Imperial Palace were provided by the 3 factions. Now, only the 9th prince and Old Yen would be leaving Yuanling City. After Long Chen arrived, the 9th prince was about to say that they would depart. However, when he saw that there was a beautiful little beauty next to Long Chen, the 9th prince was completely stunned. His eyes stared at Lingxi. "This is my wife, Lingxi. It should be fine for her to follow me to Biyao Imperial City," Long Chen said. Lingxi was too beautiful. Even the 9th prince's gaze was a bit off, so Long Chen had to say this. "Peerless beauty, devastatingly beautiful. You really have good fortune. I was rude just now." Interrupted by Long Chen, the 9th prince looked away and smiled at Long Chen. After being interrupted by Long Chen, the 9th prince shifted his gaze and looked at Long Chen with a smile. "Peerless beauty, devastatingly beautiful. You really have good fortune. I was rude just now." The 9th prince's gaze made Lingxi uncomfortable. She held on to Long Chen's arm and hid behind Long Chen. "From now on, you will settle down in Biyao Imperial City. Of course, you have to bring her along." There's no time to lose, let's depart now. The ninth prince nodded and no longer looked at Long Chen and Lingxi. He walked straight ahead. Long Chen held Lingxi's hand and followed him onto the broad back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon. From here to Biyao Imperial City, there were many high mountains and deep valleys. The wind-splitting dragon falcon could fly, so these high mountains and deep valleys had no effect on it. However, they had a huge effect on Xiao Lang. So even though Xiao Lang's speed was faster than the wind-splitting dragon falcon, he had no choice but to follow Long Chen and step on the wind-splitting dragon falcon. The wind-splitting dragon falcon was afraid of Xiao Lang and was trembling. Old Yen comforted it for a moment. Only then did the demonic beast realize that the sun-devouring demonic wolf would not harm it. Only then did it dare to open its huge wings and prepare to hurry on. A huge wind rose, and Long Chen instantly followed them to the sky above Yuanling City. Because Lingxi was afraid of the cold, Long Chen had to take out the bedding from his Qinkuan bag and wrap it tightly around Lingxi. Then, he used his body to block the wind and held Lingxi in his arms. This way, Lingxi felt a little better. Bear with it, we will reach Biyao Imperial City soon. Long Chen lowered his head and said in her ear. It's okay, Chen. With you hugging me, I feel very warm. Lingxi said with a smile. In terms of heat, Xiao Lang's body was incomparable. So, Long Chen stretched out his hand and pressed him into Lingxi's arms to warm Lingxi. Of course, there was a thick quilt between them. The pitiful Mo Xiao Lang could only look innocently at Long Chen. His gaze made Lingxi giggle. While the wind-splitting dragon falcon was moving forward, the ninth prince turned his head back and saw this scene. Then, he silently turned back and looked ahead with calm and cold eyes. Your Highness. Old Yen seemed to understand his thoughts. There's no hurry. If it's mine, it will be mine. No one can take it away, the ninth prince said vaguely. Time slowly passed. Lingxi was weak, but with Long Chen's meticulous care, she didn't fall sick. The heat on Xiao Lang's body was very useful. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was of the fire attribute. If Xiao Lang didn't release the nine-hell demonic ancestral flame, his body would be burning. The rays of the sun were constantly gathering towards the wolf cub. Chen, I always feel that this trip to Biyao Imperial City will be very dangerous. The nine heavens celestial fruit in Ni Yang's wonderland will probably be very difficult to get, Lingxi said with some worry. There were many experts in Biyao Imperial City. Long Chen would be nothing there. Of course, it would be dangerous. Don't worry. With pressure comes growth. When I first went to Yuanling City, my strength hadn't taken shape yet. But in Biyao Imperial City, other than being weaker than others in terms of cultivation, I'm not worse than others, Long Chen said firmly. Indeed, in terms of earth rank, he already had the Thunder Flame battle body at the 3rd level, the Blue Dragon battle technique at the middle level, the 9 spinning fire shield at the middle level, and the Divine Fire clone at the high level. Moreover, the blood-refining chi and other abilities that belonged to dragon warriors were as abnormal as before. Even the soul-devouring demonic pupil that he got from Li Xuanji started to play a role. Moreover, Long Chen now had the peerless demonic beast, Xiao Lang, as a helper. No matter how deep the water in Biyao Imperial City is, the three of us have to go and explore it. While we're still young, let's do it hard, Long Chen said with a smile. In Biyao Imperial City, there were some super powerful forces. Long Chen could see a corner of this Biyao Imperial City from the 9th prince. Long Chen estimated that even if he and Xiao Lang joined forces, they would still be far from being a match for the 9th prince. At this time, Lingxi suddenly raised her head and said nervously, Chen, just now Xiao Lang told me that he felt that the 9th prince's gaze was somewhat malicious. She also knew that the current 9th prince, Long Chen, still couldn't resist, so she was a little flustered. Actually, Long Chen knew about this. A simple look could betray a person's thoughts. The relationship between the 9th prince, Lin Sangtian, and him was more of a business transaction and exploitation. It was impossible for them to be brothers of life and death. Don't worry, I have a plan. Long Chen rubbed the back of her head and said. Time gradually passed. The ninth prince once said that with the speed of the wind-splitting dragon falcon, it would take a total of 5 days to travel from Yuanling City to Biyao Imperial City. Very soon, 5 days had almost passed. At this time, the wind-splitting dragon falcon had already begun to slow down and gradually flew at a lower altitude. Long Chen could now clearly see the scene below. It was a lush green forest, and in the forest, there were some crisscrossing rivers and mirror-like lakes. We're almost there. The ninth prince said. At this time, a black light suddenly rushed into the sky from the side and attacked the wind-splitting dragon falcon. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.